16 months later, the Magic Kingdom of Ash and the Holy Dwarf Mountain Kingdom will sign a ceasefire agreement. The autonomous Principality of Marseille. At the same time, the Kingdom of Ilia, the Kingdom of Bashio, and the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom will enter into ceasefire negotiations. Hearing this news, it was almost the same as what Wylan predicted. The war would end within 2 years. If it was a foreign war, the Church of Dawn would definitely stop his plan in the frontal world and mobilize troops from all over the country. It was just unknown whether this war would disrupt the current situation in the Synapse subcontinent. With limited information in hand, Wylan could only see this step. He didn't know about the larger speculation. Anyway, if the sky fell, there would be someone taller to hold it up. He was just a small golden knight and had nothing to do with him. Go to sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow. After rolling up the quilt, Wylan fell asleep. The next morning, he started training day after day. Half a month later, the 3 giants of the Corps returned to the 27th Corps, but did not convene a parliament immediately. Instead, they issued orders to strengthen the training of each legion, and the commanders were not allowed to leave the barracks at will, waiting for the order of the Corps command at any time. In early April of the glorious calendar 9738, a cold wave broke out suddenly without any warning, sweeping across the northeastern region of the entire Synapse subcontinent, including the Ash Magic Kingdom, the Holy Mountain Dwarf Kingdom, and the Bashio Kingdom. 16 countries were covered with ice and snow. Wylan opened the curtain and looked around. It was covered with snow, as if he was in an ice and snow world. Mountains, rivers, trees, and houses were all covered with snow, and everything was covered in silver. Kyle, do you know what's going on? Wylan turned his head and looked at Kyle, who was walking towards him, and asked. Hearing this, Kyle replied, My inherited memory tells me that this is caused by the conflict between the ice and snow god system and the dawn god system. Well, I just asked casually, and you really know. Wylan looked a little surprised. Looking at his master's expression, Kyle laughed. It was really interesting. Wylan rubbed his face. The ice and snow had made him feel cold, which meant that it was not formed naturally. This was enough to prove that what Kyle said was probably the correct answer. In the next 3 months, the snow showed no signs of dissipating. The southern battlefield was as calm as ever, and no major conflicts broke out. Similarly, the northern battlefield did not end because of this sudden cold wave. Instead, the battle became more intense, and the scale of each battle continued to expand. In early July, the ice and snow disappeared overnight. It came quickly and went quickly, but it had nothing to do with them. On the morning of the 20th, Wylan received an order from the headquarters of the 27th Corps and took several guards to the Iron Tower City to attend the meeting. After entering the tent, he greeted Russell and sat next to him, waiting for the meeting to begin. Several other Legion commanders and important generals of the Corps headquarters nodded to Wylan. Compared with the previous politeness, this time there was more sincerity. Half an hour later, Bulborn, Admonchi, and Bammond entered the tent one after another, and the meeting officially began. According to the order of the 6th Command, in this code-named Wind Campaign, our entire 6th Command and the 5th Command will serve as the flanks of the 2nd Command and the 3rd Command, with the 5th Command as the main force and our 6th Command as the auxiliary. Everyone was relieved when they heard this, and they didn't have to take the lead. Last time, the 5th Command and the 6th Command jointly carried out the Densabai campaign, but 3 legions were used as bait. Even after the battle, each noble of these 3 legions received excessive military merits, but the loss of troops was not small, and it would take at least 30 years to recover. As for the loss of gold-level combat power, it would take 60 to 70 years to cultivate it again. And this is only possible on the basis of discovering geniuses. If there is no favor of fate and the blessing of the goddess of life, it will even take longer. Our core mission is to guard the northwest border of the province of Zegas and the dukedom of Hador, which is a defensive mission. While Bulborn was talking, he observed the performance of his subordinates and took in everything. He was not a man who liked to show off his achievements. He was not too obsessed with merits and had a very peaceful mentality. In addition, he thought a lot, so he took a defensive combat mission. In contrast, his distant cousin, Ophelia Silves, the commander of the 30th Corps, was much more radical and took an offensive mission. Thinking of this, Bulborn shook his head. In the tent, everyone saw the corps commander shaking his head and sat up straight. Although they didn't know what the other party was thinking, it was always right to maintain a solemn demeanor. Then, as the chief of staff, Baumann began to deploy the tasks of each corps. The 131st Corps was kept as a reserve, and the other 4 corps were stationed in 4 important locations in the province of Zigas and the northwest of the Dukedom of Hador. The garrison location of the 135th Legion is called Yehiku, located on the Misty River. It used to be the most important trade route between Zikyu Province, Zigas Province, and Duke Hador. After the outbreak of the undead calamity in Zikyu Province, it was abandoned. Currently, there is only a small army stationed there, with less than 10,000 people. Half an hour later, the meeting was dismissed. Wylan walked out of the tent and chatted with several other Legion commanders. After a few words, he left the Iron Tower City with his guards and returned to Eishiku. 7 days later, after receiving the logistical supplies sent by the Corps headquarters, Wylan led his army north to Yehiku. After 3 days of marching, the 135th Legion arrived at Yehiku. Looking from a distance, it is called Yehiku, but Wylan prefers to call it Yeh Plain. Looking around, it is a smooth road. From here, you can see the scene more than 30 kilometers away. There is no point in setting up a sentry at the border, because where he is standing now is the best sentry. Pass the order down. The Central Army camp will be set up here. The front army camp will move forward 15 kilometers, and the rear army will be deployed 5 kilometers to the left rear. Yes, Legion Commander. The herald bowed and saluted and went down to convey Wylan's order. At night, in the military tent, Kyle put the drawn topographic map on the low table in front of Wylan and sat on the left. With a radius of 50 kilometers, there are almost no hills, all plains, a very good place for planting. But it's a pity that the dwarves are not good at planting crops, and such good land is wasted in vain. My lord, it is precisely because the dwarves are not good at planting that they cannot develop this place. If a city is built here, it will be very difficult to just take it down. Kyle said, "Haha, that's true." Wylan couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. Then, Wylan pointed to the place 30 kilometers above the Wild Crane Pass and said to Kyle, "Notify my cousin Edgar and let him lead his troops to station here to monitor the movements on the Misty River. Here, deploy a 200-man outpost force to monitor the situation in the Dukedom of Hador. Also, this place is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Transfer a 1,000-man team there to build a fortress to ensure the smooth communication road between us and the 134th Legion and monitor the surrounding situation at the same time." Wylan narrated and Kyle recorded. 10 minutes later, Wylan successively deployed 8 outposts, 5 bunkers, and 2 important garrison locations, and combined with Kyle's suggestions to complete this defense map. For the large-scale mobilization of the human army, the dwarf army located on the border of the Dukedom of Hador will naturally not be indifferent. They will enter a state of war and be ready to welcome the attack of the human army at any time. Opposite the Wild Crane Pass, in the city of Marius, the dwarf General Gord stationed here looked at the order sent by the Duke's mansion and then looked at the order of the Southern Command. According to the instructions of Lord Jemir, the eldest son of Duke Hador, the city of Marius should focus on defense and not take the initiative to attack the human army. But the order of the Southern Command was very clear, asking him to send troops to attack Yehiku and take it back. "General, we are the army of Lord Hador, the Duke. The army of the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom is second." A golden dwarf officer reminded softly. Dwarf General Gord nodded and put the order document from the Southern Command into the brazier. He was Duke Hador's man, not the king's subordinate. For this move, the surrounding dwarf officers were indifferent and did not think there was anything wrong with this move. The orders of Lord Duke and his heirs were higher than the orders of the kingdom to them. Pass the order down, keep alert. If the other side does not take the initiative to attack, we are not allowed to provoke. Also send people to watch the troops withdrawn from the West Hill Province. If they dare to disobey the Duke's order, send troops to suppress them directly. This place is the Grand Duke's territory, and everything must be based on the interests of the Grand Duke as the primary goal. "Yes, General." 8 gold-level dwarves stood up and answered loudly. Mid-August, war broke out in Barisan Province, Cassis Province, and Brack Province, and the army of the Kingdom of Ilia took the initiative to launch a large-scale offensive. After the king of the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom learned the information on the southern battlefield, he could only withdraw troops from the northern battlefield to support. As for the troops stationed in the capital, 3 legions were withdrawn to support Cassis Province and Brack Province. On the other side of the Misty River, looking at the land on the other side that exuded a foul smell, Wylan was very emotional. The scourge of the undead has been over for many years. In addition to being swept through the West Hill province by several dwarf legends and clearing most of the undead, the land is still polluted by the breath of the undead. On the shore, patrol troops pass by from time to time, smashing the undead that strayed into the east coast and pulling the bones to a special processing site, where priests take action and purify them with sacred fire. It seems that the dwarf army in the Duke of Hador is very restrained. In the past 2 months, no conflict has been heard. My lord, this is actually normal. Duke Hador must have known that the war is about to end. If he throws his army into the war, he will suffer losses for no reason. Anyway, we will eventually evacuate the territory of the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom. It doesn't matter whether we fight or not. In fact, there is one thing you haven't guessed. Wylan smiled proudly and answered, "Half a month ago, we returned the area in the south of the Duke of Hador and sent some things to the Duke to make up for his losses. This is why Duke Hador didn't want to fight. Otherwise, it will be less than 3 months, fighting for various reasons." Is that so? Kyle tilted his head. He didn't get the relevant information, and really didn't consider this. Wylan was in a good mood and said, "In general, there will be basically no war in the area around the Duke of Hador, but just in case, we still can't let our guard down. War is always unpredictable. The enemy may become an outsider. In short, anything can happen." Hador City, the capital of the Dukedom of Hador, is located on the top of the mountain. The Hador Castle is the residence of the dwarf Duke Hador, and it is also the place where his family, loyal subordinates, and their families live. "Father, this is the order of His Majesty the King, asking us to launch a raid on the province of Zigas in mid-October." Jimur placed a piece of iron book in front of his father and then stepped aside. Hador picked up the iron book, took a quick look at it, and threw it aside. "I remember that Maria City still has a part of the army withdrawn from Zikyu province." "Yes, father." Jima replied respectfully. "There are 7,000 troops led by Andra, a subordinate of the former governor of Zikyu province, Jade Iron Furnace, a mid-level gold warrior, under the jurisdiction of General Gold of Maria City. Order Gold to send this part of the army to attack Yahaku and give an explanation to our dear king. Other directions are strictly prohibited from taking any action without authorization. Ziga's province has been ruined by humans and turned into a wasteland. There is no benefit at all. Even if it is conquered, it will not become my territory. In addition, this war will end soon. In the future, please do not disturb me with official documents sent from the capital, unless it is urgent." "Yes, father." Jimur bowed his head and replied, then left the hall. On October 1, 9738 in the glorious calendar, there were still 7 months left before the end of the war, and he would be able to return to his territory. Varen told no one when the war would end. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a beautiful sound sounded in my ears again. 30 kilometers west of Yehaku, there are 3 petrified fire dragon eggs underground. Soaking them in the blood of the red dragon will reactivate these 3 eggs. A dragon egg is really a rare thing. Wylan touched his chin with anticipation. Over the past 10 years, he has raised 2 mutant rock monitor lizards, 3 mutant griffins, and 2 wind wolves. 3 more fire dragons would be good. I don't know if the red dragon is still alive. I hope it won't be played to death by Miss Anastasia. Otherwise, I will have to find the red dragon to activate these 3 petrified fire dragon eggs. Before departure, Miss Shia promised herself something, and she would not break her promise. The next morning, Varen called Orlando over. "Tonight, you go to the ground 30 kilometers away to retrieve 3 petrified eggs. Remember not to let too many people know about this." "Yes, my lord," Orlando answered respectfully. Varen could only let Orlando do this. As for Kyle, he went to the west coast to do some experiments. In short, it was very mysterious, so he didn't ask any more questions. 2 days later, Orlando brought back 3 petrified fire dragons. Varen lay on the low table, curiously observing the 3 fire dragon eggs which exuded a faint breath of life. As a druid, he could feel it. I took a look at it and it made a crisp sound. It was a good egg. Thanks a lot. "My lord, this is what I should do," Orlando replied with a smile. "I have been urging your brother more recently. If there is no war, he must practice hard." Wylin warned him. It was definitely not that he was practicing yesterday while this brat was wandering around. "Don't worry, lord, I will keep an eye on him," Orlando promised, patting his chest. For more than a year, his master had practiced very hard. During this period, while there was nothing going on in the army, Orlando put strict demands on himself and forgot about his brother for a while. 300 meters away from the Chinese military camp, Hebrew felt a chill on his back, as if something bad was about to happen to him. At night on January 10th, in a camp outside the east gate of Marius City, several dwarf officers gathered together to discuss the order suddenly given to them by General Gold, the defender of Marius City. "General Andela, although we have 7,000 troops, only 3,000 are soldiers. The other 4,000 are refugees who escaped from Zikyu province. They were thrown to us by Gord to supplement the number of troops. The actual combat strength is only the same as that of soldiers. The army of ordinary human nobles is too large to be of much use." A high-ranking silver dwarf officer replied in a low voice. Andra didn't answer. She turned to look at another subordinate and asked, "Mitched, how is the situation over there?" "General, according to the information I have collected, it is very likely that we have become abandoned. Please give us an explanation." The dwarf officer whose name was called had a bitter look on his face and replied, "How is that possible?" The dwarf sitting on the right side of Andra shouted loudly, "Didn't Gord promise us that we would serve as the vanguard and they attack from the side of Yehiku? Isn't he deceiving us?" Andra's eyes were scrutinized, and he didn't quite believe the intelligence collected by Mitchid. As a general, Gold not only reached the low level of Soul, but also controlled an army of 30,000 in Marius City. He was the leader of Hador. The Duke's eldest son, Gemil, has capable men, so there is no need to deceive them into a remnant army. "General, this is the alarm collected by my subordinates. May be true or it may be false. It's up to you to decide." Upon seeing this, Mitchid lowered his head and said. As Mitchid sat down, the tent became quiet. Everyone is thinking about the authenticity of this information. If Gord's enemies throw out this false information and cause them to miss the opportunity to fight, they may be detained or even beheaded on the spot. "Everyone, what do you think? How reliable is Mitchid's information?" Facing Andra's inquiry, the dwarf officers who were not thinking well all lowered their heads and did not dare to look at him. Looking around at the group of subordinates, Andela felt dizzy. Among his subordinates, only Mitchid has a strategy. The other 5 officers only know how to fight. Their minds are full of wine and blacksmithing, and then they can no longer hold anything more. "We only have 7 days. Once the 7 days are over, if we stay still, we will be greeted by Duke Hador's army. I believe you also know the bravery of the Duke's army. If you have any ideas, please tell us directly and see how to verify whether we are being treated as abandoned children." After another 3 minutes, a 1.2-meter tall dwarf stood up, took a sip of wine, touched his beard, and replied, "General, I suggest you capture some Marius City garrison officers and question them. Then you can know whether the news is true or false." Okay, sit down." Andela waved her hand helplessly and asked the dwarf officer to sit down. Those dwarf officers in Marius City who know the truth are all stronger than him. Are they going to arrest them? Several more dwarf officers stood up one after another. Some suggested pretending to attack and then taking the opportunity to evacuate and test it out. Others suggested going directly to the door to inquire and swear an oath in the name of the mountain dwarf god. Andra slapped his forehead, very speechless. These idiots simply treat others as fools. What kind of strength and status do you have, and what kind of strength and status do others have? Thinking about it from another perspective, don't I, Andra, need to make a guarantee to you people when I give the order? Okay, let's act accordingly. Since Gord wants us to fight Wild Heku, let's fight. General, are you really going to fight? Mitchid said loudly with a shocked look on his face. Fight, why not fight? Fighting is the same as winning or failing. If something goes wrong, just retreat. I don't believe they can do anything better than force us to die. Well, so far that's all. The governor of the original Stonehill province, Jed Ironforge, was transferred back to the royal capital by the king because of the undead natural disaster. His army, which was evacuated from the direction of Dishiku, was merged into the Angara province army and entered Duke Hador. The army he led was controlled by Duke Hador. According to military rules, Gold is now Andra's immediate superior. Disobeying his orders requires being tried. Without justifiable reasons, Andra can only choose to obey the order. Early the next morning, a large amount of military supplies were delivered to the army of the Zikyu Provincial Legion. It was called a legion in name, but in fact there were only 7,000 people, which was really shabby. After changing the equipment, Andela used 2,000 soldiers as the front army, 3,000 soldiers as the middle army, and the remaining 2,000 old and weak as the rear army to escort supplies. The news of the unusual movement in the dwarf direction was quickly delivered to Wylan by Kyle. Isn't the opponent's flag the flag of the army led by Duke Hador? Wylan confirmed again. Kyle nodded and replied, "Yes, my lord, according to the report sent by Viscount Edgar, the flag of this army is the West Hill Province Legion. A legion has at least 60,000 people. Even after reduction, this West Hill Province Legion has at least 30,000 people. It is a formidable enemy. Order Viscount Edgar to withdraw the troops and order the entire army to assemble." "Yes, General, the human army has withdrawn." A dwarf warrior walked quickly to Andra and reported loudly, "The enemy retreated first, what's going on?" Andra had a big question mark in his mind, which seemed a little different from what he expected. "General, I think we should postpone the action. Don't forget the battle 3 years ago." Michid reminded, "Yes, this may be a bait of the human army." Andra was certain that this group of treacherous human troops must be hiding some conspiracy. "Order the entire army to stop advancing and send another 100-man team to scout the situation. Report to me immediately if there is any unusual movement." "Yes, General." After receiving Andra's order, the dwarf warrior stood up and left quickly. 3 days later, in the tent, Wylan looked at the intelligence collected by the reconnaissance troops. His face was a little embarrassed. Kyle stood aside, trying not to laugh out loud. This is a bit embarrassing." Wylan thought that the West Hill Provincial Legion had at least 30,000 troops, but he didn't expect that there were only 7,000 people. This was really beyond his expectation. They actually had no backup troops. According to the intelligence obtained by Kyle's personal reconnaissance, the dwarf army stationed in Maria City showed no signs of action at all. This so-called West Hill Provincial Legion was just a discarded pawn pushed out by the other side, but I don't know what the reason is. "My lord, I think your vigilance is very good, and there is no need to blame yourself." Kyle comforted softly. Wylan waved his hand, feeling a little ashamed of his previous misjudgment and missing the best opportunity. "Come here." Outside the tent, 2 heralds heard the voice of the Legion commander, entered the tent, knelt on one knee and waited for orders. "Let Viscount Moncas and his men come to my tent for a meeting immediately." "Yes, Commander." After the herald left, Wylan half lay on the chair, looking at the smile on Kyle's face, feeling very embarrassed. "Just laugh about this matter, don't let others know." "Lord, don't worry. No one except me will know the truth." Kyle patted his chest and said. Half an hour later, the other 8 Viscounts of the 135th Legion arrived one after another, sat in the lower seats, and waited quietly. "Everyone, I have found out the situation. This dwarf army is the vanguard of Maria City. It is a test of Yehiku. Therefore, the commander of this legion has decided to defeat this defeated army and cut off the dwarves of Maria City from thinking about Yehiku. Viscount Moncas, you will be the commander this time, commanding the army of this headquarters, Viscount Algernon, Viscount Sigro, and Viscount Edger, a total of 16,000 people, as the troops to encircle and suppress the dwarf vanguard army this time." "Yes, Legion Commander." The 4 Viscounts stood up, bowed and saluted, and answered loudly. "The magic artillery troops directly under the Legion will also be handed over to you. In addition, I will send Lord Greff to support the battle. There is no need to worry about the other side having a strong soul-level person." "Yes." In the next half an hour, Wylan took advantage of this meeting to discuss some other important matters with the 8 Viscounts, mainly about his intention to build a road that runs through the 9 Viscounts' territories, ready to start after the war. Except for the 6 Viscounts who expressed their opinions on the spot and agreed to build the road, the other 2 Viscounts needed to discuss and give a reply in 3 days. Wylan was not angry about this move. This was originally a proposal. Everyone discussed it. There was no need to force the other party to accept his proposal immediately. Not long after the meeting was dissolved, Wylan received a letter from Russell, of the 134th Legion. Did Russell bribe someone in my legion? He knew about this so quickly. The other party told him that if reinforcements were needed, it could support 12,000 troops. My lord, it might be. Kyle was also a little uncertain. After all, the two legions were not far away, only about 200 kilometers. If something happened in Yehiku, King Shishin would soon receive relevant information. Forget it, reply to Russell for me. Thank you for his kindness, but I can deal with this group of dwarf troops myself. Weilin put the letter away and said to Kyle. Hearing this, Kyle sat down immediately, took the paper and pen, copied Weilin's handwriting, and began to write a letter. Weilin lay on the low table, tilting his head to stare at the handwriting on the paper. The handwriting looked more like his own than his own. He even felt that if he compared his handwriting with the handwriting on the paper, his handwriting might be regarded as fake. After Viscount Monkas left Weilin's tent, he immediately began to train the army and dispatch troops. The other three Viscounts handed over the command of their own troops and served as Viscount Monkas's deputies. The actions of tens of thousands of troops would inevitably attract the attention of the Zikyu Provincial Legion stationed in the northern area of Yehiku. The first moment Andra received the news, he ordered people to break camp and prepare for retreat. If you can beat them, fight. If you can't beat them, run. In the past few days, he has realized that they have really become abandoned pawns. Just as the intelligence collected by Michid shows. Mickey, you lead 1,000 troops and retreat first. Mickey asked worriedly, General, what about you? Andra patted Michid's shoulder and said guiltily, Don't worry, can't you run away if you can't beat me? It was my commander who made a mistake in judgment and trusted God too much before, which led to the current situation. Now that things have come to this, we must fight the human army. Fleeing without fighting is a deserter, and retreating after defeat is a defeated army. The nature is completely different. Besides, God will not stand by and watch me die. If I die, Duke Hador will not be able to explain to the capital. Follow your orders, General. Mickey saluted and then left the tent. Looking at the other parties back as he left, Andra was not sure whether God would save him in times of crisis. The words just now were all his own words, just to reassure his capable subordinate. Compared to the high probability of dying on the battlefield, Michid can play a greater role if he is alive. In the future reconstruction of Zikyu province, he will definitely become the governor's right-hand man. Taking advantage of the night, Misides was ordered to lead 1,000 troops, under the pretext of transporting supplies, to return to Marius to collect military supplies. The next morning, on the plain of the Yehiku River, 16,000 troops lined up and slowly advanced towards the dwarf camp. Seeing this, Andra commanded the army to go out of the camp to fight. Among the 6,000 troops, only 2,000 soldiers quickly formed a team, and the remaining 4,000 troops, mostly under the scolding of officers, formed the front line. The old and weak are in the front line. Why is this vanguard army of Marius City so strange? Faced with the words of Viscount Sigro, a young man under the age of 40, the other three Viscounts kept silent and did not respond. Aware of the strange atmosphere around him, Viscount Sigro immediately shut up, realizing that he was a little nonsense, and retreated behind the three people to reduce his presence. Seeing this, Viscount Monkas shook his head. Sigro was still too young. Some things were known to oneself, and some things did not need to be said by oneself, otherwise everyone would be embarrassed. March. Dozens of messengers informed the entire army of Viscount Monkas's order. The huge army began to move forward slowly. Facing the endless human army, the dwarf warriors at the front swallowed their saliva, looked at the sharp dagger in the commander's hand, and dared not move rashly. Andra looked solemn, commanding the army to move forward to face this battle that was bound to fail. Dozens of energy bombs smashed into the dwarf army. Formation and hundreds of dwarf warriors turned into bloody pieces, staining the earth red. Seeing the riot in the front army, Andra ordered his guards to suppress it and killed dozens of people, which stabilized the army formation and prevented it from being defeated. 12 rounds of magic cannons fired, taking the lives of nearly 800 dwarf soldiers. Andra looked normal and continued to order the troops to advance. When the two sides were 1,000 meters away, Monkas ordered to stop the bombardment and ordered the front army to go forward to fight. The enemy's army formation was very sparse. consuming a mid-level magic crystal and firing an energy bomb, which could only take the lives of more than a dozen dwarf warriors. Although the gain was not worth the loss, this was the military supplies distributed by the kingdom. It would be a waste if it was not used anyway. It would not cost its own money. The two sides launched a brutal and bloody fight, and the figures of dwarves and human warriors were intertwined. Every moment, dwarves lost their lives, and human warriors also fell. The blood dyed the earth red, proving the cruelty and ruthlessness of war. The blood gathered together and flowed into the misty river, dyeing the riverbank red and attracting countless aquatic creatures. Viscount Moncas, this battle should end. Grafe opened his eyes and said. Moncas heard this and said respectfully, "Then I'll trouble you, sir." Grafe nodded, his figure disappeared and appeared behind Andra. Before he could react, he took off the other's head, cut off the big flag, and left the place immediately. Seeing the other side's flag fall, Moncas no longer hesitated and ordered the whole army to charge, not to let any enemy run away. "Sir, the flag fell, and the general is gone." A dwarf warrior touched the broken flesh on his face, pointed to the back. His voice was filled with fear. The dwarf officer heard this, turned his head and looked, and his faith in his heart was shattered. After a brief moment of unconsciousness for a few seconds, he was awakened by the sound of fighting on the battlefield. He clenched the hammer in his hand and ordered loudly, "Retreat." Gathering more than 80 soldiers around, with the dwarf officers as the spearhead, they broke out to the north. When the other dwarf officers saw the flag fall, they realized that the command center was gone. With the idea of preserving their strength, they gathered the surviving soldiers around them and broke out. Facing the encirclement of tens of thousands of troops, only about 1,000 dwarf troops successfully broke out. "My lord, we killed 3,000 dwarves. But according to the prediction on the battlefield, only 1,200 dwarves escaped. This time we won a great victory." A knight came to Moncas and reported respectfully, "Gather the injured soldiers and send them to the wounded camp as soon as possible for the priest to treat them." "Yes, my lord." The knight bowed and saluted, then retreated. Seeing this, Edgar sighed. "We have suffered at least 4,000 casualties in this battle, but we have replaced 5,000 dwarves, which is a great victory. In the final analysis, the strength of our army's lower-level soldiers is not as good as that of the dwarf warriors, otherwise it would not be like this." Viscount Sigro shook his head and said, "There is no way. The lower limit of our human beings is like that. We can't beat the dwarves, but we have a numerical advantage, which is also a kind of comfort." Viscount Algernon said, causing the other people to nod in agreement. In addition to Edgar, Moncas, Algernon, and Sigro have made up their minds in their hearts that no matter what the price, they must buy the meat jerky that can accelerate cultivation from Wylan. Compared to those barons, they see farther and know very well that in order to gain more military exploits, in addition to their own strength and network resources, the combat effectiveness of the army is also very important. If there is an opportunity but no strong army, even if the cake is placed in front of you, you can't eat it. Maria City Lord's Mansion General Andra died in battle. Of the 7,000 troops he led, there are still more than 2,000 people. The rest died in Yehiku. A gold-level dwarf stood in front of Gourd and answered with his head down. "Who is managing the 2,000 troops now?" A dwarf officer named Mitchid, with high-level silver strength, is now temporarily taking over the position of general and controlling the 2,000 troops. The gold dwarf warrior heard this and answered with his head down. "Report this matter to Lord Jemiel and ask how to deal with it." "Yes, General." 3 days later, the organization of the Zikyu Provincial Legion was abolished, and the 2,000 remnants of the army led by Mitchid were dismantled into 3 parts and transferred to the patrol force of Maria City. As for the officers in the army, they were all detained on the spot in the name of defeated generals. After repelling the dwarf Zikyu Provincial Legion, Yehiku returned to its former peace. The two sides were clearly divided and did not offend each other. In November of the 9,738th year of the glorious calendar, the Kingdom of Ilia gathered 3 million troops to attack the Barasan-Kassasan-Brak defense line. Its purpose was very obvious, which was to attack the capital of the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, Hill City, and force the Dwarf King to withdraw 12 legions from the northern battlefield to support it. For the suddenly crazy Kingdom of Ilia, The king of the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom had already had a plan to deal with it, opening the spare treasury to support the southern battlefield. But under this situation, the soil exchange plan it had formulated could only be abandoned. The kingdom of Bashio took this opportunity to bet tens of millions of troops just to regain the lost land and wash away the shame on its body. In mid-December, the scale of the war further expanded. There was still no war in Yehiku. "Uncle Sen, why are you here?" Wylan looked at this uninvited guest and was a little surprised. Why did his uncle not stay in the 27th Corps and come here? Baman sat down beside Wylan and said coldly, "Why, my nephew, do you welcome me so much?" Yeah. Wylan nodded in cooperation, but when he saw his uncle about to take action, he changed his face and said softly, "Uncle, I'm kidding, don't do it. Your strength has improved a lot. It seems that in a few decades you will beat your uncle in return." No, I'm not that kind of person. Wylan agreed, but he had another idea in his heart. When he has the strength, he can try it. "Okay, I don't know what you are thinking." Seeing his nephew's little thoughts, Bauman did not hesitate to expose them. Seeing this situation, Wylan was thick-skinned enough to pretend that nothing had happened. "As long as I didn't say it, even if you guessed it, it didn't matter. There was no evidence anyway." "Okay, I came to you for a serious matter this time." Bauman looked at his nephew with a normal face and also extinguished the idea of teasing him, sat up straight and said, "What's the matter? Is there a treasure under Yehiku?" Wylan asked curiously, tilting his head. Bauman was very surprised when he heard this and looked at Wylan as if he saw a ghost. Wylan looked at his uncle's expression and asked uncertainly, "Is there really a treasure?" "It really does." Wylan immediately sat up straight and said in a deep voice, "Tell me, third uncle. What do you want me to do?" Bauman did not answer immediately, but took out a magic instrument and held up a barrier. "My uncle got the news about this treasure by chance. The target of the Hurricane Legion is too big, and the soul-level extraordinary beings around him cannot be mobilized directly. There are only a few hundred people around me. Once mobilized, it will cause Boolean Bourne their attention, so the task of searching for the treasure can only fall on you. If it were an ordinary treasure and the benefits were shared, this matter wouldn't be so troublesome. Now that the third uncle has come to him in the name of the patrol force, this shows that the so-called treasure may be just an item, and it has great value and cannot be known to others. My uncle told me how the treasure was stored at the bottom of the Misty River. The specific location is at Yehiku." Bamon narrated in a low voice. Seeing this, Wylan opened the rolled-up topographic map and said, "Uncle Third, how many years have you had this news?" "I don't know. My cousin didn't go into details. Maybe he doesn't know either." Bauman shook his head. He didn't know, he only received so much information. "Okay, leave this to me. But I don't know if I can find it." Wylan didn't say anything more. He had his own considerations. Since the third uncle didn't know, there was no point in asking further. Afterwards, Bamond removed the magic barrier, and the two talked for another half an hour and then began to inspect the army. 2 days later, after Wylan sent away his third uncle, he began to adjust the army at Yehiku. In the process, Varen asked Orlando to serve as the River Patrol General, commanding the 3 brigades of Kixing Camp with 500 people, taking over the task of Uncle Edgar. At the same time, in order not to arouse suspicion from others, Varen made adjustments to the troops of several other viscounts and changed their missions. No one expressed doubts about the move of their regiment commander. They just thought it was a bit cumbersome and complained a little, then let it go. To find information about the entrance to the treasure, Varen handed over this arduous task to Kyle. 3 days later, Kyle returned to the military camp and entered Varen's tent. He shook his head and said, "My lord, I didn't find anything." "That's it." Wylan looked up at the Yehiku map on the map, looked up at Kyle and asked, "Is there any other place called Yehiku in the Misty River?" "Lord, you are saying that in the distant past this place was not called Yehiku. The real Yehiku is not the current Yehiku." "Yes." Wylan nodded and replied, "Perhaps at some time in the past, the Misty River changed its course. The original Yehiku has now become the earth, and the land in the past has become the current river channel. Then this will be difficult. Without specific reference, it could be Yehiku anywhere." After hearing this, Kyle said helplessly, "If you search around, I have a hunch that there must be a reason why this place is called Yehiku. Maybe the ancient river channel is right next to the current Yehiku." "Lord, I will try my best." Kyle said helplessly, "Thanks a lot. It's an honor to serve you." 6 days later, Kyle searched an area of 10,000 square kilometers, surveying the surrounding terrain in all directions. However, the location of the ancient river was beyond Wyland's expectations. It was located in Zikyu province, more than 50 kilometers away from the current Misty River. This is going to be difficult. Wyland walked around the tent, thinking about countermeasures. The pollution of the undead breath not only pollutes the land, but also infects the magic power. This means that although the ancient river has been found, the teleportation array located in the ancient river has been destroyed. Can you fix it? I know a little bit, I can give it a try. Kyle didn't promise to Wyland. If he couldn't fix it himself, it would be embarrassing. Try it first. If it doesn't work, I'll invite Mr. Oder over. If it still doesn't work, forget it and leave it to my cousin to do it himself. Wyland patted his head and spoke his mind very simply. Talk. It's not that I'm not strong enough, it's that this problem is too complex, and my abilities are limited. In the dark night, letting Huey guard the entrance of the camp, Kyle took Wyland and flew over the Misty River, landing on the ancient river channel 50 kilometers away from the river. There are countless bones scattered around, as well as a few low-level skeletons. Before they even came within 100 meters of the two of them, they were burned to ashes by the light aura emitted by Kyle. Isn't this the result of your experiment in Zikyu province a few months ago? Kyle nodded slightly and said softly, "This is holy flame. I haven't fully grasped its power, but it is enough to deal with these undead." After saying that, he opened his right hand, and a flame beat in the palm of his hand as if it was alive. Wyland gently touched his fingers to the flame and did not feel any heat at all. Instead, it was very warm, which brought a kind of comfort to his soul. "Can I learn?" Kyle regretted. "Lord, it's a pity that you can't learn." "Forget it. I'd better not add more training tasks to myself," Wyland said, pretending to be generous, but he still felt a little disappointed in his heart. Kyle showed a helpless look on his face. This extraordinary skill is exclusive to angels or creatures with angel blood. For other creatures, learning this skill is tantamount to self-destruction of souls and burning their souls to ashes. Then Kyle began to search along the ancient river channel. It took more than 3 hours to find something unusual 50 kilometers away from the starting point. "Don't do it yet, let me try." Seeing Kyle preparing to dig the soil with brute force, Wyland waved to stop him and cast the druid spell Woodheart Channel. Ordinary plants began to grow downwards under Wyland's magic. Close your eyes and feel the vision of the plant. 300 meters from the ground, you will come to a hole. "Here we are." Wyland opened his eyes and said something. He came to the front of the plant and gently tapped it. The shell opened, revealing the channel inside. Kyle watched his master enter the plant and slide down and nodded. Hard practice is still good. At least he didn't know this method before. Coming to the plant, Kyle reached out and touched it. Could clearly feel that the plant would only exist for 10 days at most, then it would wither and merge with the earth. "It's a little short, but it's already very good." After saying that, Kyle entered the slide and went underground. After the two left, the part of the plant exposed on the ground began to change, disguising itself as an ordinary bush. Through the hollow slide of the plants, the two came to a space supported by plants, which was neither too big nor too small. Just 300 square meters. Kyle came to the abandoned teleportation array and carefully studied the information on it. The most basic text for constructing the teleportation array was the natural text of the elves, which was enough to prove that the treasures stored in it might be the remains of the elves. "How is it?" Wyland asked expectantly. Kyle's face was a little solemn. "I'll try it." Seeing this, Wyland stepped aside and did not disturb Kyle's attempt. Gently waved his hand, brushed off the dust on it, revealing the array base of the teleportation array, and with the inherited memory, took out a lot of materials and began to repair the teleportation array. After half an hour of analysis, Kyle analyzed their respective functions by sorting the remaining traces of the natural text. This abandoned teleportation array is composed of 81 natural texts, of which 36 natural texts are used to calibrate the spatial orientation, 18 are used to stabilize spatial transmission, and the other 18 natural texts are related to energy. The natural text for spatial positioning cannot be replaced, otherwise it is easy to lose the spatial coordinates. The 18 natural texts used for stable spatial transmission can all be replaced with celestial texts, which are more stable than before. For the last 18 natural texts, any magic text can be replaced as long as it can provide stable energy. Considering stability and simplicity, secret text is the most suitable. Kyle wrote and drew on the paper, constantly deleting. It's not that he is unwilling to use natural text to repair, but each natural text has as many as thousands of strokes, and each step has a specific meaning. Even if the elves learn this kind of magic text, they can only learn one per year on average. Wai Lin squatted aside, looking at Kyle curiously, sometimes frowning, sometimes muttering. In less than an hour, Kyle's left side had piled up more than 300 chapters filled with dense text. Okay. Wai Lin heard the words, ran forward and asked, "How is it?" "My lord, it should be possible. As long as the natural text for spatial positioning of this teleportation array can be restored, I have a 90% chance of success." Kyle smiled and answered, "Don't be too stressed. If you really can't do it, forget it." Wai Lin comforted him. Then, Wai Lin picked up the 300 pieces of information written by Kyle and retreated 10 meters away to not disturb him to repair it. Before officially repairing the first natural text, Kyle used space as paper and began to practice the writing method of natural text. Although the inherited memory recorded the detailed writing method of natural text and its various meanings, it still needs practice to actually write it out. It was the first time that Wai Lin saw the natural text of the elves. It was not a flat text, but a three-dimensional text. Every stroke contained Kyle's own magic power, which was bright and dark. 10 minutes passed, and Kyle completed the first practice of the first natural text. Touching his chin, looking at the first natural text, he was very dissatisfied. Compared with the inherited memory, the text he wrote for the first time had 383 lines that were too thick, 266 lines that were too thin, and 88 places where the infused magic power was unstable, which was easy to form blockages, causing the natural text to collapse. This first natural text only had 530. 3 strokes that met Kyle's requirements. He waved his hand to disperse the first natural text and then practiced for the second time. Wai Lin sat aside, watching intently as a bystander, witnessing how a genius learns. The first practice took 10 minutes, the second practice took 8 minutes, the third practice took only 5 minutes, and the fourth practice was faster and more skillful, and it took only 3 minutes to complete the practice. Looking at his masterpiece, Kyle nodded, slapped the text with his hand, came to the abandoned teleportation array, and began to write the first natural text. The next step was to repeat the practice, writing. Practicing and writing. Knowingly, 18 hours passed, and Kyle looked at the 36th natural text being repaired by himself, and he was relieved, smiled, and lay on the ground. Seeing this, Wai Lin ran forward, fished out a bunch of fruits from the space of the druid's book and placed them in front of Kyle and whispered, "Take a rest." Relieving the mental pressure, Kyle sat up, picked up the crystal-clear fruit and took a bite. "The taste of this fruit seems to be a little different," Kyle said with some surprise. Wai Lin was a little proud and answered, "Ha ha ha, after my cultivation, this ordinary fruit is transforming into an extraordinary resource, but it will take a long time to cultivate, which is also an attempt of mine." "Very good," Kyle praised. After resting for 3 hours, Kyle began to use the heavenly text to replace the 18 natural texts used for stable space transmission. Compared with natural texts, the heavenly text is innate to Kyle, and the writing speed is very fast. In less than an hour, 13 heavenly texts replaced 18 natural texts. Finally, Kyle studied the secret text for several hours and began to repair it. From the beginning of analysis to the completion of repair, it took a total of 48 hours, equivalent to 2 days and 2 nights, but for the 2, there was no feeling of fatigue, and they were still energetic. Then, Wai Lin took out 10 high-level magic crystals and handed them to Kyle. He took the high-level magic crystals and embedded them into 10 grooves one by one, and then used his own magic power as a trigger to activate the teleportation array that had been sealed for many years. 10 minutes later, Kyle guided his magic power and walked through the 36 natural texts, 13 heavenly texts, and 38 secret texts, so that these 3 different magic texts would be connected in series, so as not to conflict with each other and cause accidents during the transmission. After the first round of attempts, Kyle started the second and third rounds of unblocking to ensure that there were no problems. Wai Lin squatted on the left side, looking at the complex texts. Except for a few secret texts that he could understand, he didn't know what the others meant. Anyway, it felt very mysterious. Each stroke contained different amounts of magic energy, They looked similar to laymen, but their internal operation methods were indeed very different. Half an hour later, the last check was completed. Kyle turned the energy hub and connected it to the high-level magic crystal to guide the internal energy. The next moment, a faint light flickered and a channel was formed. In addition, the 10 high-level magic crystals dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Unlike the teleportation array used between the Kingdom of Ilya, which was activated and teleported, this ancient teleportation array directly opened the channel to connect the two places. Looking at the deep passage, Wyland's eyes were full of curiosity. To be on the safe side, Kyle split an energy clone and sent it into the space channel to investigate the situation. 10 minutes later, Kyle opened his eyes. And Wyland couldn't wait to ask, "How is it?" "Everything is safe. There is an ancient ruins opposite." "Which should be the treasure storage place you mentioned, my lord." Kyle stood up and replied with a smile, "Let's go in first." The two entered the space channel one by one and headed for the unknown ancient elf ruins. After passing through the teleportation array, the two came to a cave. There are all kinds of plants growing around, growing freely and without restraint. The blooming flowers on the vines emit a faint light, dispelling the darkness and illuminating the cave world. Stepping on the thick roots, the two of them moved forward slowly. Since entering this place, Kyle has not let down his guard. No one knows where the danger will come from, so there is nothing wrong with being cautious. At the entrance of the palace, two human warriors stood. Their entire bodies were entangled with vines, and their original faces could not be seen clearly. Kyle suddenly stepped forward, came to the left side of the broken door, grabbed a broken crystal scattered on the ground, squeezed it gently, and turned it into dust. At least 30,000 years ago. So, this may not be the ruins of the Ovelia Moon Elf Kingdom, but why is the teleportation array using the natural language of the elves? Varen came to Kyle's side, full of doubts in his heart. Perhaps the answer lies within. Before entering the first gate, Varen put two human warrior statues into the druid's book. After thousands of years, they still exist. Maybe they are some kind of treasure. Let's take them first. "Lord, do you think there will be any tests here?" Kyle turned around and asked. Varen shook his head and said, "Probably not. The journey to Mida's space was set up by Lord Midas. It is obviously just a storage place for items with at most some guards. Look at the crystal in your hand. It has been eroded by time and turned into gray. Look at this door made of mithril and other materials. The broken marks are like a face full of wrinkles and wounds. It is obvious that a fierce war took place here, and even if there were defense means, they must have been almost destroyed." After that, Varen removed the door and inserted it into the space in the Book of Druids, despite the objections of the Book of Druids. "This is worth a lot of money. Take it back and give it to Lord Oder to study it. Maybe there will be unexpected gains." "Maybe you're right." Afterwards, the two continued to move forward and stepped into it. What appeared in front of them was a battlefield relic, with broken weapons and mottled armor randomly placed on the floor tiles. After the precipitation of time, the bones of living creatures can no longer be seen here, and they may have become fertilizer for these plants. Taking a few steps forward, Varen squatted down, picked up a long sword, and brushed off the dust on it. The name Zephyr Ambrose was printed on it. This should be the owner of the long sword during his lifetime. This sword should have been made by a Zerita man. Kyle stood aside, folding his hands on his chest. Zerita people. The Zercita people established the Zercita Kingdom 40,000 years ago. They had no mainstream beliefs. Their kingdom's unique magic pattern swordsmen and magic pattern knights were world famous. However, they were eventually involved in a conspiracy and the country was destroyed. So, this country was still before the magical calendar. Yes, Kyle nodded and said, before the magic calendar, there was the solar calendar. The country was destroyed in the solar calendar 67,834. Some of its surviving descendants left the Sinapis subcontinent, some entered the land of chaos, and a small number hide. In other words, this place is most likely a hiding place for the descendants of the kingdom of Zesida. Then the Moon Elves discovered it and launched a war of encirclement and suppression. Varen touched his chin and said, "I don't know, maybe the truth is what you said. At the end of the solar calendar, the kingdom of Zaida founded by the Zaida people was once the most powerful kingdom in the Synapse subcontinent. At its peak, it covered hundreds of millions of square kilometers. There are hundreds of legends, and there are 9 large-scale floating cities with unfathomable backgrounds. Moreover, the Jersey Tower people also have a hobby of building underground buildings. This may be one of the hiding places for the Jersey Tower people after the destruction of the country. Wylan asked curiously, "How do you know so clearly?" 40,000 years ago, during the War of Annihilation against the Kingdom of Zesida, angels were instructed by world consciousness and sent an angel army to participate. My grandfather's grandfather was the commander of the expeditionary army at that time. Kyle was somewhat he explained helplessly. Forget it, never mind. The armor and weapons here have not decayed after 40,000 years. It must be treasures, put them away first. Regarding this topic, Varen did not continue. Anyway, the Kingdom of Zesida has become history and has been submerged in the long river of history. Tens of thousands of years have passed from now. Who else will pursue it except the descendants of the Kingdom of Zesida? History of the Kingdom of Zesida. Immediately, Varen took the druid's book in his hand, picked up the weapons and armor on the ground, whether they belonged to the Zesida people or the Moon Elves, and threw them all in at once. Kyle saw this and helped collect weapons. With this angel by his side, the Book of Druid restrained himself a lot and did not dare to act rashly. He honestly ate these things and stored them in his body. 3,000 sets of armor, 2,500 swords, and 500 bows and arrows. It's a big harvest. These things have not been corrupted for thousands of years, which is enough to prove the exquisite forging skills. As temporary cleaners, the two of them cleaned the area between the first palace gate and the second palace gate to make this area tidy. Looking at the clean floor tiles, Varen squatted down and knocked it with his hands. Then, regardless of the Book of Druid's protests, he took off the floor tiles and stuffed them into its belly. In Wylan's opinion, everything here has withstood the test of time and must be of great value. He will definitely not suffer any loss when he takes it back. Entering the second area, there were only weapons and armor scattered here, and no corpses. So, the two repeated the previous actions and cleaned this area as cleaners. Coming to the third area, unlike the previous two areas, there were only 3 corpses here, floating in the center of the square, distorting the surrounding space. Seeing this, Kyle stretched out his hand to block Wylan, so that he would not get too close, and then differentiated an energy incarnation, signaling him to move forward. When approaching the 3 corpses for 500 meters, Kyle's light blue clone collapsed in an instant without any signs. "My lord, there is a problem with that space. It should be some magic props used. I suggest you bypass it." Kyle's face became solemn and advised Wylan. "Okay." Wylan nodded in agreement with a serious face. Even Kyle felt it was difficult, and he was sure he could not solve it. It was right to bypass it. Then Kyle condensed 3 light blue energy clones and tested the flank of the square to find the way to the hall. After 2 clones collapsed in succession, they finally found a relatively safe path. Kyle protected Wylan behind him and followed the traces left by the energy clones, carefully crossing the square. Half an hour later, the two bypassed this strange square and came to the entrance of the hall. Pushing open the wooden door, rows of magic lamps automatically light up, illuminating the hall. At the end of the hall, there were 3 light pillars, attracting the 2 of them forward. Close to the light pillar, you can clearly see 3 items stored inside: a sword, a square box, and a book. Could these be the treasures stored here? Wylan reached out to touch it but was knocked away. Seeing this, Kyle teleported behind Varen, released his strength, and landed 100 meters away from the light beam. It seems that some kind of key is needed to take out the contents. Wylan stood firm and shook his numb arm. He was a little hasty. If this is where the descendants of Zesida are hiding, the key to unlocking these 3 beams of light may be the blood of the Zesida royal family. Or it may be a certain item, Kyle said while holding the 3 beams of light. Maybe. Seeing the treasure but not being able to take it, it was impossible for Wylan not to regret it. "Lord, let me try to see if I can break it open by force. If it doesn't work, I have to give up." "Okay, give it a try. It is best to treat a dead horse as a living horse, doctor, and it is best if you can succeed, and you will not suffer a loss if you fail. Be careful and don't force it." "I see." Kyle nodded and replied, motioning for Varen to retreat 1,000 meters away to leave enough space for him to perform. Squinting his eyes and looking at the 3 beams of light, Kyle spread his hands and rubbed out the holy flame. Kyle stood in the hall, and the flames in the sky were under the control of his will, burning everything around him. Immediately afterwards, a small glory of light was displayed, and the area around the hall instantly became a mess, but the 3 light pillars still stood without any signs of wear and tear. Seeing this scene, Kyle's mood became a little solemn. He tried other combat techniques one after another, but the beam of light remained unscathed, as if silently mocking his powerlessness. "My lord, I did my best." Wylan was shocked when he saw Kyle's destructive power and comforted him. "Forget it. If you can't open it, then you can't open it. Anyway, I'm just helping Grandpa find the entrance." Such powerful destructive power could not break the light pillar, so Wylan gave up the idea of seizing the treasure. "If my cousin can get this news, he may have some ancient books in his hand and may know some information about this ruins." However, before leaving, the two dismantled the main hall and stuffed it all into the space of the druid's book. "No matter what, you can't suffer a loss. Take what you can get first." Looking at his masterpiece, Wylan nodded with satisfaction and returned along the original path. "Looking for the entrance to the treasure for my cousin, I made more or less money, not a loss." Through the teleportation array, the two returned to the ancient channel of the Misty River. Kyle squatted next to the teleportation array, reached out and erased the secret text, and encrypted the celestial text in another text. After doing all this, Kyle transmitted the opening method to his master's mind. "Tell me, how many words do you know?" "Including ordinary words and magic words, yes." Wylan nodded. Kyle touched his chin and said, "Secret script, celestial script, natural script, dragon language, dwarven language, common language, Kalish script." "Okay, learned, Master Kyle. Please stop talking. If you continue, your family leader's confidence will be hit again." Varen waved his hand to stop Kyle from continuing to answer. Hey, I won't say anything anymore." "Oh, I want to be quiet." Wylan squatted on the ground, staring at the teleportation array, relaxing his mind and comforting himself. Half an hour later, the two returned to the ground, marked this mark on the map, and set off back to the military camp. Everything in the 135th Legion was normal in the 3 days after Wylan left. Everyone was accustomed to the fact that the Legion commander did not leave the camp for several days. He must be either practicing or training. This has been made public within the Legion, as secret. At night, Varen handed the letter written in the family secret script to 2 loyal guards, asking them to deliver it to the hands of his third uncle Bammond. 2 days later, at the headquarters of the 27th Corps, after receiving the letter from his nephew, Bammond did not open it and read it. After sending his nephew away, he called his confidant over. "Go to the 6th Command and give this letter to Earl Hurricane." "Yes, Lord." The gold mid-level knight possessed him and saluted, stood up and left, taking the logistics troops with him to go to the 6th headquarters to collect the combat preparation materials needed for these 3 months. On the way to Serap province, the gold intermediate knight was questioned by waves of patrol troops. Having Bauman's token saves you a lot of trouble. Arriving at a type of magic war fortress, the gold mid-level knight asked the troops to wait again and went to the area where Earl Hurricane was alone. "My lord, Lord Bauman's guardian knight has an important meeting." A guard entered Earl Hurricane's office, knelt down on one knee, and replied respectfully, "Let him in." Earl Hurricane put down the documents in his hands and said in a deep voice. Not long after, the golden mid-level warrior entered Earl Hurricane's office, handed the letter to Iorises, and then exited the office. There is no signature on the cover of the letter. I opened it and looked at it. The more I looked at it, the more frightened I became, and my hands couldn't help but tremble. I didn't expect that Wylan actually found it, but it's not easy to get it back. With a slight force, the letter broke into pieces, burned spontaneously in the air, and disappeared. Then, Count Hurricane carefully studied the 3 fragments of ancient books that he had accidentally obtained from the space ring and interpreted them again with guesses. According to Wylan's guess, the missing section here is the key to open the 3 beams of light. If it is the blood of the descendants of the royal family of Zeshita, this matter is easy to handle, but if it is an object as a key, then we can only give up. Iorises carefully held the fragments of ancient books, fearing that he would destroy them if he exerted force. His wife has the blood of the descendants of the royal family of Zeshita. As long as his daughter tries, she will know whether she can open it. If not, she can only give up temporarily. Then, Iorises put away the fragments of ancient books and ordered someone to call his daughter Shirley over. "Father." Shirley came to the office and said expressionlessly, "I need you to do something. Go to the 135th Legion to find Wylan in the name of support. He will tell you some information. The key may be your bloodline. If it is, take it back. If not, you can give it up." "Yes, father. Put your own safety first. Go. I understand." Shirley Akers saluted again and then left her father's office. That old thing seems to have noticed something and has to cover it up again. It's really troublesome. The old thing mentioned by the Hurricane Earl is none other than the old fox, Marquis Alex Simeses. 2 days later, Shirley Akers arrived at Yehiku. Facing his cousin, Wyland told her the details of some things with an attitude of respect for the elders, but faced with a cold face, he had no interest in continuing the communication. Wyland did not go with her, but still let Kyle take her to the ancient river channel of the Misty River to try to retrieve the things stored in the light column. 3 days later, the situation was unexpected. The key to open the 3 light columns was indeed the blood of the royal family of Zeshita. Not only did Wyland feel the good luck of his uncle, but he could actually find the blood of the royal family of Zeshita with such a high blood concentration. According to the unspoken rules of this world, the blood concentration of the royal blood as the key is generally 50%. And even 70% is more demanding. "My lord, do we need to do anything else?" Kyle asked in a low voice. Wyland looked at the flying dragon's shadow and shook his head. "Forget it. I think those 3 things may only be driven by the descendants of the Zeshita royal family. Even if I shamelessly ask my uncle for them, although he is likely to give them to me, it is better to do less than more. It is not worthwhile to use favors here." "That's true." Kyle nodded in agreement. The war is about to end, and the Kingdom of Ilia is about to launch a population migration and distribution plan. Kixing territory will enter a busy period next. On April 10, 9739 of the glorious calendar, the Kingdom of Ash and the Kingdom of the Holy Mountain Dwarves announced a truce and agreed to negotiate in Marseille, the capital of the Marseille Autonomous Principality. On April 15, the Kingdom of Ilia, the Kingdom of Bashio and the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom announced a truce and negotiated in the border town of Aslake City, in the Busilia province of the Principality of Borderland. The news of the truce negotiation spread at the fastest speed on the southern battlefield and the northern battlefield. Both the army of the Kingdom of Ilia and the army of the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom began to plunder in the hope of gaining the final benefits from the occupied areas. In this army's final carnival feast, the only one absent was the army of the Kingdom of Bashio. In the 135th Legion, facing the hopeful eyes of many nobles, Wyland knew what these nobles were thinking without thinking. The province of Zigas was turned into a wasteland. The entire province had a population of 1 million before the war. After 7 years of war, the current population is less than 200,000. But there are still benefits to be mined. I will not participate in this last carnival. Yehiku needs troops to garrison, so I, the Legion commander, will take on this task. In short, the same sentence: those who resist can be killed, civilians can be sold but not massacred, and the clergy must be respected and the Church of the Dwarf Mountain God must not be offended. Follow your orders, Legion commander. Then, Wyland waved his hand and ended the meeting. Wyland didn't care about the little prophet at all. The biggest gain of this war was the mining outside the Angara province, followed by the money looted in the war. The two sums added up to nearly 3.5 billion gold coins, more than the benefits obtained in the Principality of Borderland. No matter when, Wyland was very emotional. War is the best opportunity to make money. Transferring wealth is always faster than accumulating wealth. Master, after a half-month rest, you should start the next round of training. I can estimate that according to the current schedule, you can break through in December this year. Kyle put a new training schedule on the low table, smiling, waiting for his master's answer. Looking at the detailed plan above, Wyland smiled bitterly. Okay, my teacher, starting tomorrow, follow this new schedule. In early June, after the Ash Magic Kingdom and the Holy Mountain Dwarves signed the Marseille Agreement, the Kingdom of Ilia, the Kingdom of Bashio and the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom signed the Aslake Agreement. This agreement contains 7 contents about the Kingdom of Ilia and the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom. First, the Kingdom of Ilia needs to pay 85 million gold coins to purchase the former Greenville Province, Fusta Province, and Goffrey Province of the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom. That is, the Northern New Land, a new land with an area of up to 850,000 square kilometers. Second, within 6 months, that is, before December 15, 9739, of the glorious calendar, the Kingdom of Ilia will hand over the control of the 6 provinces of Zigas, Densabai, Latro, Divina, Stone Hill and Brora to the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, and the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom needs to pay a redemption fee of 600 million gold coins. Third, the two countries stipulate that a new national border will be drawn at the junction of the northern New Land and the four provinces of Latro, Divina, Stone Hill and Brora, and the upper limit of the garrison shall not exceed 30,000, and trade channels will be opened at the same time. Fourth, the Kingdom of Ilia allows the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom to redeem the Traffic Mountain. Dwarves. Seventh, both parties stipulated that within 100 years, neither the Kingdom of Ilia nor the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom could provoke a new war in any form, for any reason, or by any means. Under the witness of the Goddess of Life and the Dwarf Mountain God, the content of the agreement cannot be violated. In contrast, the agreement between the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom and the Kingdom of Bashio gave the mountain dwarves a big blow. The territorial fee of the Kingdom of Bashio alone was as high as 800 million gold coins, plus the defeated and captured nobles and military soldiers, adding up to 1 billion gold coins. In other treaties, the dwarves also took most of the benefits, who made the Kingdom of Bashio perform unexpectedly in this war and was hammered to the ground by the dwarves. With the signing of the Eslake Agreement, the war that lasted for 7 years and 3 months ended. The headquarters of the 27th Corps. This was the first meeting after the war and the last meeting before the disbandment of the 27th Corps. This meeting was not as serious as before. Everyone spoke freely, without any constraints of superiority and inferiority. The 135th Corps will return to the Kingdom of Ilia as the second batch of troops to withdraw in 3 months. After the summary meeting called the last meeting of the 27th Corps, Wyland talked with several other Legion commanders, took more than 40 war merit forms from Commander Bulborn, and returned to the 135th Corps. Back to Yehiku, Wyland held a meeting and distributed the war merit forms. Every noble had a happy face. Who doesn't like war merit? Every increase in war merit means that they have made a step forward. Inside the tent, Wyland looked at the battle records on the table. Everything he had experienced in the past 7 years came to mind one by one. Recalling these memories, he was very emotional. On June 18, 9730. 9 of the glorious calendar. The war between the Kingdom of Elijah and the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom ended. July 1, 9739. Glorious calendar, 6 p.m. In the open square of the military camp, Wyland entertained more than a dozen nobles who came here because of his reputation. They were all brought by Russell, the commander of the 134th Legion, and were from the province of Serap. There were 3 earls and 13 viscounts present, with Russell at the head. After understanding, Wyland basically figured out that most of the territories of these nobles were located in the northwest of Serap province, bordering the province of Cadero. The purpose of this group of people visiting him is self-evident. They want to trade with him. In the past, the province of Cadero was known as the weakest province in the kingdom. It basically had no foreign trade partners. What kind of unique resources would the province of Cadero, where the highest noble rank is only viscount, have? But the situation is different now. There is this descendant of the Eagle Earl as the chairman of the noble council of the province of Cadero. He is generous, kind to others, and most importantly, he does not eat alone. Lord Wyland, without your generosity, I would not have the opportunity to gain wealth. I express my respect to you again. A middle-aged noble stood up, bowed slightly, raised his wine glass to the level of his head, and expressed his gratitude one by one. Earl Boulder, there is no need to do this. Wyland stood up and responded with a smile. Viscount Moncas and his men were no longer surprised by the outrageous scene of an earl paying respect to a viscount. They all firmly believed that the achievements of the Legion commander would never stop here. At this moment, it was just the starting point. Several nobles from the province of Serap stood up to thank him, and Wyland responded one by one. I already know your purpose. I am very happy to promote the trade between the province of Cadlo and the northwest region of the province of Serap. The premise of wanting to conduct large-scale trade is to have a road that can withstand trade. That's natural. Russell, who was on an equal footing with Wyland, smiled and agreed with Wyland's proposal. I originally planned to build a road in the province of Cardero, together with the 9 viscounts' territories, to strengthen the connection and trade between each other. If you are interested, I would like to invite you to join us and build a transportation network in the province of Cardero and the northwest of the province of Serap. I, Boulder Chaston, agree with Lord Varen's proposal. I, Helena Knox, also agree. The second person to respond was a countess wearing a red long dress. Still charming and beautiful. Sitting next to her was a middle-aged knight, Valerian Knox, who was both the husband of the countess and her guardian knight. According to the information Varen knew, these two people were able to get together, and they had experienced ups and downs. They were enough to write 3 books, which would definitely be bestsellers in the kingdom, and those noble ladies would definitely love them. Everyone present agreed, and Varen was not surprised by this result. After all, no one would have trouble with money. As for the fact that the road construction would occupy the land of some small nobles, it was not within the scope of everyone's consideration at all. The little nobles were so happy to be able to participate in this trade that they had no time to resist. Everyone, we are able to get together again today. It may be difficult for us to get together again in the future. Let us celebrate this moment. Wylan raised his glass and said to everyone. The banquet officially began as everyone raised their glasses. The nobles from the 2 provinces communicated freely, got to know each other, and laid the foundation for future trade. On the main seat, Wylan moved to the side and came to Russell's low table. Brother Russell, it's not easy to meet each other. I'm lucky to meet you this time, Wylan. Come to my territory when you have time. Russell invited with a smile. It depends on the situation. After the war is over, I may have to go abroad again. Are you going to find your wife? Russell winked and asked in a low voice. Wylan immediately replied, How is that possible? Everything is for business. Then I wish you success in advance. Don't forget me then. Don't worry, brother. I will never forget you no matter who I forget. We are friends, aren't we? Russell replied with a smile. You are right. We are friends. The two had a good conversation, but only they knew whether this friend was more interested in benefits or more sincere. While tasting fine wine, they talked about everything and speculated on the next move of the kingdom. As night fell, bonfires were lit around. In this atmosphere, many nobles were no longer bound by noble etiquette. They sat down casually, communicated loudly, argued with each other for a certain point of view, and forgot the humble etiquette. Time passed slowly, and soon it was 8 o'clock in the evening. 7 days later, the Viscount Deans of the province of Celeb will auction a discarded magic crystal in Dean City, which contains the analysis and learning methods of 300 kinds of elemental spells. Soaking in the water of Michaelanx can open this magic crystal. When Wylan, who was chatting with Russell, heard the news, he secretly remembered it in his heart, but on the surface he continued to communicate with the other party without showing any strange expression. The banquet lasted until after 9 o'clock. The nobles who followed Russell went to rest under the guidance of Wylan's guards. After seeing Russell off, Wylan returned to the tent drunkenly, lay on the bed, and began to rest. Not long after, the curtain was lifted, and a figure appeared, cleaned Wylan up and washed him, and then turned and left. The next morning, Varen called Orlando over and told him to go to the Viscount Deans in the province of Serap and buy all the magic crystals he could see at the auction. As for the water of Michaelanx, Varen had never heard of it, and even Kyle didn't know about it. He could only go back and ask Oda to see if the Arcanist knew about it. In early August, in the tent, Varen sat opposite Gref. Sir Gref, thank you for your help over the past 7 years. Varen picked up the glowing wine and poured a glass for Gref. Gref moved his mind and the lower half of the mask disappeared, revealing his mouth and nose. He picked up the glowing wine, raised the glass with Varen and drank it all. All this is my duty. Master Wylan, you don't need to thank me like this. Let's put it in a separate way. Wylan took out the farewell gift he had prepared, a small wooden box, and pushed it in front of Glaive. This is my personal thanks. Thank you for your help during this period. Glaive could tell from this ordinary wooden box that it contained 30 high-level magic crystals, 100 gold notes with a face value of 1,000 gold coins, 13 silver dragon scales, and 3 daggers made of pure mithril, with a total value of about 4 million gold coins. This money is definitely a huge fortune for Glaive. Thank you, Master Wylan. Glaive sat up and thanked him sincerely. Wylan smiled and responded, It's fate that we met. You also work for the X family. You are one of us. You don't need to be so polite. The next morning, Wylin led the nobles and officers of the 135th Legion to see Gleif off at the door of the tent. In mid-September, the 135th Legion set out on the return journey. After 7 years away from home, the closer he got to Cordero province, the more excited he became. Riding on the red phosphorus horse, Wylin was also very excited. 7 years. This was the longest war he had ever experienced. Knowingly, he was already 38 years old, almost 39. According to his previous life, he had already entered middle age, but according to this world, his life had just begun. The maximum lifespan of a gold rank is 300 years, and the normal lifespan is 280 years. Only 1/7 of his life has passed, and the future may be several tens of tenths, and there is still this great time. Outside the capital of Cordero province, Audrey Silves, the governor of Cordero province, was quietly waiting for the return of the Provincial Expeditionary Army with officials from the governor's office. Looking into the distance, she unknowingly served as the governor of Cordero, the weakest province, for 8 years. There are now only 7 short years left before the end of her 15-year term. She could have ended this long term early by relying on her royal status and the support of her uncle. However, she didn't want to do that. In her mind, things must be done from beginning to end and not give up halfway. This is the principle she has always adhered to. Therefore, she will never leave this place until her term officially ends. Half an hour later, the flag of the 135th Army Corps appeared in the distance. "Sir, here we come." Hearing the reminder from her headmaid, Audrey raised her head, looked at the army that appeared in sight, patted her face, and showed an easygoing smile. The officials who followed Audrey arranged their clothes one after another and showed their best. "Welcome to your triumphant return." Varin dismounted from his horse, stepped forward with a smile on his face, and said, "I have met Governor Audrey, and I heard that you have implemented many policies over the years, which has greatly improved the overall image of the provincial capital of Cordero province. These are insignificant. He is the commander of the Valen army with outstanding achievements." Audrey responded with a smile, without any unnecessary expression on her face. Wylin was basically aware of the governor's policies. After all, the entire Zicheng district security force in Cordero province was under his control. Fortunately, the other party did not act recklessly based on his identity, otherwise he could only say sorry. The two chatted with each other for a while, and then Wylin led the 135th Legion to the military camp outside the city. Without orders from the 6th headquarters, they would still be the 27th Corps and the 135th Corps. 3 days later, as the formal order for disbandment was delivered, Varin returned the flag of the 135th Legion, which meant that the Legion was officially disbanded. "Lord, welcome back." Raimundo took his wife Dalisa and his 2 children, a boy and a girl. Welcome Varin at the entrance of Kixing Manor. "Time flies so fast, your child is already so old." "Yes," Raimundo said with emotion that he is now 46 years old, and 20 years have passed since the time when the master pioneered. To him, the past 20 years seemed like it happened yesterday, but it also seemed like a long time had passed. Afterwards, several people entered Kixing Manor. As for the more than 4,000 soldiers, the soldiers were stationed outside the manor, and the servants in the Kixing Manor sent food, fruits, and vegetables to the Kixing camp to reward the soldiers who went on the expedition. Stepping into the manor, a lot of changes have taken place compared to 7 years ago. "You did all this?" Upon hearing this, Raimundo replied respectfully, "My lord, this is what my wife Dorisa did." "Good. Thank you for your compliment." Dorisa replied respectfully with very formal etiquette. "Ha ha ha, let's go, take me to see what other places in Kixing Manor are like and see if there are any changes." After hearing Varin's words, with Raimundo and his wife leading the way, Varin, Kyle, Orlando, Hebrews, and Cassius began to visit the new look of Kixing Manor. Compared to 7 years ago, there are many more people in this manor, with smiles from the heart on their faces, which shows that Raimundo and his wife are managing well. After shopping for more than 3 hours, several people arrived at the dining room. Under the guidance of Dorisa, the beautifully prepared food was served to the table by the servants. "What's your name?" Wylin came to the 2 children of Raimundo, knelt down, and asked with a smile. "Lord, you can call me Neve. I am 7 years old this year." "Lord, my name is Elowin. I am 5 years old. Nice to meet you." Wylin looked at the 2 children who were a little cautious, took out 2 gold coins and handed them into their hands respectively. Looking down at the gold coins in their hands, the two children turned to look at Raimundo. "Don't look at your father, he can't control it. I'm giving this to you. Take it well." Wylan touched their little heads and said gently. Raimundo stood aside, smiling helplessly. Dorissa looked at her husband and her two children, covering her mouth and laughing softly, feeling very happy. She was very grateful to the Lord for bringing her and her family back from the Principality of Borderland. If it hadn't been for the Lord, she would have been just the daughter of a teacher in a small town, and might have lost her life in the war. Wylan felt very interesting teasing the two little guys. Finding that the Lord was so gentle, Neve and Eloin became more and more bold, showing off their children's nature. He is ruthless towards his enemies, but Varen is often gentle towards his own people. Let's get started. After carrying the two children onto the chairs, Wylan then sat on the main seat and said to everyone. After the dinner, Wylan played with the two children for a while and then asked Dorissa to take the children down. "What's the current situation in the provincial capital?" "My lord, everything is fine. The Zicheng district of the provincial capital is still under your control. We have paid the taxes in full. We will cooperate with the governor to implement reasonable policies. Therefore, regarding the matter of the Zicheng district security force, Lady Audrey, there was no interference." "How is the Kixing leader?" Wylan nodded with satisfaction and continued to ask. After hearing this, Raimundo smiled and replied, "My lord, compared to my story, I think you will be more shocked if you observe the changes in the Prayer Star leader in person." "Ha ha ha, I'm looking forward to it now." Wylan laughed and then asked, "How talented are your two children?" "They are both very good. I plan to wait until they are 10 years old and then conduct detailed tests. I want to give them a complete childhood." Wylan smiled and replied, "You are very insightful. I have experienced it and I don't want my children to experience it again." Raimundo replied, "You are right. If I break out and my children still go the same way, then what is the point of his efforts for so many years?" "Okay, it's getting late." Everyone left after hearing this. Led by a maid, Wylan came to the room to rest. The overall layout is almost exactly the same as the room in Xinyu Castle, and the details have been restored. You don't have to think about it. This must be from Raimondo's wife. Wylan knows his personality and style of doing things very well. However, this guy has changed a lot since he had a child. Lying on the soft bed, Wylan began to imagine what kind of changes Baird and his men would bring to their Kixing territory, and he actually had some expectations. The next morning, Wylan said goodbye to the Raimondo family, led more than 4,000 troops of Kixing, and set off on his journey home. 2 days later, Wylan returned to Kixing territory after being away for 7 years. The wide road was paved with stone slabs and could accommodate 8 four-wheeled carriages. There were countless caravans passing through the passages on both sides of the road, heading to Kixing City in groups. I remember there seemed to be a hill more than 30 meters high next to it. Wylan pointed to the fertile land in the northwest and asked Kyle, "My lord, there was indeed a hill here 7 years ago, and it should have been flattened by General Baird." Kyle searched his memory and answered immediately, "Good fellow, Baird will not turn the area around Kixing City into a plain in these 7 years. Wylan was a little surprised. Within the range of vision, except for the 100-meter hill that supported the old castle, there were almost no low hills in other directions. Kixing City, more than 30 kilometers away, can be seen from here. After getting off the red phosphorus horse, Wylan came to the left side of the road, looking at the clear river in the ditch, and then looking into the distance. It should be coming from the tributary of the Yellowstone River more than 100 kilometers away, and there are fish swimming in it. Every 100 meters on this road, there is a place to store garbage, which is handled by the nearest farmers. Wylan squatted down, took off his gloves, and reached out to touch the clear river. Several green fish surrounded Wylan's hand and spit clear water. The orderly army stood straight on the road. On both sides of the road, whether it was merchants, pedestrians, or adventurers from afar, they all lowered their heads and dared not keep their eyes on the young man by the river. Looking at the crowd walking in fear, Wylan smiled. Although he still looks young, his actual age is older than most of the middle-aged people here. It's really shocking. Baird's administrative efficiency is a bit scary. My lord, General Baird is worthy of this title. He has managed Kixing territory in an orderly manner. Orlando stood aside, admiring the surrounding scenery, and exclaimed, "Extending from the road to both sides, each piece of land has a detailed plan which piece is planted with grain, which piece is planted with yam or a fruit forest, all in a staggered manner. In the hands of Baird, the designer. I can't wait to see the full picture of Kixing City. Wylan jumped on his horse and continued to move forward. More than 4,000 troops of the Kixing camp lined up in a row of 6 people, marching towards Kixing City. The crowd in front took the initiative to retreat to the side of the road and let the road go. The news of the truce between the kingdom of Elijah and the iron-forged dwarf mountain kingdom has spread throughout the kingdom. Even civilians in remote mountainous areas know that the war that has lasted for many years has ended. Unknowingly, 20 years have passed. Thinking back to the past, when he first came here it was still a wilderness. With monster clans such as goblins and dog-headed men living here, the marching speed was not fast. After entering his own territory, Wylan wanted to slowly appreciate the changes around him. 3 hours later, they arrived at the foot of Kixing City. The Kixing City garrison had cleared the road, and Baird led the important personnel of the territory to wait here for a long time. Standing in front were his own guardian knights and their families. After that were the second batch of important talents discovered. After that were capable officials and officers, who were very unfamiliar, and Wylan had basically not seen them. "My lord, welcome back." Baird put his right hand on his chest and bowed his head. Some qualified old people saluted with the same etiquette, and the crowd after that knelt on one knee and told their oath of allegiance to Wylan's portrait. Gray stepped forward to lead the red phosphorus horse and let Wylan get off the horse. Baird looked at the mysterious swordsman in front of him, whose strength was almost the same as his own. He was very shocked and didn't know where his master found him. "You really gave me a big surprise. You have worked so hard for so many years." "Master, it's my honor." Although Baird said this, Wylan saw his melancholy eyes. He didn't say anything but just smiled. So many things were put on him, causing his strength to be still at the high silver level, which really made him feel a little guilty. Then Wylan looked behind Baird and saw 3 blonde children, 2 boys and 1 girl, who were led by Baird's 3 wives. There was no timidity in the eyes of the 3 children. They looked up boldly, looking at the person their father was loyal to, with some curiosity and more admiration. You don't need to think about it, it must be related to teaching by example. "Okay, let's go in and talk." Then, troops entered the city and were taken to the military camp in the northern city by Cassius. Led by Baird, Wylan went to the manor in the eastern city of Kixing City. On the lawn in the front hall of the manor, many maids shuttled back and forth, bringing all kinds of exquisite cakes and food to the long table. Many of these foods were very novel to Wylan. After 7 years away from home, he seemed a little out of touch. Baird saw Wylan's puzzled expression and stepped forward to explain. "My lord, this dish is cooked with mountain green mushrooms from the underground world. It tastes slightly spicy, but it is rich in nutrients. It can be cooked with water and any seasonings to make a pot of thick soup. This dish is called Taurus vegetarian meat. It is a mutant plant found in the Gray Wasteland during the 4th development. It contains very high calories, which is equivalent to ordinary meat. It can be made into dry food. 3 pounds can provide 3 days of food for apprentices and high-level warriors. Although the charcoal grilling method used here loses a lot of energy, it can stimulate the unique aroma of Taurus vegetarian meat." The 2 walked along the dining table, one telling and the other tasting. The others came to the open space next to them, talking to each other and expressing their feelings of parting. Cassius looked at his colleagues, each of whom had children, and his heart as hard as steel began to break. He made up his mind that he had to hurry up. There were 56 dishes on the long table, and the ingredients of each dish were produced locally in Kixing territory. Seeing these appetizing dishes, Wylan could see the development level of Kixing territory and the efforts made by Baird and others in it. "Give me a rough number. How much wealth has Kixing territory accumulated in the past 7 years?" Wylan pulled over a chair, sat down casually, and asked Baird. Seeing this, Baird said with some shame, "Master, the surplus is not much. The total of various materials is only about 80 million gold coins, and most of them are invested in construction." "Ha ha ha, don't show such an expression. I don't mean to blame you. In my opinion, you can develop Kixing territory to this level and still have a surplus of about 80 million gold coins. It's already quite good. To be fair, if I were to govern, I would probably be in debt." Wylan smiled self-deprecatingly. Baird heard this and said seriously, "My lord, everyone has their own strengths and this cannot be generalized. You are more important than you think. Really, Wyland said with some uncertainty. Looking back on the past, Wyland felt that he was trying every way to slack off, except for working hard for a period of time in the early stage of development. In the past 2 years, under the supervision of Kyle, he began to practice hard. My lord, if it weren't for you, I might not have achieved what I have today. Cassius would not have grown into a golden rank. Raimondo would not have the ability to manage a huge business, and even Kyle might still be an inconspicuous serf now. Hahaha, maybe without me. You would have different opportunities. He always has a point of view that everyone is his own protagonist. Maybe, but without you we would definitely not be at our current height. Baird's tone was unquestionable. Seeing this, Wyland said nothing more. Everyone has his own point of view. Come here. Wyland turned his head and looked at a little blonde girl who was Baird's daughter, and then waved at her. The little blonde girl ran towards Wyland very boldly, hugged his thighs, and looked at each other with two big watery eyes. Wyland picked her up and asked with a smile, "What's your name? How old are you?" "My lord." "What do you say as a father?" "Isn't it better to let the child speak for himself?" Before Baird finished speaking, Wyland waved to interrupt him. "Okay." Seeing her father, who used to be majestic, show this expression, the little girl became more curious about the lord. "My name is Isufil. I'm 5 years old this year. My father is Baird, and my mother is Yetta." "How does your father treat your mother? Is he busy with work every day?" Wyland touched the cheek of the little blonde girl Isufil with his hand and asked gently. "Although my father is very busy, he takes 1 day a week to accompany me, my younger brother and sister, my mother, Angel's mother, and O'Dolly's mother." Isufil pointed his fingers and narrated word by word. "I didn't expect you to be so good at managing your family." Although Wyland didn't name anyone, Baird knew what his master meant and smiled proudly. This was the second thing he was proud of besides handling government affairs. Compared to the serious and steady, meticulous work in the past, Baird has changed a little now. At least he likes to show off more than before. "What do you want to do when you grow up? Become a knight? I want to ride a griffin and fly in the sky." Isufil talked about his dream. His eyes lit up and he was very excited. "Ha ha ha, a good wish. I believe you can make it come true." "Really, really. Thank you, Lord. You are a child with dreams. Your father and I still have some things to do. You go to your mother first." "Yes." Wyland put Isufil on the ground, took out a gold coin and put it in her hand, touched her little head and let her play alone. "How is the development going?" "Very smoothly. According to your instructions, this time the development is to the southwest, and 13,000 square kilometers of land will be included in the Kixing territory. This area is divided into 10 counties, and each county has a population of no less than 5,000. All of them are purchased serfs and slaves." Faced with Wyland's inquiry, Baird answered, "My lord, this is not the case. The total population of this area is 130,000, of which 50,000 are purchased from other places, and the remaining 80,000 people are all migrated from Kixing County and Lancia County by my subordinates." "You did this, and Andrew didn't fight you to death," Wyland said with some surprise. "Lancia County didn't have many people to begin with. How many people would be lost by Baird's operation? This is a helpless solution. At most, when the kingdom carries out large-scale population migration, Andrew will be compensated." Baird replied with some helplessness, "If you want to develop, you must have population. Anyway, Kixing County, which he directly governs, also bleeds a lot, and nearly 50,000 people have been migrated out. I plan to set up 2 new counties in the newly developed areas, and then, my lord, Andrew has a lot of talents under him. If he can bring out 100 or 80 talents in governance, he can definitely make a new county run." Baird took the initiative and revealed Andrew's background. He couldn't suffer the loss alone. "Okay, you send a grassroots official from a county, and Andrew's Lancia County sends a grassroots official from a county. This matter is settled. My lord is wise." Baird smiled and complimented from the bottom of his heart. "By the way, there is another thing I need to report to you." Baird suddenly remembered and said to Wyland, "Tell me, what is the important matter?" "Lord Brian got married." Wyland heard the news and widened his eyes. His cousin got married, how could he not know? Seeing this, Baird bowed his head and replied, "My lord, Lord Brian got married in March of the 2nd year after you left. I went to congratulate him on your behalf and sent him a gift. At that time, it was the critical period of the war. The border was blocked and letters were not allowed to be sent privately. Later, I forgot about it. Please forgive me." "It's not your fault, you don't have to do this. I just didn't expect that Cousin Brian would get married." Wylan helped bared up and said with emotion. "Who is her wife, do you know?" "Lord Brian's wife is named Eleanor Axe, formerly known as Eleanor Lysander. She is the 8th granddaughter of the current Earl Lysander. Her father is the 3rd son of Earl Lysander and serves as a staff officer in the 6th Legion of the Kingdom. Her mother is from the Melissander family and is the 5th daughter of Earl Melissander." "Not bad, my aunt has a good eye." From noon to afternoon, Wylan was chatting with his guardian knights to understand their basic situation. After walking around, Wylan calculated in his mind that, except for Cassius, the children of Baird and the other 11 guardian knights added up to 23. Thinking of this, Wylan silently mourned for Cassius, who had been married for 7 years without an heir, for 3 seconds. With the recommendation of several other people, Wylan met more than 10 talents, but he still needed people to check the background of these people carefully. In a few days, Kyle had to send the Shadow Guard to investigate the background. If there is a problem with the identity and background, then transfer it to another place. If there is a bad intention, then deal with it secretly. After returning to Kixing territory, he had to deal with a lot of things again. Administrative area planning, personnel appointments, handling the red dragon that was deposited with Miss Anastasia, coordinating the road repairs of the nobles in the Cardro province, hatching 3 fiery dragons, and deploying the specific details of receiving immigrants from the eastern part of the kingdom. After doing all this, he pulled Uljeta to open up trade routes. For this matter, Wylan planned to act first and then report later. He would go to Uljeta's country to discuss the matter first, and then come back to confess to the family and ask for help. In order to protect this space trade channel across the Misty Forest and the Grey Wasteland, Wylan also planned to pull his grandfather over as a backer to prevent some people at home and abroad from having evil thoughts. As for the location of the space channel, Wylan did not plan to put it in Kixing City. This is his capital. If something unexpected happens, the loss will be huge. Therefore, before leaving the kingdom, Wylan planned to let Baird coordinate to set up a special zone in Xiphon County and build a new city. At night, Wylan lay on the soft bed in the manor room. It can be foreseen that the next 6 months will be very busy, and there may be no leisure time. The next morning, Wylan returned to Xinyu Castle with his guards and Silver Wolf Knights. Orlando took the Fire Lion Knights to Xiphon County to take over government affairs. Hebrew reluctantly returned to Orlando town with his knights and continued to serve as the Archon. As for Cassius, he continued to stay in Kixing City. In addition to sending the 3 battalions temporarily incorporated into the Kixing camp back to the 2nd camp, he also prepared to personally send pensions to the fallen soldiers. Pastor Lavia led his students back to Lancia County and Lancia City to continue practicing. After the war, everyone returned to their posts. "Master, welcome back." At the gate of Xinyu Castle, Hilda and Zisina brought the 12 maids of the castle. Xinyu Castle guards and some other important figures, as well as 3 mutant griffins and 2 wind wolves. After 7 years of not seeing each other, Wylan found that Hilda and Cisna had become more mature and stable. He touched his chin and thought carefully. His 2 maids should be in their 30s. For them, 30 is the best stage in life, just like 2 blooming flowers blooming with charming brilliance. Shashasha, the familiar cry interrupted Wylan's thoughts. He looked up and saw a mutant griffin twice, the size of the red phosphorus horse, appeared in front of him. He couldn't help but sigh. Even after so much time, the mutant griffin still had deep feelings for him. By the way, what is the name it gave itself? Wylan touched his forehead. For a moment, his brain seemed to be empty. He couldn't remember what name the little guy gave himself. Perhaps it saw the carelessness of its master. The mutant griffin gently tugged at the corner of Wylan's clothes with its mouth, then pulled him off the horse, and then crawled on the ground, calling out Shashasha, motioning him to climb on its back. Finally grown up, can take people flying. Thinking of the ugly appearance of this little guy when he was born, it was really unbearable to look back. He almost fell into the iron pot in the kitchen, but fortunately he looked good later, and it was also considered the ugly duckling turned into a white swan. Wylan climbed on the back of the griffin and crawled on its back. The snow-white feathers touched the exposed skin, which was very comfortable and soft, without the stiff feeling imagined. The mutant griffin felt the sedimentation on his back, adjusted his posture, and adapted. Spread his wings and leaped into the sky. The altitude continued to climb, leaving Xinyu Castle far behind. This was not the first time he flew in the sky, but it was really the first time he flew on a flying creature. Feeling the air blowing by, letting go of the body and mind, and enjoying this feeling of freedom is an unprecedented experience. Shashasha immersed in the feeling of flying. I was suddenly interrupted by the voice of the mutant griffin. Watching its little head constantly tilting to one side, Wylan turned his head and saw the flight track just left. Under the effect of this little guy's ice ability, a line of common language writing was left. Xing Zufeng. What a smart little guy, I forgot your name, but you figured it out. Wylan crawled on Xing's back and whispered with an apologetic tone. Shashasha, through Xing's tone, Wylan knew that this little guy had forgiven him. Okay, let's go down and play another day. Shasha, Xing nodded and flew down. When he was 10 meters away from the ground, he reduced his speed to the minimum and finally landed steadily on the ground. He got off Xing's back, touched its little head, and signaled him to take his 2 wives to play. As soon as the mutant griffin flew away, 2 winged wolves could not wait to approach. The look in their eyes when they looked at the 2 guys was not sharp, but rather a sense of great intelligence. Woof woof woof, this is raised crooked. Wylan actually heard the barking of dogs from the mouths of the 2 winged wolves. Ow woo woo, this is not raised crooked. This time the barking was normal, but then it was a dog barking again. Lord, please forgive me. The half-elf Eunice came to Wylan and bowed her head to apologize. Forget it, if they are raised crooked, then they are raised crooked. Anyway, my family is big and I can afford to raise them. Wylan said helplessly, touching the little heads of the 2 wind wolves. After sending the 2 wind wolves away, Wylan came to his 2 maids. Master, thank you for your hard work. It is our honor. Hilda and Zisina replied respectfully. Master, lunch is ready, please come in. It has been many years since I tasted the skills of the chef of Xingyu Castle. I will have a good meal later. Seeing this, Hilda wanted to say something but stopped, but Zisina took her hand and signaled her not to say anything first. Kyle followed behind Wylan, looking at the strange situation of the 2 people and had some guesses in his heart but did not say anything. Entering the hall, Wylan sat in the main seat. Under the command of Hilda, the young and beautiful maids carried plates of exquisite food and placed them on the long table. Kyle sat on the left side of Wylan and looked at the food on it. Although it was not as good as his own, he also spent energy. After tasting the food, Wylan showed a satisfied expression. Seeing this, Hilda stepped forward and said, Master, there is something I need to report to you. Go ahead, Wylan said, already having a guess in his mind. Master, Chef Carranza is already 55 years old this year. Go and invite Chef Carranza over. Yes. Lord. An elderly man wearing a traditional gray cloth gown came to the hall, took off his hat, bent down to salute. Carranza is an ordinary person who has not embarked on the extraordinary path. He is now 55 years old, his body functions have seriously deteriorated, his hair is gray, and his face is covered with wrinkles. Carranza, you have been with me for almost 16 years. Lord, it has been 16 years, 3 months and 3 days. Now I can no longer serve as your chef. Please atone for your sins. Carranza lowered his head and replied, his tone containing vicissitudes of life and loneliness. What are your plans after leaving Star Moon Castle? Varen looked at Carranza and asked calmly. Lord, I plan to go to Lancia County to take care of my little grandson until the end of his life. Carranza couldn't help but smile when he talked about his closest relatives. When are you ready to leave? In 3 days, my apprentice will replace me and become your chef to continue serving you. I hope the goddess of life will protect you. Thank you, Lord. Carranza bowed and left the hall. What position does Carranza's son hold? Varen turned to look at Hilda and asked. Master, Chef Carranza's eldest son serves as the deputy squadron leader in the 3rd Squadron of the 2nd Brigade of the Lancia County Guards in Lancia County. He is 33 years old. He is a warrior by profession and has an intermediate bronze level in strength. The second son serves as the captain of the 3rd Squadron, of the 2nd Squadron of the 5th Brigade of the 2nd Battalion. He is 23 years old, a professional warrior, and has an intermediate bronze level in strength. The youngest daughter is 16 years old this year. She is studying at the Knight Academy. Lord Devonshire ranks her 1st class, and she has the hope of becoming a golden knight. When Carranza left, he sent him off for me and rewarded him with 500 gold coins from the treasury. After all, being my chef for 16 years is my last gift to him. Yes, master. Hilda lowered her head and replied. Kyle silently listened to his master's instructions, but recalled some past events in his mind. It seems that one of his actions almost caused the Carranza chef to lose his job. Kyle asked the shadow guards to investigate the details of those people recommended by Baird and the others. If there are any problems, they will be dealt with. If there are no problems, they will change their positions and put them in Zephyr County under the jurisdiction of Orlando. Yes. Kyle stood up and bowed, then left the hall. He chose to obey the Lord's orders unconditionally. Seeing Kyle's leaving figure, Varen turned to look at Hilda and said, "Disciple of Carranza, please conduct a detailed investigation and leave this matter to you." "Yes, master." Afterwards, Wyland stood up and with everyone's salutes left the hall and headed to the study. After Varen left, Hilda directed the maid to clean up the mess. "Cisna, do you feel that the master has changed a bit?" Hilda came to her sister and asked in a low voice. Cisna took off the white gloves on her hands, folded them and put them in the left pocket of the maid's skirt. She nodded and said, "Master has indeed changed a bit. In the past, they trusted Lord Baird very much, but now they let Lord Kyle investigating the people they put forward sends an unintentional message." "You mean checks and balances?" "Yes." Cisna nodded and replied, "Just like during our training, the 3 instructors came from 3 different commanders." Hilda crossed her fingers and placed them on her abdomen and whispered, "That's right, maybe it won't be long before the master will continue to make major adjustments to all the military commanders of the Kixing leader. It is very possible that the current regular army, the guards of the 3 counties, the border patrol forces, the guards of the important resource production base, as well as the forces in our hands, are too many and too complex. There are many troops that can be mobilized at will, which is not conducive to take control. It should be within these 3 months. The conversation between the 2 ended. One went to investigate Carranza's disciples, and the other went to make tea and send it to his master. Pushing open the wooden door, he looked at the spotless study, which was exactly the same as before he left. Even the pens placed randomly on the desk were the same, as if time had no effect on this room. However, Varen knew very well that this was the work of his 2 headmaids. Sitting in the chair is still so comfortable. Open the cabinet, take out 3 piles of documents, put them on the desk, and start looking at them yourself. Although I am not in Kixing leader, every year I will send all the summary documents to Wyland's study and keep them in a special cabinet for easy viewing. In April of the glorious calendar year 9735, the 4th year after he left, Kai Xing led the 6th Battalion, and the 7th and 8th Battalions were formed one after another. The command of these 3 battalions was temporarily in the hands of Baird because he did not appoint a commander himself. Forget it, let's organize the army first. The consuls will not have contact with the combat troops. The commanders of the combat troops will not have contact with administrative affairs. They are all separated. According to this rule, Wyland pulled out a blank piece of paper, flipped through the military report, finalized the candidates for the commanders of each unit, and listed the important people he thought were important. For 7 years, Devon Hill acted perfectly normal. Therefore, Wyland did not intend to put his 2 guardian knights in this place and waste their talents, but planned to put them as commanders of the combat troops. As for the position of Deputy Dean of the Knight Academy, after some consideration, Varen finally gave the position to Cyril, a young man who had a deep impression on him. Thinking about this name, Varen recalled that Cyril was originally a knight of Baird. After being promoted to a bronze knight, he was placed in the army, and then Baird wanted him back. In the last administrative plan, he was placed in the army, West Wind County. Kyle, Eden, and this Cyril are the talents who came out of the first batch of serfs during their pioneering period. After thinking for a while, Wyland took out the list of mid-level officers and began to transfer them horizontally, replacing some of the acting officers whose strength was not up to standard. Facts have proven that no matter how many rabbles there are, they are still just rabble. On the battlefield, Wyland saw the difference between the Kixing camp and other noble armies, and naturally he would not reduce the army's combat effectiveness in order to blindly expand the army. Similarly, the importance of maintaining a standing army is self-evident. Varen has had a very profound impact on the combat effectiveness of the improvised army in several battles. The Kixing Battalion and the 2nd Battalion are divided into the first level. The 5 battalions from the 3rd to the 8th Battalion are divided into the second level, including county defenders, border patrol forces, Xingyu Fort defenders, and important resource areas. The defenders are classified into the 3rd level, and the militia are all classified into the 4th level. In order of level, the lost personnel will be replaced first from the next level. A new administrative plan was established on the basis of the original one. One order after another was issued from Xingyu Castle and conveyed to the officials and generals at all levels of the Kixing leader. For 3 consecutive days, Weiland stayed in his study, dealing with the remaining government affairs. As for his training plan, he could only put it on hold for the time being. My lord, the people recommended by Chief Baird and the others have no problem with their identity and background and can be reused. Kyle handed a report to Varen's desk and said, "Go and get ready. Accompany me to the icy area later. I finally have my hands free to deal with the forgotten red dragon." Yes. The two arrived at the ice-cold area, and under the guidance of the ice maid. They came to the ice castle. "Madam, long time no see." Weiland bowed and saluted to express his respect. "It has been 7 years, and you have made great progress during this time." Anastasia sat on the ice throne, opened her eyes, looked at Varen and said, "It's just a small improvement. It's nothing to mention. But it doesn't deserve your praise." Anastasia nodded slightly, raised her hand slightly, and a piece of ice more than 30 meters high appeared in the hall. Inside the ice, there is a lifelike red dragon sealed in the ice, with red dragon scales, hard horns, and a less ferocious expression. From the red dragon's eyes, Weiland could clearly see that his sanity was gradually collapsing. It is conceivable that Miss Anastasia's research methods must be extremely cruel. Otherwise, a giant dragon would not show such an expression. "Disperse." As soon as Anastasia finished speaking, the ice began to melt, revealing the red dragon frozen inside. The eyes of the red dragon, which had regained its vitality, were dull. Until the ice completely disappeared, it still retained its original posture and remained motionless. If you look closely, you can see that the legs of this red dragon are actually shaking. Varen observed this behemoth up close. There was no arrogance and contempt unique to red dragons at all, and his eyes were filled with fear. Flutter. In the astonished expressions of the two people, the golden mid-level red dragon crawled on the ground, knelt down to Anastasia, and knocked his head hard on the ice. "Stand up." The gentle voice reached the ears of red dragon Seraphina, directly touching her soul. Like the whisper of an abyss demon, making her stand up subconsciously, like a puppet, obeying her words and not daring to do anything disobeying. Kyle took a half-step forward, touched Varen with his arm and motioned him to look down. Looking in the direction indicated by Kyle, it turned out that it was different from what he expected. This red dragon was born from a female. The reproduction plan is a bit difficult. It's a female dragon. The efficiency is too slow. There is a rule in the main material world. You can capture evil dragons that actively invade, and you can take revenge on dragons that do evil, but you can't massacre dragons because of greed. Too big. Anastasia was like a queen, giving her orders. When the red dragon heard this, his body trembled, and he obediently used the transformation spell to transform into a human body. After a burst of white light, the 16-meter giant beast disappeared, replaced by a human woman with a perfect figure, skin as white as snow, and a jade-like face exuding a cold aura. He is about 1.8 meters tall, with a tall and slender figure, and every inch of his muscles is full of strength and vitality. Her hair cascaded down her shoulders, taking on a fiery red color. On the body, 3 dragon scales protected 3 important parts, while the other parts were displayed in front of the 3 people without reservation. "Not bad." Kyle touched his chin, looked up and down, and commented. Weiland responded in his heart. "It's indeed good, especially the expression. You can imagine how much torture this red dragon has suffered." "Seraphina, I will be your master from now on." Anastasia made a cold voice. "Yes, Master Shia." The red dragon girl came to Varen, knelt down on the ground, and kissed his shoes. "Miss Shia, then we won't disturb you." Seeing Anastasia nod, Varen and Kyle left the ice castle with the red dragon girl. After leaving the icy area, Weiland ordered his guards to get a piece of clothing for the red dragon girl to put on before returning to Star Moon City. On horseback, the two people turned to look at each other in tacit understanding. "You say it first." "I'd better say it first." "Ha, forget it, Kyle, you go ahead." "Okay." Kyle didn't refuse and said, "Miss Shia can turn an unruly red dragon into this, which really opened my eyes. Miss Shia's character is as chilling as the ice, but she didn't treat us like this." Weiland responded. "My lord, what are you going to do with this red dragon?" "I originally planned to use it for reproduction, but the premise is that this red dragon is a male dragon." Wylan spread his hands and said helplessly, "Now it is a female dragon, and it will take several years, even decades, to give birth. A few eggs, too slow, can only use her blood to infect other creatures. This red dragon has a personality problem. But this is good. If I throw her away now, she will find it back on her own." "Haha, that's true. I'm very curious about what methods Anastasia used to make an unruly red dragon look like this." The two of them walked forward while talking. The red dragon Serafina wore a cloak and looked back every 10 steps, looking at the snow-covered area behind her. The reluctance in her eyes was stronger than fear. Back to the Star Moon Castle, Wylan took out 3 petrified fire dragon eggs and placed them in a special container. "Restore your true form." "Yes, master." The red dragon Serafina replied respectfully and then restored the dragon body. The 16-meter giant beast appeared on the square of the inner castle of the Star Moon Castle. Suddenly, a figure came from the sky and landed on the inner castle square. "Sir Odora, why are you here?" "I felt the breath of the dragon and thought there was a giant dragon attack, so I came to see." Odora stared at the red dragon in the square, his eyes not moving. Seeing this, Wylan quickly pulled the other party over and advised, "Sir Odora, this red dragon is my important pet, I know." Odora regained his calm expression and said slowly, "But can you lend it to me for a few days of research? Don't worry, I will never damage your pet." After some consideration, Wylan finally rejected Odora. He was afraid that the Arcanist would be so interested in research that he would dissect the female dragon, which would be a big loss. There are very few 5-colored dragons that fall into the trap these days. Alas, Odora felt very sorry. Such good research materials were right in front of him, but he couldn't study them carefully. It was really a big regret in his life. Suddenly, Wylan remembered that there were still a lot of treasures stored in the inner space of the Druid's book. He immediately called it out from his left hand. In Odora's confused eyes, floor tiles, weapons, armor, and broken doors were dumped out. "Lord, why is this?" "Sir Odor, you can see how long these things have existed." Wylan did not directly tell the origin of these items but wanted Odor, the magic craftsman, to guess. Seeing this, Odor moved his mind, and a long sword floated up and stopped in front of him. "Grab it in your hand, carefully observe the forging process on it, and can't help but admire it. At least 10,000 years of history. No more than 15,000 years at most." After a long time, Odor gave an approximate time range. After hearing this, Wylan shook his head and stretched out 4 fingers. 40,000 years, how is this possible? Even if the mithril content of these weapons reaches 40%, they cannot exist for such a long time without decay. Odor was shocked and felt very incredible. "I picked it up." "How about it? Awesome, isn't it?" Looking at Wylan's proud look, Odor nodded in agreement and said, "It's really amazing. I don't think many people can pick up money while walking like the Lord." Velen felt that Odor's words were full of meaning. "It's getting late. I'll go back and study it carefully and chat with you another day." Odor put a lot of things into the space ring at lightning speed and disappeared from Wylan's sight. Looking up at the sky, the sun was only halfway up. What a guy obsessed with research. I feel that I will never experience this kind of brain circuit and behavior in my life. Looking back at the behemoth beside him, Kyle took out the corruption and prosperity staff he got from Mita's space, turned it into a short knife, and came to the back of the red dragon, ready to discuss where to bleed the most suitable place. "Be careful, don't kill her." "Don't worry, my lord. I'll be careful with my attack." Coming to the flank of the red dragon Serafina, Kyle lightly slashed it with his short knife, and the red dragon's blood, as hot as magma, gushed out. Under the wrapping of Kyle's magic power, it condensed into a ball, and not a drop fell on the ground. Serafina felt the pain in her leg, her eyes were very excited, and she couldn't help but flutter her wings, instantly turning into an 8-level gale. Wylan took out the Kingmu staff given by Midas, and instantly cast Flower and Grass Manor, using 1/3 of his own magic power to offset the hurricane that almost destroyed the square. Kyle saw all this, and no matter how powerful it was, he could make this crisis disappear invisibly. He was very pleased to see that the master he had worked hard to teach had made such great progress. It was a pity that the master was a human body and had not reached the legendary realm and would eventually be bound by race. Focusing on the red dragon, he used magic to condense 2 rings and put them around the roots of the red dragon's wings, preventing it from flapping its wings freely. After releasing about 500 kilograms of blood, Kyle stopped and put his hands on the red dragon's scales to heal its wounds. After the pain, there was extreme warmth. Serafina couldn't help but hum, enjoying the process very much. Hearing the ambiguous call of the female dragon, Wylin couldn't help but cover his eyes. After doing all this, Serafina transformed into a human form again, curled up on the ground with a flushed face and a silly smile on her face from time to time, as if she was recalling the days in the ice-cold zone. Do you think this female dragon will like this feeling? My lord, I have an idea. Kyle said after thinking seriously. Wylin looked at Kyle deeply. You don't want to make her your dependent. No, I think a giant dragon as your mount is worthy of your current status. Leave it to you. Wylin waved his hand nonchalantly. Since he knew that this red dragon was a female dragon, many plans had lost their meaning. Now it was a very good idea to tame this dragon into his own mount. Next, Kyle separated a part of the blood from the blood mass and put it into the special container for storing 3 fiery dragon eggs. Bathing in the hot red dragon blood, the outer stone shells of the 3 dragon eggs gradually fell off, revealing red and white lines. The 3 dragon eggs greedily absorbed the blood of the red dragon and kept shaking to be born, praying for more breast milk. Seeing this, Kyle separated another part and put it into the special container. After repeating several times and consuming 300 kilograms of red dragon blood, he finally fed the unborn dragon cub. The breath of life is very stable. It will take about 8 months for the baby to be born. Wylin stepped forward and touched the dragon egg with his right hand, giving an approximate time for the egg to hatch. Go call Eunice over. Yes, master. Gray bowed and saluted and left the place quickly. While waiting, Kyle grabbed a pile of gravel, burned it with holy flame, and burned a glass bottle. At the same time, he carved the celestial text on it to strengthen its sealing and hardness. The stronger the strength, the more profound the knowledge. Even the most ordinary materials can be used in their hands. However, most of the strong prefer to use materials that are naturally magical. After all, it is not a talent that every spellcaster has to control their own magic in a subtle way. Half an hour later, Eunice came to the square in a long gray cloth dress. Seeing the red-haired woman curled up on the ground and grinning, she was a little curious. There was no fear at all. There was no other reason. Eunice believed in her own judgment over the past 20 years. A gentleman like the Lord would never do such a thing. As for Lord Kyle, it was even more impossible. Such a kind knight would never do such a thing. This red-haired woman must have made a big mistake. That was absolutely the case. Lord, please give me your orders. These 3 are the eggs of the fiery dragon. It will not hatch for another 8 months. You will take care of them during this time. Please rest assured that I will fulfill my duties. Sometimes you can relax appropriately. There is no need to work so hard. Thank you for your understanding. Eunice used weight reduction on the 3 fiery dragon eggs, picked up the feather-like light dragon eggs, and left the square. I still have things to deal with. I will go to the study first. This female dragon will be handed over to you. Wylin waved his hand, turned around and left here, returning to the study. As Kyle's assistant and Wylin's temporary guard, Huey saluted Kyle and quickly followed Wylin. Looking at the red dragon who was still grinning, Kyle shook his head helplessly and cast a small spell to make Serafina's body float up and walk towards her residence. Back in his own residence, Kyle put Serafina on the bed, put his hand on her forehead, and began to think about what method to use for alienation. The Red Dragon clan and the angels are at the same level of life. It is very difficult to alienate them, but Kyle is confident that he can complete this project. Master, the clothes you asked for are here. Lan, wearing a smaller maid costume, put the clothes on the table, and his eyes never left the scantily clad woman on the bed. Kyle picked up the clothes. The fabric used was the blue gauze produced by the headquarters of Kixing Territory, which was very smooth. Anything else? Master, I'll take my leave first. Lan hid his inner emotions, bowed his head, and left the room. Kyle knew this very well, but did not point it out. He turned his head to think about the alienation project for this red dragon. On the other side, Wylin returned to the study and began to slack off and deal with documents casually. The annual output of black skin pork reaches 1.5 million cattas, but 23 million cattas of grain are consumed every year, which is basically 15 cattas of grain converted into 1 catty of meat. 23 million cattas of grain is 500 tons of grain. According to the calculation that a young and middle-aged civilian consumes 300 cattas of food per year, this batch of grain can feed 38,000 people. except for the trade with the two uncles and cousins. Part of it is used as inventory, and part is left to the Knight Academy. About 800,000 cattas of black-skinned pork are used for military training. For the first-level troops, whether soldiers or officers, 300,000 cattas of black-skinned pork are consumed based on 50 cattas of black-skinned pork per person per year. For the second-level troops, each person is calculated based on 20 cattas of black-skinned pork. 6 battalions with 18,000 people need 360,000 cattas. With this calculation, only 140,000 cattas are left for the third-level army, which is far from enough. In the future, Weilin also plans to expand the scale of the Knight Academy and even open a Warrior Academy. For the source of students for these academies, it is not limited to the province of Cardero. Weilin even has his eyes on the province of Serap, the pearl of the Northwest region. Just thinking about it is exciting. Weilin has great ambitions for his Knight Academy, Warrior Academy, Mage Academy, and even Priest Academy, but all of this requires strong strength and sufficient talents to support. Afterwards, Weilin turned out another document, which recorded the students who graduated from the Knight Academy in the past 7 years. With the Bronze Low-Level Knight as the graduation standard, a total of 333 people graduated from this academy, of which 486 were other noble descendants, and 847 belonged to Kixing territory. Of this group of people, 2/3 were incorporated into the standing army. The remaining 1/3 were partly incorporated into the county garrison and border patrol forces. There were also 30 more outstanding knights who were incorporated into the Xingyu Fort Guard Army as deputy officers. As for the Mage Academy, only 33 people have successfully graduated over the years. 7 people are noble descendants and have returned to their hometowns. 13 people have decent talents and are allowed to stay in the Mage Academy as assistants to continue their studies. 7 people entered the army as civilian staff. There are 6 people who were taken away by Randolph to take care of the red tea tree, the green vine tree, the Liuoniu camel beast, and the multi-flame flower. According to the ratio between the multi-flame flower and the luminous wine, for a warrior who has reached the upper limit of bronze, every 4 multi-flame flowers and 2 bottles of luminous wine can create a silver warrior. Calculating the resources in his hands, about every 5 years, he can harvest 200 multi-flame flowers, match them with 100 bottles of luminous wine, and get 50 silver warriors. This is the disadvantage of naturally mutated plants. The yield cannot be increased. This is the only way to accumulate the foundation with time. The luminous grapes were obtained by Weilin from the Star Wizard. They have been improved and cultivated by the other party countless times to obtain this extraordinary plant with fast production speed, high yield, and the effect of treating hidden injuries. Looking at the pattern of the Druid's book on the back of his right hand, Weilin sighed a little. There were all kinds of strange Druid spells on it, and the same was true for plant cultivation. There was a taste of dark wizards in it. In short, it was as strange as possible, contrary to the mainstream of the world, and as unorthodox as possible. December is the day when the 19th Noble Council of Cadlo Province is held. Next March is the time when the population migration from the east to the west of the kingdom begins. I have to preside over government affairs for at least 3 months before I can hand it over to Baird and others. After completing these 2 things, it will be June of the 9740th year of the glorious calendar. For the second trade route, Weilin estimated that it would take about 1 to 2 years. Since the war between the kingdom and the dwarves had just ended not long ago, he certainly could not take the sea route. Therefore, he needed to go to the Holy Third Dawn Kingdom first, take the teleportation array to the Ash Magic Kingdom, and then walk through the Amana Half-Elf Principality and the Moon Elf Kingdom, and then turn to the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom to discuss trade matters. I hope Elgeta can help. Otherwise, it will be difficult to open this trade route. But if a teleportation array can be built between Kixing territory and Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom, then this will be an opportunity for Kixing territory to take off. Various extraordinary resources from the Silver Dragon Kingdom will flow into the Ilia Kingdom through this teleportation array, and various resources from the Ilia Kingdom will also flow to the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom. Even merchants from several surrounding countries will flock here. Kixing Lingguang can make a lot of money by charging teleportation fees, but the initial investment is also essential. The materials required for the teleportation array spanning tens of thousands of kilometers converted into gold coins require at least tens of billions of gold coins. If the Kixing leader alone was responsible, it might not be enough for Weilin to spend all the money he had earned over the years, so he needed to bring in his family and his own grandfather as a backer. Of course, these are all based on the premise that Weilin can open up this trade road by obtaining the permission of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom. By the way, there is also this matter. Varen patted his head and took out the 10 magic crystals stored in the space ring. Orlando had bought them from the auction in Dern City, Viscounty of Derns, Serap Province last time. They are placed on the desk one after another. Just from the appearance, there is almost no difference. What on earth is the water of Michaelanx? This was the first time I heard this name. When I asked Kyle before, even he didn't know what this kind of thing was, so he temporarily forgot about it. Wait a moment. Your Excellency Oder is currently studying those ancient artifacts. We will talk about it after a while. After that, Varen put the 10 magic crystals into the space ring. A month later, Weilin came to the square again. Looking at the red dragon Seraphina, wearing a red battle armor and her curvy figure. Was very curious about what Kyle did to make the female dragon return to normal. Let's start. At Kyle's command, Seraphina nodded slightly and showed her original form. After more than a month, a 16-meter-long beast appeared on the square again. It was covered with glittering red dragon scales. Under the light, it shone brightly like a dazzling ruby. The red dragon turned to Weilin, lowered his head, and silently recited the dragon language. Along with her spell, 2 magic circles, one large and one small, rose out of thin air and enveloped the two. Eucelia Florian Cressida. Seraphina swears to serve Weilin Aches as her master, under the witness of the world consciousness. At the moment when the red dragon completed the oath, Weilin felt as if his soul was being pulled by a red line, and the other end of this red line was connected to Seraphina. In addition, there are 2 relatively thin threads, connecting Hilda and Sisina respectively. After doing all this, the red dragon Seraphina returned to human form and sat in the same place with a calm face and no extra expression. Master, how do you feel? No feeling. Weilin spread his hands and replied with a smile. I wanted to be a dragon knight before, but after becoming a dragon knight it's just like that, there is no other feeling. However, I heard that the creatures who signed a soul contract with the dragon, the racial level is not as high as the dragon that signed it, and will pollute the blood of the other party. Thinking of this, Weilin's face changed drastically. Master, don't worry, this situation has been taken into consideration by the subordinates. Even if you sign a soul contract with Seraphina, the red dragon blood will not have any effect on you. Kyle explained patiently. Although the human race has a low limit, it is still good to be a human. Thank you for helping me realize one of my dreams, my good brother. From today on, I am also a dragon knight. My lord, Seraphina, has never mated with any creature. Let's talk about it after we get married. Weilin waved his hand. He fully understood what Kyle meant, but he would consider this matter after the marriage. Let the red dragon Seraphina return to its original form, and Weilin couldn't wait to jump on it and stand on the top of the red dragon. Take me to the sky to see. Yes, master. Seraphina spread her wings and soared into the sky, and the wind swept across the square. Kyle waved his hand lightly, and then he dispersed the hurricane that had not yet formed. Flying in the air with a mutant griffin and driving a red dragon to soar in the sky are 2 completely different experiences. Holding Seraphina's 2 dragon horns tightly with both hands, the earth seemed to be stepped on by himself, and a desire to conquer that he had never had before surged into Weilin's heart. A gust of cold wind whistled past, blowing the hair back. Looking into the distance, everything seemed so small. Half an hour later, a man and a dragon arrived from Kixing County to the north of Xifen County, 500 kilometers away from Xingyu Castle. Seraphina, did you see the dog-headed tribe in front? Let me see your strength. Yes, master. The red dragon's body rose high. The blazing flames gathered into a terrible breath in its open mouth. The dog-headed people looked at this scene, and their dull eyes revealed deep fear and helplessness. Suddenly, the red dragon swooped down, and its breath instantly swallowed the entire tribe. Hundreds of dog-headed people were burned to ashes and disappeared on the gray wasteland. the wild beasts and monsters hiding in the bushes, as well as the insects with only biological instincts, fled one after another. They were afraid of becoming the unlucky ones burned by the red dragon's breath next time. The red dragon's breath was a terrible natural disaster. For the lower creatures, Wylan was shocked when he saw this scene. Being a dragon knight is better than being a knight. Back at Star Moon Castle, Wylan appointed Seraphina as the third maid of the castle and asked her to study hard with Hilda. With free time, Kyle was the time for Wylan to stop slacking off. The next morning, he devoted himself to practice again. After 2 months of delay, the promotion to the Golden High Knight would be postponed for another 2 months. Under the strict supervision of Kyle, Wylan was in pain and happy. In mid-December, the nobles of Cadero Province gathered in Cadero Province to hold the 19th Cadero Province Nobles Conference. As the chairman of the Cadero Province Nobles Council, Wylan presided over the 19th meeting. As in the past, disputes between nobles were dealt with in the morning, and the proposals proposed by nobles of all sizes were discussed in the afternoon to vote on whether they were passed at this meeting. Wylan put forward 3 proposals, namely, road expansion and repair in Cadero Province, internal trade agreement of nobles in Cadero Province, and public security control in Cadero Province. The nobles attending the meeting voted unanimously for the 3 proposals, and no one voted against them. After this 7-year war, all the nobles in the province of Cadero, whether because of interests or succumbing to prestige, followed Wylan's lead. Under his chairmanship, this meeting, which was originally supposed to last for 7 days, had nothing to do on the 4th day. Wylan stood in the center of the semicircular parliament, holding a gavel in his hand, looking at the nobles below. The nobles who sat down below did the same, sometimes looking at Wylan, the speaker, and sometimes looking at the nobles around him. In the past 7 years, everyone has served in the 135th Legion. There is peace between the territories. There are basically few interests involved in the neighboring territories, which means that there are not many disputes that can be brought to the parliament to resolve. Now let's end the dispute handling affairs and proceed to the proposal voting stage. Is there any knight with new ideas? As Wylan knocked the gavel, everyone remained silent, looking at each other. 10 minutes later, seeing that no one still spoke, Wylan knocked the gavel again and proposed, I propose to hold a banquet in 3 days to celebrate the victory of this war. Start voting now. As the hammer was knocked, everyone raised their hands at the same time. In less than half a minute, all the nobles raised their right hands very quickly, with expectations in their eyes. Motion no. 87 is passed. As the chairman of the Cadero Province Noble Parliament, I declare that the 19th Cadero Province Noble Parliament is over. As the voice fell, there were 3 rounds of applause from below, indicating that the 19th Noble meeting was successfully concluded. After the meeting, Wylan returned to his residence and asked Huey to inform Raymondo to prepare a grand banquet at Kixing Manor. Kyle, send an invitation letter to Governor Audrey and invite her to attend the banquet in 3 days. Yes. Master, this is the invitation letter sent to you by Lord Viscount Wylan, the chairman of the Noble Council. The head maid handed over the invitation letter with the family crest of the Axe family with both hands. Governor Audrey stopped her work, took the invitation letter, opened it and read it, and invited her to attend the banquet at Kixing Manor in 3 days in a very sincere tone. How is the situation in Zicheng district? Audrey accepted the invitation letter and asked the head maid. Master, as usual, the security forces in Zicheng district did not make any mistakes. The head maid answered truthfully. Audrey was a little discouraged when she heard this. She is now the governor, not the general of the patrol force, nor the censor of the inspection department. The previous tough methods are not suitable here. If the other party did not make a mistake, she could not intervene. She was very angry about the previous governor trading away the security forces in the West City district. But this was done within the established rules. Except for the provinces directly governed by the royal family, every governor of each province formed by the aggregation of noble territories would seek some personal gains when leaving office, which was tacitly approved by His Majesty the King. If the other party made a mistake, the next governor could directly intervene and take back this part of the power. Notify the City Defense General Creda to clean up those emerging gangs and wandering mercenaries. Focus on strengthening the security of the South City District. Notify Bishop Mitt of the Church of Life and ask him to send some priests to the South City District to treat civilians who were accidentally injured. Increase the number of patrol troops in the city. I have a hunch that something bad will happen during this period. Yes, Master. The head maid overlapped her hands, placed them on her abdomen, bowed and saluted, and left Audrey's office. 3 gray-robed people gathered at the bottom of a remote alley in the South City District and sat quietly at a low table. Not long after, a gray-robed man entered the basement and casually placed a dagger on the table. "Number 2, what's the matter? Why are you here so late today?" One of them opened his eyes and asked. Number 2 shook his head and said in a low voice, "When the patrol mission was approaching, I was suddenly notified to go to the North City District for a meeting, which delayed me for some time." "What happened?" Another person asked in a low voice. "The governor ordered to strengthen the security in the city. Let your men be careful and don't reveal their identities." Number 2 warned the other 3. "Why is it so sudden? Did that woman find out something?" A gray-robed man stretched out a hand, shed his dark skin, and revealed his claws. "Number 3, pay attention to the place. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you." The gray-robed man sitting in the main seat scolded. Number 3 realized that he had lost his composure, shed his claws, and turned back into a human hand, lowered his head and didn't answer. Normally, strengthening security should not find anything. As long as there is no large-scale evil monitoring, the Church of Life will not be able to find us. Number 2 answered. "Number 1, how is the situation over there?" "Priest, there are 3 villages around the provincial capital of Cardero Province, with 200 people who have become the most loyal believers of our God. As long as you need them, they are ready to fight for you at any time. Well done after completing this mission. I will recommend you to be promoted to priest." "Thank you, sir." Number 1 looked respectful, but in his heart he wanted to kill this family immediately and take the position himself. "Number 2, you continue to collect intelligence over there and don't continue to recruit believers so as not to be exposed." "Yes, sir." "Number 3, your temptation activities will be temporarily stopped and the believers will be withdrawn." "Yes, priest. No one is allowed to act rashly without the order of the bishop." "Yes, priest." The 3 of them bowed their heads and answered. Half an hour after the 3 left, the priest pulled open the low table, lifted the carpet on it, and went underground. He walked through the tunnel, took off his gray robe, walked out of a house 300 meters away from the plotting site, changed into a merchant's dress, and walked towards the West City District. Not far away, an assassin witnessed the whole process and quietly left. 3 days later, in the garden of Kixing Manor, dozens of maids were busy preparing various meals. Hundreds of nobles gathered here, forming small circles and talking to each other. Governor Audrey brought several of his confidants to the banquet. "Lord Audrey, you look very beautiful today." Wylan, wearing a black dress, came to Audrey and praised with a smile. Audrey smiled and responded, "Thank you for your compliment. Are you interested in sitting over there? It's my honor." The 2 came to a corner and sat on a rattan chair. After a while, 2 maids came here with wine and cakes and put them on the table for the 2 to taste. "Lord Audrey, there is some unrest in Cadlo Province. Since the end of the war, many adventurers and wandering mercenaries have poured in here, which has indeed caused great public security problems, but in front of the city defense army, these are trivial matters." Audrey said confidently. "I think you may not understand what I mean. I am not talking about these unrests." "Oh," Audrey asked with a smile, "did Sir Varen find something?" "Medev Village, Enchel Village, and Isolian Village, these 3 places, you'd better take at least 5000 troops to search." Hearing Varen's words, Audrey frowned, as if realizing the seriousness of the matter. Ordinary villages naturally do not need so many troops to search, so there is only one reason. There are evil god believers lurking here, and these 3 villages have become the nests of evil god believers. "So Wylan told me this. I don't know what you need." Audrey didn't believe that the other party would tell her this news for nothing. Instead of waiting for the other party's hint, it is better to take the initiative to point it out. "Not much. Just give me 1,000 gold coins for intelligence fees. If you need my help, you can come to me. I will do my best to help you within my ability." Audrey looked at Wylan deeply, was silent for a while, took out a gold note with a face value of 1,000 gold coins and put it on the table, and thanked him. "Don't be so polite." Wylan said while putting a folded note in Audrey's hand, "This is the remaining information. I hope your action goes smoothly. Thank you." After the banquet, Audrey hurried away with his trusted subordinates. My lord, in this way, even if the security forces in the West District make mistakes, Governor Audrey will definitely turn a blind eye for your face, Kyle said. That's not the point, but it's also a consideration. Wylin replied with a smile. The next day, martial law was imposed around the capital of Cadero province. The priests of the Church of Life cooperated with the city defense army to search one by one, clearing the traces of the followers of the Desolation cult in the city, and arrested more than 30 followers of the Famine cult. Due to the actions of Governor Audrey, the nobles of Cadero province were forced to stay in the city. Compared with the strict screening of the city defense army, the civilians in the city, and the civilians in the surrounding villages and towns, these nobles and their followers were only restricted in their actions, and were not strictly screened. This search operation lasted until the morning of the 7th day. The capital of Cadero province suddenly changed from top to bottom. Those with lighter camp deviations were demoted to slaves, and those with heavier ones were purified in public. 7 days later, Wylin entered the city again. When he passed through the city gate, the guards were almost replaced. In contrast, as long as the civilians and caravans paying the city entry tax according to the rules, they could enter the city safely without being blackmailed by the soldiers. Our governor is very capable. He used this cult incident to clean up the city defense forces of Cadlo province. Wylin turned to Kyle and said, My lord, this is normal. This time, even the city defense commander was replaced. The governor's maid served concurrently. Kyle said softly, The person who took the blame, but who made the army under the management of this city defense commander have so many cultists. I guess his life will not be easy in the second half of his life. Either he will become a redemption knight of the Church of Life, or he will be incorporated into the King's Capital Punishment Corps. The camp of the city defense commander of Cadlo province has not shifted. In addition, he only has the crime of dereliction of duty, and he is a low-level gold knight. As the backbone of the kingdom, he will not be easily executed. Walking on the main road of the West City District, seeing the prosperous scene around and the sheriff who strictly enforces the law, it feels good. How is the adventure group? Mean reported that Malada and his team have established a firm foothold in the Dani province and everything is going well now. Keep an eye on the situation over there. I am looking forward to seeing what the 5-member adventure group will be like after they develop, Wylin said with some expectation. Hearing this, Kyle lowered his head and replied, Don't worry, I will keep an eye on the situation over there. From 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Wylin and Kyle walked through 1/3 of the West City District, bought some gifts for the castle people, gave them to the guards, and set off to return to the city. The next morning, Wylin and his cousin went to the Ridge District to check the situation. Wylin, are still 2 years to pay off the supplies you supported that year. I will be much more relaxed. Brian was a little emotional. After 7 years of growth, coupled with entering the palace of marriage, he has grown a lot. Cousin, I think putting pressure on you appropriately can actually make you strive for progress. Recently, your brother has made a fortune. Do you want to support you with a batch of materials to build the Ridge territory? It won't take long. Just pay it off in 20 years, no interest. Wylin said with a smile. Brian's expression was dull, and he shook his head decisively to refuse. Forget it, it's good to be free. I don't want to be in debt again. That kind of life is not easy at all. 2 days later, the group arrived at the Ridge territory. Outside the Ridge castle, a beautiful woman holding a child with 6 knights and hundreds of castle guards was waiting for her husband to come back at the gate. Brian looked at his wife, walked up quickly, and reached out to hug his wife and child. It's okay, yeah, it's fine. The simple conversation contained the deep feelings between the two. Let me introduce you, this is my cousin Wylin, my best brother. Brian held his child in his left hand and introduced to his wife. Hello, sister-in-law, Wylin greeted with a smile. Hello, Wylin, my name is Alina Akers, nice to meet you. Alina said with a smile, her tone was very soft. Come, cousin, let me see my nephew. Wylin reached out and held the child, who was less than 3 years old with black hair and inherited the genes of their family very well. Uncle Wylin, you can call me Ladia, very polite. Rubbing Ladia's face, it was really getting more and more addictive. Entering the castle, the servants began to serve the dishes. Sitting on the chair, looking at the exquisite food in front of him, Wylin knew that his sister-in-law was attentive. I still remember 20 years ago, when I asked you for help. You came to support me with all the troops of the mountain ridge without saying anything. You were new at that time and encountered difficulties. How could I not help you? Brian recalled the past with some emotion. Didn't you come to help me 8 years ago and support me with so many supplies? This time when I build a trade road, I will let this road pass through the mountain ridge. You must seize this opportunity and discuss the plan with Adrian to develop the territory. Will this cause dissatisfaction among the nobles? Brian asked with some concern. After all, he couldn't let Wylan offend other nobles because of his interests. Don't worry. I haven't been the Legion commander for 7 years in vain. Wylan answered confidently. The dinner was very harmonious. His cousin's wife was indeed very virtuous, and his aunt's vision was really good, which made people have to admire. The next morning, after saying goodbye to his cousin, Wylan officially returned to Kixing territory. Looking at Wylan's leaving figure, Brian felt a little lonely. I'm here with you, don't worry. Eleanor held her husband's hand and said softly, It's just a little disappointing. Brian shook his head, threw away the disappointment in his heart, hugged his wife tightly. Was very grateful to his grandmother for finding such an excellent wife for him. In early February of the 9740th year of the glorious calendar, after 5 years of hard training, Wylan finally completed the strengthening of his limbs and facial features and entered the high level of the Golden Knight. Opening the door of the training room, Wylan was refreshed and wanted to share this joy with others immediately. Master, congratulations on your breakthrough, Kyle exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Haha, I finally got to this point. It's not easy. Thinking of getting up at 6 o'clock every day to practice. Going to bed at 11 o'clock at night, and only having 1 or 2 days of my own time in a month or even several months, I finally made it. The next practice will be a long and difficult journey, and it is no longer possible to make rapid progress by hard training. For a high-level Gold Knight, being promoted to a low-level Soul Knight is an important milestone, but it is also a challenging process. At this stage, you need to use fighting spirit to evolve your brain, which is a very dangerous process. The brain is one of the most complex and mysterious parts of a living thing. Strengthening the brain requires extremely subtle control of fighting spirit. Once a mistake is made, it is possible to blow up your brain. After completing this step, a combat skill is integrated into your soul, turning it into the instinct of the body and achieving the evolution of the life form, which marks the official breakthrough of the low-level Soul Knight. According to the normal progress, under my supervision, and according to the training plan I made for you, you will be able to break through the low level of soul in less than 20 years. Kyle used the eye of true sight to carefully observe Wylan's situation and finally came to this result. 20 years sounds like a long time, but I said back then that if you don't become a Soul Knight, you won't be able to relax for a moment, and then I'll have to trouble you again, my teacher. Wylan heard this, responded with a smile without being annoyed. Lord, during your advancement period, a letter came from Windsor Castle. Your eldest brother, Lord Illises, will get married in September this year. Kyle took out a wedding invitation and sent it to Varen. My eldest brother is getting married. Time flies so fast. Thinking back carefully, his eldest brother is 68 years old this year, and it has finally come to this moment. It seems that his father is starting from his unborn eldest grandson, hoping to break the record of the earliest marriage age for the reigning Earl Eagle. My sister-in-law is from that family. Did the person who sent the letter give details? That's not true. Kyle recalled it and then replied seriously. When the heir of the main line gets married, I'm afraid the entire branch line of the Akers family will send people to attend, as well as family forces that are friendly with us, church personnel, the kingdom's military, and even the royal family will all send people to attend. Do you know what this means? Kyle heard this, thought for 2 minutes, and then replied. It represents a huge exchange of interests. Yes, a huge exchange of interests. Wylan nodded and said, It is no exaggeration to say that the interests of all parties involved in my eldest brother's wedding are at least about 80 billion gold coins. Lord, what items should we prepare for trading? Need not. Varen shook his head and rejected Kyle's proposal. The extraordinary resources produced in the territory were only enough for internal consumption and trade with surrounding nobles. Perhaps it will be another 30 years before Wylan will consider spreading the trade network to the surrounding areas, and now he will focus on developing his own power. I'll be very busy next time. On March 16, 9740 in the glorious calendar, the Supreme Noble Council of the Kingdom of Ilia passed the Eastern Population Migration Plan to the West. In order to consolidate the West, The kingdom decided to move 20 million people from the eastern provinces to the 13 western provinces to make up for the above reasons. The population loss caused by the famine that broke out in the first time. On March 29, the population relocation plan from the kingdom was issued to Audley, governor of Cardero province. A population of 1 million is a bit too much. Isn't it? Audrey tapped her desk regularly, lost in thought. In recent years, thanks to the hard work of the border pioneer knights and pioneer lords, the borders of Cardero province have expanded westward. The entire province now reaches 230,000 square kilometers, and the overall population is roughly between 3 million and 3 million, between 3.5 million. 1 million people will be relocated within 6 months, and there is no telling how many of these nobles can absorb it. If the distribution is not good, chaos may occur. Master, in recent years, Kixing Leader has been expanding outwards. According to the latest territorial area and population documents submitted by Kixing Leader at the beginning of the year, Kixing Leader now has a territory of 28,000 square kilometers, but a population of only just over 150,000. The minimum standard for an Earl territory is 20,500 square kilometers, and the Kai Xing territory now reaches 28,000 square kilometers. It seems that our Viscount Kai Xing has great ambitions and is very likely to target this population in advance. Thinking of this, Audrey couldn't help but sigh. The network of connections laid by Viscount Kixing was so large that he could even get this kind of information and plan it in advance. Even she only did it after the highest noble parliament in the kingdom passed this bill, just learned the news. This is a good time to repay a favor. It's possible that this kid is waiting for me here. However, in the final analysis, without the other party's information, she would face major dereliction of duty. Even with the support of her cousin, she would not be punished, but from now on she would be out of the kingdom's politics. Send someone to tell Viscount Varen the news. I want to know how many people he can eat. Yes, master. The head maid bowed and bowed, then exited the office. Audrey carefully read the document issued from the royal capital again and turned out the newly drawn map of Cardero province this year. After comparing the population of each territory, she began to estimate how many people these territories could accommodate and made a reasonable calculation. Distribute. 3 days later, a low-level silver knight from the provincial capital arrived at Kixing territory and entered Star Moon Castle. Observing the surroundings secretly, the knight marveled at the elegance of this place and at the same time marveled at the rich experience of this master architect. I have met Lord Varen. This is a letter sent to you by Governor Audrey. Please read it. The knight bowed and presented the letter with both hands. With a thought from Kyle, the letter automatically floated to Varen, opened it automatically, and laid the paper flat in front of Varen for him to read. The handwriting is good. Varen praised it and read the following content carefully. Help me tell Governor Audley to thank him for his help. The Prayer Star leader can currently have a population of 400,000 people. I hope these people have certain skills. Please rest assured that I will report the truth to Governor Audrey. The knight stood up and left the hall. When he was going to the gate of the outer city of Star Moon Castle, Huey stopped the knight who was delivering the message and handed 10 gold coins into his hand. This is the travel expenses my master gave you. Thank you, sir. I will definitely convey Lord Wyland's words accurately to Governor Audrey. The low-level silver knight accepted the gold coins and was delighted. This messenger job was indeed a good job. He was grateful for Lord Wyland's generosity. Gray looked at the knight's back as he left, thinking about something, but there were still many things he didn't understand. Gray, the master asked you to go to the square. Gray turned his head and looked at Lan, who was 1.5 meters tall and wearing a maid's short outfit. I know. His master is the Lord, and the master in Lan's mouth is naturally Lord Kyle. Gray's momentum is getting stronger and stronger. I must not fall behind. I am the master's maid and assistant. Lan clenched his fists and decided to start practicing after learning etiquette from the two masters Hilda and Zisana. He must surpass Gray. At night, Wyland came to the window. As soon as he opened the window, he saw the mutant griffin flying over. This drunkard is really good at calculating time. Looking at the mutant griffin that brought the bowl to him, Wyland smiled helplessly and poured half a bottle of luminous wine for it. Every time this special day comes, he always opens the window to enjoy the night view. Within 3 months, You will meet a 16-year-old girl named Zephyrin. This witch with a strong magical talent will become your capable subordinate. Zephyrin, a 16-year-old girl, the next capable assistant, is really exciting. Wylan took a sip of the glowing wine and began to look forward to what kind of talent the girl who was guided and affirmed by fate would have. In the next month, 8,000 civilians were teleported from St. Lun province every day and temporarily placed by Governor Audrey in the open area outside the provincial capital of Cardero province. Nearly 250,000 civilians aggravated the security crisis in the provincial capital of Cardero province and tied down 2/3 of the city defense forces in Cardero province. Master, the second batch of people comes from Khalid province and will start to be transported in a month. We need to deal with this batch of people as soon as possible. By then, the provincial capital and the surrounding direct territories will be overwhelmed. The head maid reminded. Governor Audrey rubbed his swollen head and was very irritable. It was clearly stipulated that the first population was 250,000 civilians, but Audrey preferred to call these people poor people. When they were driven away from their hometown, their property was plundered by the greedy nobles, leaving only a few days of food. After being sent to the province of Cardero, they were penniless, unkempt, and their mental outlook was not even as good as that of the slaves in the slave market. In addition, among the more than 200,000 people, 130,000 were under 16 years old, 80,000 were over 40 years old, and there were only 30,000 young and middle-aged people in this age range. How long can the food last? About 15 days. According to half a pound of food per person per day, the head maid gave an accurate number. You notify Viscount Kixing first and let him choose his own people. As for other nobles, the notification will be delayed for 3 days. In addition, report to the capital in my name and request the allocation of 100,000 tons of food. Yes, master. Kixingaling, Wylan rushed to the provincial capital without stopping after receiving the news from Governor Audrey. Sir, this is the roster you requested. An official and 2 soldiers brought 3 boxes of books to Wylan, saluted respectfully, and left the room. Wylan picked up a roster and flipped through a few pages at random. The situation was beyond imagination. This group of people almost only knew how to farm. Apart from that, they had no other special skills. Then he flipped through more than 10 books, and the situation was similar to that recorded in the first roster. The situation is worse than I thought. Wylan put down the roster in his hand and said with some disappointment. Hearing this, Kyle said, "My lord, the eastern region is basically full of old nobles. Unlike the open-minded western region, the eastern region is famous for its class solidification. Except for the provinces directly under the royal family and the territories of the Grand Duke, other noble territories basically implement a policy of keeping the people ignorant. That's right. After thousands of years of reproduction, they have countless blood relatives but limited resources. How can they pay attention to these civilians and serfs? Give priority to those under 20 years old. As for those over 20 years old, those with families will be given priority. Those with multiple skills will also be included in the selection range. Choose according to the number of 100,000. After saying this, Wylan left the room. Kyle looked at the 3 boxes of rosters, which recorded the basic information of 240,000 people. He roughly estimated in his mind that it would take about 3 hours to complete this task. Master, do you need my help? Lan entered the room, his eyes full of admiration, and said softly, "Go and get me 100 pens." Kyle responded with a smile. "Yes, master," Lan said contentedly and left the room with a brisk pace. 10 minutes later, Lan returned to the room with 100 quills and 10 bottles of ink, put the things on the floor, and then stood not far behind Kyle, watching his master quietly. The next moment, hundreds of rosters were arranged in order on the left, and the same number of white papers rose out of thin air and were arranged in order on the right. 100 quills absorbed enough ink in turn and floated to the left side of the white paper, waiting quietly. After the preparations were completed, Kyle began to work. The roster was quickly flipped through, and the quills left footprints on the white paper. One by one, the papers filled with basic information merged together and automatically merged into a book, falling on the table on the right. Lan stood behind and witnessed this scene with his eyes full of admiration and yearning. When he came to the outside of the room, Wylan walked around the edge of the camp, as if he had come to a refugee camp. There was a foul smell all around, and wherever he looked, there were poor people with empty eyes, waiting for the arrangement of fate. Are there enough water sources around? Faced with the question of the great man in front of him, the official leading the way was somewhat clueless. How could he know such a thing? Sir, the surrounding water sources can basically only sustain the daily drinking water of these civilians. A sheriff stepped forward and answered to save his boss. The accompanying officials looked at the sheriff and wondered why they didn't know that this kid had such a promising future. Pay attention to the hygiene of the camp to prevent the outbreak of plague. Your reminder will be remembered in my heart. The official bowed his head and answered, keeping this in mind. Now there are two people who cannot be offended in the Cardero province. The first is the governor, and the second is the viscount kicking in front of him. The civilians around looked at Wylan and his group, especially the official, 2 sheriffs and 30 city defense guards following behind him, and lowered their heads, not daring to pay too much attention, for fear of causing these people's unhappiness and being taught a lesson in vain. After visiting the 5 camps, the environment was as bad as ever, and some of the stronger ones even began to form gangs to bully those who were weaker than them. My lord, just as Wylan was about to leave, a civilian who was unknown whether he was a man or a woman ran to the middle of the road and knelt on the ground. There was a commotion in the crowd, and the civilians who didn't want to be affected retreated. At the signal of the official's eyes, 2 guards stepped forward and prepared to drag out the refugees who suddenly broke out. Wait a minute. Hearing Wylan's order, the 2 guards stopped and retreated to the queue. Wylan drew out his knight's sword, lifted the hair covering his face, revealing his skinny face hidden underneath, and his eyes revealed a resolute look. From her neck, it can be seen that she is a woman, but it is still unknown whether she is the person he is looking for. Tell me, why are you blocking the road? My lord, I hope you can take me away, and I am willing to pay any price for this. Oh, what do you think you can bring to me? Wylan asked with interest. Hearing this, the civilian struggled for a while, and after a decision in his heart, he finally chose to raise his right hand and touch the tip of the knight's sword with his middle finger. A layer of ice appeared on the tip of the knight's sword, but under the sunlight, it dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Watching this scene, Wylan was a little shocked. But his face had no extra expression, and he continued to ask, "What is your full name?" Full name? The girl showed a confused expression on her face. No. From the girl's face, Wylan read her inner thoughts. Although he was not sure whether she was the person mentioned by fate, she was able to condense ice with her ordinary body, which was definitely a special talent. Get up. Hearing Wylan's voice, the girl stood up nervously and waited for her fate. Go and bring those people out. Wylan pointed to the slightly abrupt men on the left and ordered the guards on the side. Facing the swords, the 3 strong young men did not dare to resist at all. They were brought to Wylan, knelt on the ground, and waited for their fate. Do you know them? I know them. They are the ones who rob my food every day. The girl gritted her teeth and said, completely forgetting the scene she was in, and her brain was filled with anger. How do you usually deal with this kind of situation? Wylan turned to look at the accompanying official and asked. Sir, in this case, according to the order of Governor Audrey, he will be whipped 30 times, demoted to a slave, and engaged in the lowest sewer cleaning work in the provincial capital. The accompanying official replied respectfully, Then follow the rules. Wylan put away the knight's sword and said to the official beside him, As you say. Then 6 soldiers took 3 young men to carry out the whipping. As for you, are you willing to follow me? Sir, I am willing. The girl blurted out without hesitation. Back to the resting place outside the camp, Wylan asked someone to call Lan over. Lord, take her to wash it and wear the clothes you brought first. Yes. At this moment, Kyle finished his work, came out of the room, sat on the recliner next to him, and asked Huey to make a pot of black tea tree tea. Wylan came to the recliner on the left and lay down. How is the situation? Kyle picked up the blood-red tea, took a sip, and reported. 100,000 people were selected, of which 70,000 were under the age of 16, 15,000 were young and strong, and 15,000 were middle-aged and elderly with skills. Thank you for your hard work. Not long after, Lan brought the girl who was born with the ability to make ice cubes to the 2 of them. After washing, her mental state was much better than before, but she had been malnourished for a long time, her skin was very bad and her appearance was ordinary. She was not beautiful, but she was not ugly. Master Lord. Lan performed a standard maid etiquette. The girl followed suit and bowed, but it was a bit out of place. Master, this is what you brought back. Kyle looked at the other person up and down and asked curiously. Yes, this child can have the ability to make ice with an ordinary body. Wylan explained. Is that so? The girl in front of Kyle looked very ordinary, and there was nothing special about her. However, since the master explained it this way, it must be true. This child has no name yet, so you can give her a name. Let me think about it. Kyle thought about it seriously and then said, how about the name Zephyrin? Puff. Wylan took the towel handed over by Huey and wiped the tea on his body. Master, is there a problem with this name? Kyle asked with a puzzled look. Ahem. Wylan returned the towel to Huey and shook his head and said, this name is very good, but I'm just a little surprised. Originally, it was not certain whether this girl was the witch with strong magical talent mentioned by fate, but now there is no doubt it is 100%. Wylan did not tell Kyle about this matter. The name Zephyrin was completely told by Kyle. After returning, I plan to send her to Miss Anastasia and let her teach on her behalf. There are still 10 years Miss Anastasia will leave, send her there, can she grow up? Kyle expressed doubts about this proposal. How about we make a bet, without any external resources, just let her accept the teachings of Miss Anastasia. 10 years later, if Sfuling can grow to the silver level, you lose 1 gold coin to me, otherwise I lose 1 gold coin to you. No, Kyle refused without hesitation, I won't be fooled by a losing bet. Tusk, 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 you can't even bear to part with a gold coin. Wylan said teasingly. Kyle followed his master's words and said, I really can't bear to part with it. 1 gold coin is enough for me to buy 300 kilograms of food, which is still a lot. Zevlin, my lord. The girl stepped forward with a nervous expression on her face. Wylan smiled and comforted. Don't worry, you should study hard with Land during this period, and the past will be gone. Thank you. 2 days later, Wylan asked the Kixing camp to escort the 100,000 people back to the territory. Under Baird's command, 50,000 people were settled in Xiphon County, 30,000 in Lancia County, and the remaining 20,000 in Kixing County. As for the 2 newly established counties, Kiayan County and Luming County, a period of adjustment is needed, and it is not easy to move too many people in to avoid causing security chaos. After handling the population migration affairs, Wylan took Zephyrin to the ice-cold area. Stepping on the ice and snow, Zephyrin had a natural closeness to the surrounding environment. Miss Zia, excuse me. I came here for this child this time. Anastasia looked at the girl behind Wylan and asked with a smile. As you said, it is indeed for this child. At Wylan's signal, Zephyrin began to show her ability. Under the blessing of the ice and snow environment, the ice condensed by Zephyrin no longer melted, but remained as it was. Anastasia looked at the ice that appeared on the girl's palm, teleported to her, grabbed her wrist, and observed carefully. The soul was ordinary and the body was very fragile, but it had such ability, which was really amazing. I accepted this child. In the last 10 years, I will teach her with my heart. I thank you for your gift on her behalf. Then Wylan pulled Zephyrin aside, gave her a good advice, and then left the ice-cold area. The day of his eldest brother's wedding is getting closer and closer, and Wylan needs to make good preparations. By the end of July, under Wylan's leadership, Kixing Territory received the second batch of people, about 150,000 people, and then became a hands-off boss, allowing Baird to prepare to receive the third batch of 150,000 people at the end of September according to his own model. After explaining the government affairs, Wylan took Kyle and several other followers, traveled light and left Kixing Territory. Through the teleportation array of Kadlo Province, Wylan came to the provincial capital of Zih Province. It has been more than 10 years since the last time he went to Zih Province, and this ancient city has not changed much. On the central street, a team of patrol guards passed by every 10 minutes. 9 out of 10 nobles passing by Wylan were discussing the grand wedding of the eldest son of Earl Eagle. There is still a month before his eldest brother's wedding, and there is still a long time. Wylan plans to travel in Zih Province for half a month. Although he has been to the provincial capital of Zih Province more than 20 times, he has never visited this pearl in the central region. Zih province has an area of 950,000 square kilometers. It is the largest province in the Kingdom of Ilya. With this as the center, it radiates around, attracting most of the surrounding nobles to come here to buy industries and manors as a place for tourism and leisure. Since the fall of the Hax family, Zih province is still a coexistence of the five giants. 5 years ago, during the war between the Kingdom of Ilya and the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, the current Earl of Harx took the opportunity to exchange territories with the Million family and moved the whole family away from the West River province. Half a year ago, the 7 newly promoted Earl families passed the Land Exchange Act and used the existing territories and money to obtain the territories that were deprived of the original Harx family from the royal family. For their own interests, the 7 newly promoted Earls and the Million family formed an alliance with each other to form the West River 8 Earls Covenant, hoping to compete with the old noble forces of the Yazisi family, the Aix family, the Jocasta family, and the Aswell family, and seek the political demands of their respective families in the West River province. Wandering around the noble district of the West River province, Wylan soon learned about these major events from these noble youth. "Wylan, it's you. Aston, I didn't expect to meet you here." Wylan opened his arms and went forward to hug his old friend. The blond, noble youth did the same and gave his old friend a hug. "I haven't seen you for 24 years. I heard that you have become the chairman of the Cadero Provincial Parliament. It's amazing," Aston said with a smile on his face. "It's not worth mentioning. You also know how weak the Cadero province is. There's no earl in the entire province. This is my wife Tenia from the Simis family. Miss Tenia, it's nice to meet you." Wylan looked at the beautiful silver-haired girl in front of him and responded with a smile. "So Wylan, I often hear dear Aston mention you. I am honored to meet you for the first time." The silver-haired girl bowed slightly to express her respect. "How about we sit next to it?" Wylan pointed to the luxuriously decorated tea shop next to it and invited. "That's what I meant." Then, several people entered a separate room in the tea shop. Wylan sat on the soft sofa, and Aston and his wife sat opposite Wylan. As for Kyle and Aston's guards, they sat on the other side and waited quietly. Not long after, a young maid entered the room with cakes and tea and gently placed them on the tea table. Just as she was about to pour the tea, Tanya stood up, motioned the maid to go out, took over the job, and poured tea for Wylan and her husband. "I heard that you were sent to the Kingdom Army by your father. How are you doing now?" "I'm doing okay. I'm serving in the 13th Legion as a staff officer in charge of military discipline inspection." Aston's expression was very natural, and it was hard to tell what he really thought. "It's okay. Given the situation in your family, it's better for you to be independent so as not to fall into your uncle's conspiracy." Wylan recalled some things from his childhood, and he was a little emotional. Aston's full name is Aston Aswell. He is the 13th grandson of the contemporary Earl of Aswell. His father, Fabian Aswell, is a good friend of his father. He sent Aston to Windsor Castle for foster care for 3 years. He was one of Wylan's few playmates in his childhood. "My personality is not suitable for fighting for anything. My child is born next year. I will ask my grandfather to give up the inheritance rights and become a branch of the Aswell family so that my uncles and brothers will not worry about my life. I have a child." Wylan looked at Tanya's belly with some suspicion. It was slightly bulging, but he didn't notice it just now. "In 6 months, my child will be born." Aston was not angry as expected, and his expression was very gentle. "Aston, you have indeed changed a lot and grown up. Wylan, when you were a child, you advised me many times that anger would devour a person's reason. I didn't quite understand it at the time, but I gradually learned a lot when I grew up." Aston's tone was full of memories. He held his wife's hand tightly and felt unprecedented tranquility. "Do you know what the so-called West River 8 Earls alliance is like?" Wylan picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and asked Aston. "How to say there is some strength but not much." Aston shook his head and replied. Wylan was interested when he heard this. "Tell me more about it." "The sole rank of the 8 Earls of Zih is unclear at the moment, but it is no more than 20. As for the gold rank, there are quite a few, roughly between 250 and 300, which is about the same as the number of gold rank professionals in the Hurricane Legion controlled by the Hurricane Earl of your family. You're right, there is some strength, but not much." Wylan shook his head and instantly lost interest in the so-called Zih 8 Earls alliance. And the two talked about their childhood. When Tanya heard about the stupid things her husband did when he was a child and the troubles he caused, she laughed so hard that she covered her mouth with both hands. As for Wylan, he laughed heartlessly and loudly. If it were before, Aston would have been furious and had to drag Wylan to the training ground for a duel. But after experiencing some things, when he heard about these childhood events again, he didn't feel angry but only missed them. Growing up, there's no going back. Yes, there's no going back. Wylan sighed from the bottom of his heart. Although we both have long lifespans, the time we will see each other in the future may not be as much as the time we spent together as children. Wylan, this is a necessary stage of growth. Aston looked at Wylan and advised him seriously. Also, get married as soon as possible, otherwise there will be no one to inherit the foundation you have built. Got it. Afterwards, Wylan and Aston parted in front of the tea shop, ending this 3-hour reunion. After seeing Aston off, Wylan looked up at the sky. It was already dark. The magic lamps erected on both sides of the road were lit up to continue to provide lighting for the noble area. The noble young men coming and going talked while enjoying the beautiful night view around them. Sir, you still owe us 200 gold coins for wine at the Burke Club. We will no longer provide you with services until you pay off your debt. Following the sound, I saw a down-and-out middle-aged man being helped to a lounge chair by 2 strong servants. A maid stood in front of the young man, smiling on her face, but her tone was very cold. 3 days later, I will pay off the wine money of the Burke Club. The middle-aged man's eyes were a little evasive, and he didn't dare to look directly at the maid in front of him. Good night, sir. After the maid finished speaking, she took the 2 servants back to the club. Before long, a large group of people gathered around, including guests who were about to enter the Burke Club, passing nobles who were eating melons and cunning businessmen. They gathered here for only one purpose. Several middle-aged people who knew the situation began to tell the men and women eating melons around them the reason for the incident, which aroused the sympathy of the self-proclaimed noble people around them. Wylan curiously approached and pricked up his ears to eat melons, but the voices of those people were too low and were covered by the noisy sounds around him, so he could only hear a few words. Kyle looked at Wylan with a curious face and stood aside helplessly, quietly waiting for his master to finish eating the melon. As for Gray and Blue, as well as the 4 guards, they could only stand there and wait quietly. A poor fellow who was deceived by a woman, whose 3 children are not his own, and whose lover is the son of the deputy director of the South City Public Security Bureau. He has no way to express his grievances, and in desperation, he can only come to the Burke Club to drink and gamble and owe a large sum of money for wine. The real owner has left, and all the gentlemen and ladies should disperse. Someone said this, and everyone immediately lost interest and dispersed. Wylan looked back and saw that the middle-aged man had already left the place, and he immediately lost interest, but was very interested in the Burke Club. Let's go and take a look. Wylan gave the order, and Kyle obeyed. Welcome, honorable sir. At the door of the Burke Club, 2 young men in black suits pushed open the door and bowed 70 degrees, full of etiquette. After entering the club, the interior is a different world, divided into 3 floors, and the light emitted by the magic lamp is very soft, lighting up the surrounding space. Looking around, the first impression of this club is quietness. Whether it is the maids serving the guests or the nobles and businessmen who are having fun, they all maintain gentlemanly etiquette, and there is no noise. Dear sir, is this your first time at the Burke Club? A woman in a red dress came to Wylan and asked softly. I guess so, Wylan nodded. It was indeed his first time at such a place, and there was nothing to hide. Then let me introduce you to the Burke Club. Please follow me. With the explanation of the woman in red, Wylan understood the operation mode here. The Burke Club is a club that combines drinks and entertainment. It is open to everyone. Each silver coin can be exchanged for a blue bottle cap. Each gold coin can be exchanged for a white bottle cap, and every 10 gold coins can be exchanged for a red bottle cap. For reputable guests, if they do not have enough cash, they can owe 200 gold coins on credit. They must pay it back within 10 days afterwards, otherwise the club will come to collect it by force. This part of the money is also called the wine money of the Burke Club. Give me 20 white bottle caps and 100 blue bottle caps. Wylan pretended to reach into his pocket and took out 30 gold coins from his space ring, stacking 10 gold coins on the transparent coffee table. Seeing this, the maid standing next to the woman in red went to the counter to get 20 white bottle caps and 100 blue bottle caps, neatly placed them in front of Wylan, and then took away the 30 gold coins. Observing carefully, although they are called bottle caps, their shapes are similar to gold coins and are made of some kind of crystal material. Sir, I wish you a happy game. After the woman in red left, Wylan distributed the 100 blue bottle caps to Gray, Blue, and the 4 guards, asking them to play by themselves and wait for him at the door after losing. Here, let's each take half. Wylan handed the 10 white bottle caps in his hand to Kyle, turned around and left. Ready to try it, Kyle looked at the 10 white bottle caps in his hand, looked at the scene of the movement, and suddenly found an empty position. He walked up without hesitation and sat down. 1 white bottle cap per round. Okay. After walking around 1/3 of the first floor, the 10 white bottle caps in Wylan's hand turned into 15 white bottle caps plus 50 blue bottle caps. These self-proclaimed gentlemen saw that he was a novice and wanted to cheat him, but they didn't expect to lose both the lady and the army and let him earn 10 gold coins for nothing. After going around in circles, Wylan unexpectedly found a familiar stranger in a corner. Yadink, Wylan, long time no see. The young noble raised his head and pointed to the seat opposite him. Seeing this, Wylan sat down. Are you curious about why I am here? Before he could speak, Yading said what Wylan was thinking. Sir Yading, it has been 12 years since we last met in the West Wind Palace in the capital of Duke Bogonghen. Wylan put the white and blue bottle caps on the table and changed the subject. It is a very bad experience to communicate with such a nearly evil guy. This time, I accompanied my father to attend your eldest brother's wedding. He went to the Eagle territory first to reminisce with your father, and I chose to stay in Zih province for half a month. Half a month, why? Wylan believed that the heir of the Budball family would not do this for no reason. Must have his own plan. For an elf slave, she's very important to me. Yadink smiled and answered while reshuffling the cards without hiding the purpose of his trip. Want a hand? Wylan subconsciously glanced at the dozen or so piles of white bottle caps on Yadink's left, shook his head and said, forget it, my bottle caps are not enough for me to lose. Okay. Seeing this, Yadink did not force it and put the cards neatly aside. After chatting with Yadink for another half an hour, Wylan got up and left. Raising his head slightly, Yadink looked at Wylan's back and murmured to himself. The child of miracle at the age of 38, he is already a high-ranking golden knight, but unfortunately his mind is a bit simple. Master, the time is up. A man who looked like a butler appeared behind Yadink and said respectfully, okay, it's time to go back. Yadink looked at the time and asked the butler to put away the bottle cap. Then the two of them disappeared in the Burke Club, holding the bottle caps in his hand. Wylan found a few not-so-smart guys and won some bottle caps. When he returned to the center of the hall, he saw a group of people gathered around a game table. Out of curiosity, Wylan asked the maid for a cloth bag, put the bottle caps in it, and walked up. When he got closer, he saw Kyle playing chess with a middle-aged man. However, seeing the piles of bottle caps of various colors on Kyle's right hand, and looking at the number in his cloth bag, he felt a little frustrated. The nobles and merchants watching around did not discuss. Out of respect for both parties in the game, no one communicated, but just watched quietly. In less than a minute, the rich businessman lost all his chips, smiled at Kyle very apologetically, and got up and left his seat. Not long after, a confident noble sat opposite Kyle, put out his chips one by one, and signaled the other party to start. As time passed, more and more spectators gathered around, without noise, just quietly enjoying the game between the two sides. 2 hours later, another unlucky guy lost all his chips. That's all for today. Kyle stood up and left his seat, looking at the bottle caps that filled half of the game table. Waved to a maid not far away, asking her to come and clean up. The nobles and merchants around nodded slightly to apologize, then dispersed and played their own games. I didn't expect you to be a master. Wylan looked at Kyle with some strangeness, a little bit of skill. Kyle responded with a smile. My lord, you have 10 purple bottle caps, 150 white bottle caps, and 560 blue bottle caps, which can be exchanged for 306 gold coins. Minus your principal, there are a total of 296 gold coins. According to the club rules, we will take 10%. This is all your wealth, a total of 276 gold coins and 4 silver coins. Please accept it. Kyle took the 2 cloth bags on the maid's tray and put them in his pocket. Afterwards, Wylan went to the counter and exchanged the money in his hand for gold coins, no more, no less, exactly 30 gold coins. After leaving the club, Gray, Blue, and the 4 guards had already been waiting outside. It can be seen that these 6 people did not participate in the game in the hall, but directly exchanged the bottle caps that Wylan distributed to them for money and waited outside early. Wylan did not ask about this move. The money distributed to them was up to them to decide, and Wylan would not interfere. Let's go find a hotel to rest for a night and talk about it tomorrow. There's a hotel less than 100 meters away from the Burke Club. Sir, a single room is 5 silver coins a night. How many rooms do you need? The hotel manager kept a smile on his face and asked respectfully. 8 rooms. Go ahead. Wylan took out 4 gold coins from the cloth bag and handed them to the hotel manager. After taking the gold coins, the hotel manager immediately called a few male servants and asked Wylan and them to take them to the room. Although the hotel looks plain on the outside, it is quite neat and clean inside. Entering the room, the light was very soft, not dazzling. Gently touching the quilt with your hand, it was very smooth. Dong dong dong. Before lying down, Wylan heard a knock on the door. When he came to the door and opened it, he saw a hotel servant holding a dinner. Sir, please enjoy it slowly. Okay. Taking the plate and closing the door. Wylan had to sigh that the service of this hotel was indeed very thoughtful, but thinking that the other party could gain a foothold in the noble district, it was not so difficult to understand. After tasting the food, Wylan asked someone to take away the tableware and lay down on the bed to rest. The next morning, he took several of his men to continue to visit this pearl in the central region. After 10 days, Wylan visited East City District and North City District. These 3 districts use magic to a great extent. They use element pools as energy and are maintained by mages. The clean and tidy passages, magic lights that light up at all times of the day and night, and various colored lights made of various crystals on the buildings beside the streets make the capital of Zih province worthy of the title of the Pearl of the Central Region. Compared with the provincial capitals in the Western region, the gap is not small. Unknowingly, the group came to the South City District of the provincial capital of Zih province. Unlike the civilian areas of the provincial capital that Wylan had visited, the South City District of Zih province is well planned and the environment is well managed. There are small vendors hawking in the streets and alleys, children running freely, and civilians with tired but happy faces. Although some officials here have a bad style, it takes a lot of effort to manage the civilian areas like this. Wylan took a bite of the green fruit and said slowly, for civilians, they just pray for a richer life. The struggles above don't really have much to do with them. Kyle said, in the South City, there were no gangs as imagined. Sheriffs patrolled from time to time to ensure the security of each street area. After losing interest, several people came to the commercial district. There were a variety of shops. The things sold in them came from various provinces in the central region, but they were basically low-end things. As for mid to high-end extraordinary resources, they were basically in the hands of the nobles and only circulated between friendly families. Unless they encountered trade between countries, they would not be sold to the outside world. How much is this? Wylan squatted in front of an iron cage, pointing at the strange creatures inside, and asked curiously, Sir, this is a cat from the cat tribe in the land of chaos. She is 18 years old and still a virgin. You can take her home for only 3,000 gold coins. The merchant saw the distinguished guest coming, his eyes lit up, and he came forward to introduce enthusiastically. Forget it. Wylan shook his head and refused. This kind of beautiful cat girl is just a vase except for her appearance. There's no use value in buying her back. The merchant was not angry when he heard Wylan's refusal. He said politely, Sir, this is not to your taste. Are you interested in going inside to take a look? Seeing this, Wylan immediately became interested and wanted to see what slaves this merchant had. Entering the store, under the guidance of the merchant, Wylan came to a wide basement with no less than 100 slaves imprisoned on both sides. There were male slaves on the left and female slaves on the right. The environment was kept very clean, and the faces of the slaves were well groomed. After all, buyers looked at the unkempt slaves, and I believe that 6 out of 10 would lose the desire to continue buying. My lord, please look, this is a fire rock lizardman. From the misty forest, with low silver strength and extremely high loyalty. As long as you can subdue him, he will follow you to death and will never betray his master. The price is a bit high, worth 500 gold coins. This is a half-elf slave girl, the daughter of a small town in the half-elf kingdom. She is still a virgin. She is mid-bronze strength. You can take her away for only 2,000 gold coins. And this one? Following the merchant, Wylan remained silent and secretly observed these slaves. My lord, I think this one can be bought. Kyle pointed at the young man who exuded a decadent aura and said in a deep voice, "How much is this?" Seeing this, the merchant turned his head and looked at it and was ecstatic. My lord, this only needs 2,000. Oh no, only 1,000 gold coins and you can take it away. That's him. Wylan took out a gold note with a face value of 1,000 gold coins and handed it. The merchant, looking at the gold note in his hand, the merchant immediately asked the servant to open the iron door. 2 guards stepped forward and helped the thin young man up. At this moment, Wylan saw the appearance of this young man who exuded a decadent aura all over his body. He has a decent appearance, but the decadent aura around him adds a melancholy to himself. Kyle stepped forward and grabbed his wrist and carefully checked his physical condition. Shrouded by the power of light, the thin young man showed a painful expression on his face, and black smoke came out of his head. Seeing this, the merchant on the side felt that the gold note in his hand was a little hot. Sir, I didn't know he would. Don't worry, buying and selling is free, but I paid the money and this person is mine. You can't regret it. Of course, this is natural. The merchant felt much more at ease when he saw Wylan's smile. He was afraid that this sir would not be satisfied and not only asked him to pay back the money, but also asked him to make compensation. If that happened, he would lose a lot. 10 minutes later, Kyle let go of the thin young man's hand, and a feather-shaped pattern appeared on his forehead, and the corruption emanating from his body disappeared. Okay, yes. Then let's go back first. Seeing this, the merchant personally sent Wylan and his party to the door, bowed. Sent them off respectfully. Master, that sir has gone far away, an old butler reminded in a low voice. Seeing this, the merchant stood up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The guard next to that lord has such a scary aura. It's like facing Pastor Talia of the Church of Life. It's really frightening. Congratulations, sir, you finally sold that disaster star. The old housekeeper complimented in a low voice. Yes, recalling 6 years ago, I was obsessed with buying a bronze high-level mage for 3,000 gold coins in the hope of making a fortune, and fantasized about selling it for 6,000 gold coins. I didn't expect to be cheated by that damn bastard. A few days after I bought it, the kid began to emit a corrupt aura. Fortunately, the range of action was only within the prison, otherwise I would have to build a separate secret room to imprison this kid. In the first few years, he always wanted to sell it, so he lowered the price to 1,000 gold coins, but unfortunately he still couldn't sell it. As for killing it, he was a little reluctant after all. He bought it with 3,000 gold coins, so he just kept it like this. Even tried to find the rats in the sewers, wanting to sell the boy to the evil wizards, but fear overcame greed, and he didn't dare to take action. If the Church of Life knew that he dared to sell slaves to the evil wizards, his family of 17 would be sent to the execution platform in the central square, and their souls would be purified by the holy light. Back to the hotel, Wylan and Kyle took the young man into the room, and the others waited outside the room. Kyle asked the young man to lie down on the bed, and then began to use his power to cleanse his body and soul. Wylan sat aside and took out a bunch of fruits from the inside of the druid's book and put them on the table. He tasted and watched to satisfy his curiosity. The magic energy with a bright breath wrapped the young man and began to assimilate from soul to body. The young man exuded a decadent breath. From the initial resistance to lying down, he finally took the initiative to seek mutual fusion with Kyle's magic energy to transform the young man's body and soul. Things went very smoothly, but Kyle suddenly frowned, took out a bottle of red dragon blood, and poured it on the young man. Sizzle, sizzle, a sharp sound rang out, and powerful energy collided in the air, stirring up violent energy fluctuations. The power of the red dragon blood, Kyle's magic power, and the aura of decay, these 3 things competed with each other, compromised with each other, and merged with each other, forming a delicate balance. The young man as the carrier couldn't help but wail, but Kyle thought it was noisy and directly silenced the other party. In this way, another half an hour passed, and 3 bottles of red dragon blood were consumed. Looking at this scene in front of him, Wylan didn't feel sleepy at all and wanted to know what the final result would be. I don't know how long it took. Kyle took back his power, looked at his masterpiece, and was very satisfied. How is the situation? Is it the same as the situation of gray and blue? Wylan handed over fresh fruit and asked curiously. Master, his situation is different. Gray is the combination of the two powers and blue is the stimulation of his own blood. As for this kid, the situation is much more complicated, but it is still within my control. Then, the two chatted intermittently, waiting for the kid to wake up. Half an hour later, the thin young man slowly got up from the bed, confused about the situation around him. But when he turned around and saw Kyle, his body instinctively forced him to leave the wooden bed and kneel on the ground. Master. The voice was low, and the tone was a little vicissitudes. Your real name is Caius, code name is Hugh, and stay with me for the time being. Kyle stared at the other party and said in a deep voice, his orders are higher than mine, just remember this. Yes, master. Kyle waved his hand and let Huan go out first. You won't do anything to his soul, will you? After Huan left the room, Wylan asked with some doubts. Kyle heard this and answered, that's half right. I didn't do anything to his soul. As for why he recognized me as his master as soon as he woke up, it has something to do with his ability. Wait a minute, let me guess. You gave him the code name Huan, so his ability must be related to dreams. Am I right? Yes, my lord. Huan's profession is a variant of the arcane master's specialization in illusion. I call it a dream master. To put it simply, his consciousness can enter other people's dreams, and most of his attack methods act on the soul. Yes, it will be of great help in interrogating intelligence in the future, but Huan's current strength is only low-level silver. You, as the master, must step up. Wylan touched his chin and suddenly realized that if Huan was placed on the battlefield, it could play a very big role. It's not feasible in a short time. His soul has been riddled with holes under the corrosion of the decaying breath. Although the power I am using now neutralizes this effect, he is not easy to use too strong power within 5 years, otherwise his soul will be at risk of collapse. Okay. Outside the gate, Huey folded his arms across his chest and leaned against the wall. Hearing the sound, he opened his eyes and looked at Huan, who had just come out, and then closed his eyes again. Lan raised his head and looked Huan up and down. Huan looked ordinary, but he had the breath of his master. It was obvious that this was the third follower of the master. Hey, what is the name the master gave you? Lan asked. Huan. After the thin young man said his name, he no longer paid attention to the 1.5-meter-tall maid in front of him. He lowered his head and stood beside her, interpreting the various knowledge that the master had stuffed into his brain. Looking at the melancholy breath emanating from the other party, Lan immediately felt a sense of urgency. Squeak, the wooden door was opened, and Kyle walked out. Lorian, go get a room for Huan. Kyle threw a gold coin to a guard and ordered him. The young guard took the gold coin, put his right hand on his chest and saluted, saying, Yes, sir. Huan, don't use your abilities unless necessary in the next 5 years. I respectfully obey your orders, my master. Huan lowered his head and replied. The next few days, Wylan visited several famous amusement parks outside the provincial capital of Zih province, and then set off for Windsor Castle. On August 18, 9740 of the glorious calendar, 17 years had passed since the last time he returned to Windsor Castle. From the day he left on his own, Kixing territory was his home. Master Wylan, welcome back. At the east gate outside Windsor City, middle-aged officer stepped forward to salute and said respectfully, Celia, long time no see. Hearing Wylan accurately call out his name, the middle-aged officer was very honored and asked the guards to open the gate and let Wylan in. There were 30 guards standing guard at the east gate. Except for a few older officers, the other soldiers had basically never seen Wylan, but they chose to obey the orders of their superiors. Entering Windsor Castle, there was no difference from 20 years ago. It was still a rough deployment, without any changes. With Kyle and the others, Wylan came to the stable, handed the mount to the servant who raised the horses, and called a butler to arrange his subordinates. My lord, I will take my leave first. Kyle said respectfully. Okay, tell butler Livia if you have any questions. After seeing Kyle off, Wylan went to his father's study according to the route in his memory. After 17 years, Wylan stood in front of this wooden door again. Wylan recalled the scene when he left 20 years ago, and at the same time recalled the scene when he returned to Windsor Castle 17 years ago. What are you doing standing outside? A calm and joyful voice came from the study. Seeing this, Wylan smiled embarrassedly, raised his right hand and knocked on the door. Come in. Familiar voice, Wylan got his father's permission, tidied his clothes. pushed open the wooden door. Angus put his hands on the desk and looked at the door of the study. "Father, I'm back. It's good to be back." The short conversation reflects the shortest conversation between father and son. "I have heard about your deeds during the 7 Years' War from your uncle and uncle." Angus came to Wylan, hugged his child, and spoke in a very gentle tone. "My child, I am proud of you. Thank you for your compliment, father." Wylan also hugged his father and responded with a smile. After a long time, the two separated. "Look at your mother. She should be in the garden. She hasn't seen you for many years. She misses you very much." "I know, father." After saying goodbye to his father, Wylan left the study and went through the corridor to the garden between the 5th and 6th sub-forts. As soon as he stepped into the garden, he heard two voices. One was his mother's happy laughter, and the other voice was a little strange, but it seemed to have been heard somewhere. Along the stone-paved path, surrounded by flowers, Wylan walked to the center of the garden. "Mother, long time no see." Alyssa looked at her little son, couldn't wait to get up and come to Wylan, stroking his face with her hand. "Welcome back, my child." "Wylan, do you still recognize me?" Looking in the direction of the voice, Wylan noticed that this strange woman had a beautiful face, delicate and charming, and was somewhat similar to her mother. Facing the other party's expectant eyes, Wylan tentatively replied, "You are the second sister, Putchai." Looking at her son's expression, Alyssa couldn't help laughing. Wylan was born after her daughter left Windsor Castle. Although he came back several times, he didn't stay in Windsor Castle for a long time, which made Wylan not familiar with his second sister. Seeing this scene, Orsia was not angry. She had met her brother only a few times, and it was normal for the other party not to be familiar with him. "Come and sit." Alyssa took Wylan's hand and came to the small table made of rattan and asked him to sit next to her. "I heard from your father that Uncle Irises praised you highly, and even your third uncle said that your ability is not inferior to your eldest brother." Facing his mother's concerned and curious eyes, Wylan smiled faintly. "Mother, can I tell you about my experience?" "Really?" Alyssa's tone was somewhat happy. Orthia also cast a curious look, wanting to hear her brother's story. Wylan did not keep the secret and began to tell his experience in the past 7 years. However, Wylan did not tell the story of the Midas space training. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. This naturally included his mother and sister. Even his father, Wylan, would not tell him. From the beginning of the war to the end of the war, Wylan told his mother what he had seen and heard in the past 7 years. From her son's mouth, Alyssa could clearly feel her child's growth in the war. "Is your servant married?" Alyssa asked. After hearing this, Wylan shook his head. "That's not the case. If possible, I want to choose a fiancé for your servant in the family. What do you think?" For this question, he naturally knew what his mother wanted to do, but Wylan, who already regarded Kyle as a brother, did not want to interfere with the other party's marriage. "Sorry, mother, I can't agree to this." "It's okay, I respect your advice." Alyssa was not angry at all. The child has grown up, and parents can only give suggestions at most, and should not interfere too much. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the head maid came to Alyssa to report on the affairs of the castle. "You talked to your sister for a while. I have something else to deal with." After that, Alyssa left the garden, leaving Wylan and Orsia alone. The two siblings looked at each other, and the scene fell into silence. "How have you been these past few years?" "Fine. The high-level gold knight is more talented than your sister and me. It's just a fluke, not worth mentioning." The two of them chatted wordlessly, and gradually the number of topics increased. "Second sister, I remember that you are 2 years younger than my eldest brother. Has your father arranged a marriage for you?" When Althea heard this topic, she couldn't help but smile sweetly on her face. "The other party is a paladin who was born as a commoner, but I don't know if my father will agree. If the other party gets married, it should be easy, but if you marry outside, this situation will be difficult. Your father will definitely not agree." After hearing this, Wylan said helplessly, "I know." Althea sounded a little disappointed. "My family has invested a lot of resources in me, which means that I cannot make the decision on my own marriage. After enjoying the treatment, I must fulfill my obligations. When I was 3 years old, my father told me this truth. I will confess to my father after a while. No matter what the outcome is, I will obey my father's decision. Second sister, you'd better think like this. Otherwise, if my father takes action, the paladin who was born as a commoner will definitely die without a trace." Looking at Althea, Varen advised him bluntly, hoping that the other party would think well. The causes and consequences of this matter should not lead to an irreversible outcome. "I know." Althea still kept a smile on her face, but her smile was very sad. Varen did not have a close relationship with his sister. In comparison, Varen has the closest relationship with his eldest brother, followed by his fourth brother Lysis, and then his two sisters. This has a lot to do with the length of time they spend together. Second sister, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Well, I'll be waiting for a while. Looking at her brother's leaving figure, Althea could clearly feel the alienation between them. The days she and Varen had been together were numbered, less than 3 months in total. Well, Althea was not in the mood to watch the flowers vying for beauty around her. After sitting there for 10 minutes, she got up and returned to her room. Not long after leaving the garden, Varen put his sister's affairs behind him and headed to his residence. The wedding venue of his eldest brother Ilys's was held at Millie's Garden Castle, located to the east of Yingsing Lake in the northwest of Yingsing City. Although it was called a castle, Varen preferred to call it Millie's Garden Manor. He often followed it when he was a child. Father and mother go on vacation. Many beautiful memories were left at Millie's Garden Castle. 2 days later, Lysis returned to Windsor Castle. After the two brothers met, they left Windsor Castle directly and went hunting in the surrounding hunting grounds. They also went to the places where they played when they were children to relive the good times of their childhood. In the middle of Yingsing Lake, Wyland sat on the bow of the boat and Lysis sat on the stern, floating in the wind on the lake. Fourth brother, yes, you have become a viscount. At the end of the day, promotion to Earl requires 800 battle merits. I wonder if my grandson can accumulate 800 battle merits. Lysis said with emotion. He was very clear about his own abilities. Are you so unsure of your son? Wyland teased with a smile. I really have no confidence. Lysis replied very calmly without any trace of shame on his face. What am I like myself? Can I still be shameless and have high demands on my son? Fourth brother, you have a clear vision. If you need any help, please contact me. Wyland paddled the boat and said to Lysis, This is what you said. Fourth brother, I really need to ask you for something. Just say it. Grandpa Iorises has helped me a lot with the development of the territory. There are some things I don't feel comfortable bothering him with. I want to borrow money from you this time, about 10 million gold coins. How about paying it back in 10 years? No problem, I'm giving you an additional 300 sets of sophisticated knight equipment. Wyland said without hesitation. Hearing this, Lysis quickly refused. This is not possible. I can't have 300 sets of sophisticated knight equipment. Fourth brother, if you refuse, I will not lend you these 10 million gold coins. After some inner struggle, Lysis finally sighed and said, Thank you, Varen, I don't know how to thank you. We are brothers and you are my biological brother. If you really want to thank me, then thank your father and mother. Why is this? Lysis couldn't turn his head. Ha ha ha. Wyland looked at his fourth brother's cute expression and burst out laughing. Lysis instantly understood that they were the continuation of the bloodline of their father and mother, and were blood brothers. Look, big fish. After hearing Lysis's words, Varen turned his head. Apart from the calm lake surface, there were no big fish at all. Suddenly, Wyland felt his body tilt and subconsciously pulled forward. The next moment, the two fell into the water. Let's see who among us swims to the other side first. Okay, if you win, you have to give the loser a gold coin. Wyland looked to the east. It was 6 kilometers away from the shore, which was not too far. It's a deal. Then Wyland took out a silver coin and threw it high into the sky. When the silver coin falls into the water, it is the signal for the game to begin. Neither of them used fighting spirit and relied on their own physical fitness to start swimming towards the shore. 1 minute, Wyland put his hand on the shore, looked back, and Lysis was still 200 meters away from the shore. There was no doubt that he won this competition, and he felt extremely satisfied. A few seconds later, Lysis arrived at the shore, took out a gold coin helplessly, and threw it to Wyland. Sitting on the green grass, Wyland reached out and grabbed the gold coin, polished it carefully, and put it into the space ring. Lysis climbed out of the lake, evaporated the remaining lake water on his clothes with fighting spirit, and then sat next to Wyland to enjoy the scenery of Yingsing Lake. Thinking back then, you said shamelessly that you would live a life of idleness and wait for death in Windsor Castle. Your father gave you a severe lesson. You are the same, saying that you will not marry a wife. You want to be a romantic knight, and you will fall in love with everyone you meet. But you were hung up and beaten by your mother. The screams, tut tut tut, I still remember it now. The two lay on the grass by the lake, telling each other about the mistakes they made when they were young. They all knew that time passed and they could never go back to their childhood. Now, decades later, they have become lords, no longer innocent children, and have been burdened with the honor and disgrace of hundreds of thousands of people. The two turned their heads and looked at each other silently, revealing a firmness and confidence in their eyes. Although they have changed with age, the brotherhood between them will not be swallowed by time. As dusk fell, the two of them walked around the lake and arrived at the starting point of Yingsing Lake. There is a small boat in the lake. Please send someone to retrieve it. Wylan took out a gold coin and handed it to the staff here. Master Wylan, it doesn't have to be like this. This is our job. The young man refused politely and did not accept the gold coin given by Wylan. That's okay. Wylan took back the gold coins very naturally and returned to the wooden house where Lysies was spending his vacation. Not long after, several servants came to their residence carrying sumptuous food. Tomorrow we'll go find my eldest brother. The sister-in-law I've never met before. I'm quite curious. Wylan cut off a piece of venison, put it in his mouth, and chewed it slowly. I heard it came from the Casta Mage Tower. Lysies tasted the wine and told the information he knew. My father is quite capable of the Mage Tower known as the Shield of the Kingdom. Wylan looked a little surprised. Lysies came over and whispered, I heard that it is the eldest brother's own ability. My father originally chose the marriage partner for the eldest brother to be the daughter of the eldest son of the Marquis of Rodent. Casista Mage Tower is a mage tower created by the kingdom's legendary mage Casista, and based on it, Casista Mage Academy was established, which is as famous as the first magic academy in the royal capital. However, this legendary mage passed away thousands of years ago, but his students are known as the left wing of the kingdom, the patron saint of the kingdom, the source of fear in the Grey Wasteland, the honorary member of the Ash Magic Kingdom, and the owner of the Morning Flower of the Holy Third Dawn Kingdom. The author, the legendary mage Calyx Silvus, is the second tower master of the Casista Mage Tower. The Mage Tower of Casista was originally a floating city. On the day of Cassista's death, under the auspices of Calyx Silvus, this floating city was placed on the earth to commemorate his memory. My own teacher, thousands of years have passed, and this floating city has been gradually forgotten by people, becoming the Casita Master Tower on the northern mountain of the royal capital. Brother is still very capable. He was able to recruit the students of His Excellency Calyx Silvus. Indeed, eldest brother is no worse than father. Lysies nodded in agreement. This pair of father and son, one seeking to marry the daughter of a duke and the other a student seeking to marry the patron saint of the kingdom, posed a great challenge to the subsequent heirs of the family. However, this has nothing to do with Varen and Lysies. From the moment they became the Pioneer Knights, from the moment they started, they were branches of the Akers family and no longer belonged to the main line. You said the first Marquis of Eagle was our father or eldest brother. Wylan heard this and responded with a smile. Father and eldest brother have a fight. Whoever wins will be the first Marquis of the Eagle. When the time comes, I will start a game and bring the rest of the family over so. Before he finished speaking, Wylan suddenly left his seat, looked at the smashed wicker chair and smiled awkwardly. Brother, why are you here? Why can't I come and see my dear brother? Ilyssus had a friendly smile on his face, but in Varen's eyes it was not that friendly. It's a pity that I don't want to see you yet. Wylan stood up from the ground, took a few steps back, and then said, he and his eldest brother were both at the same level. Although he couldn't defeat him, he would never be able to catch up with him if he ran away. Alicia, do me a favor. Kindness. Just then, Wylan noticed that there was a beautiful lady following behind his eldest brother. However, the alert Wylan would not wait for the opponent to cast a spell to trap him. He immediately stayed away from the place and cast the druid spell Absolute Barrier to weave 8 indestructible shields from plants and stand around them. Looking at Varen, who turned into a turtle, Ilyssus smiled helplessly and told his fiancée not to do anything again to avoid causing huge damage. Come out, I won't beat you. Upon seeing this, Wylan removed the druid spell but did not approach his elder brother. Instead, he came behind Lysies. Even if the elder brother went back on his word, his fourth brother would help him resist for a while. Seeing his brother's actions, Lysies apologized to his eldest brother but did not give in. Bring over 3 wicker chairs. Yes, sir. The steward here lowered his head and replied. He cleaned up the broken wicker chairs, personally brought 3 wicker chairs and set them up. He also brought 6 kinds of pastries and 3 bottles of wine, set them up, and then bowed and left. down. Seeing his eldest brother take his seat, Wylin lowered his guard, moved the wicker chair over, placed it on the left side of Lyses, and then quietly took his seat. When you two came out, why didn't you call your second sister Althea out to play with you? Not familiar. Wylin replied bluntly without any twists and turns. Seeing this, Lyses nodded helplessly. His point of view was the same as that of Varen. He was not very familiar with his second sister Althea. It would not be a good thing for both parties if they were called out to play together. Well, regarding the answers given by her two younger brothers, Ilyssus naturally knew that they had not played together since they were young. And only those who had deep feelings could deceive the undead. Varen, Lyses, is it okay to call you this? The gentle voice came like the sound of nature, and the two of them couldn't help but look at her. I saw that her eyebrows were like distant daisies, her eyes were like autumn water, her lips were like cherries, her skin was like gelatin, and her hands were like catkins, and her appearance was as beautiful as a country. Okay, sister-in-law, you can call me whatever you want, you're welcome. Me too, sister-in-law, please do as you please. The four of them got together, talked to each other about interesting things, and became familiar with each other. For his eldest brother Ilyssus and Alicia, the encounter was very cliché, just a hero saving a beautiful woman. However, what surprised Wylin was that the two of them had known each other 30 years ago, which was really amazing. Brother, you're still hiding deep, and I admire you very much. Lyses looked at the shy Alicia and couldn't help praising her. That's natural. Apart from my several guardian knights, only Irises knows something about this matter. Apart from that, no one in the family knows about it. Ilyssus was very proud of this. I don't know if I tell my father about this. Will he call my mother and beat you up? Wylin touched his chin and said it subconsciously. In an instant, the atmosphere became a little weird. Lyses covered his face with his hands, feeling helpless about Wylin's suicidal behavior. Haha, just kidding, my dear eldest brother. Even if I betray my fourth brother, I will not betray you, just rest assured. Wylin said hurriedly, otherwise he would have to run away later. Forget it, it doesn't matter if you say it. Ilyssus was very open-minded and was not afraid that Wylin would reveal this matter. Alicia looked at the three brothers who were in harmony, covered her mouth with her hand, and laughed softly. The four of them had a pleasant conversation. They reluctantly went to rest until the bright moon was in the sky. Early the next morning, Varen and Lyses continued their journey. On the green grass, Ilyssus held Alicia's hand and watched her two brothers leave, feeling a little bored in her heart. What's wrong? Alicia noticed the change in Elise's mood and asked with concern. When Ilyssus saw this, he did not hide it. I am thinking about how to eliminate the gap between Orthea and the two of them. I'm here to help you. As long as we get along with each other more, I believe that Varen and Lyses will become closer to their sister. Alicia hugged Elise's right arm and said softly, Forget it, I still have to do this. After thinking for a while, Ilyssus decided not to let Alicia get involved in this matter. Wylin and Lyses grew up under his own watch, and his father didn't even spend as much time with them as his eldest brother. This is why his relationship with his two younger brothers is so good. As for his sister Althea, he has not seen her for many years, and even he has a somewhat estranged relationship with her. Afterwards, Ilyssus took Alicia back to Milly's garden castle and continued to guide the deployment of the wedding scene. After leaving Yinxing Lake, the speed of the two slowed down. Wylin, I think the eldest brother is very concerned about our relationship with the second sister. Fourth brother, let me put it this way. When my second sister and I were sitting together, I felt a little awkward and didn't know what to talk about. Wylin turned to look at Lyses and told about what he had said when the two of them were alone in the garden. Feel. If it were a stranger I had never met before, I would not have this emotion when I communicated with him for the first time. But when I communicated with my second sister, I felt this way. I can't explain why. Hearing this, Lyses couldn't help but sigh. Actually, I'm the same. I don't know where to place my second sister. Is she a sibling of the same age or an elder? I'm actually very conflicted inside. Forget it, never mind. If the second sister asks me for help, I will try my best to help her. Let things take their own course. The two stopped talking, patted the red phosphorus horse and asked it to speed up, trying to reach Moon Shadow City before dark. At sunset, the two entered the city smoothly. He placed the red phosphorus horse at the city gate and asked the city guards to take good care of it, then went straight into the city and headed to Zicheng district. Flower Moon Festival, I haven't seen you here for many years. Smelling the flowers beside the road brought back many beautiful memories for Lyses. I still remember the flower guessing game. When I was 13 years old, I stared at a little girl without blinking. If there is a shadow stone, I will definitely record it. Is there such a thing? Lissy said without changing his expression. No matter how eloquently Varen continued to describe, he would never admit it. Seeing this situation, Wylan was also a little discouraged. Since the fourth brother refused to admit it, he had no choice. Walking on the central avenue in Zicheng district, everyone around you, whether civilians, wealthy businessmen, or small nobles from afar, are polite and courteous to each other. In the territory of Earl Eagle, no nobleman dared to cause trouble on his own initiative. Moving forward, we stopped at an open-air auction house. Go in and have a look. Upon hearing Lyses's proposal, Varen nodded in agreement without hesitation. The two entered the open-air auction, found 2 seats at the back and sat down, waiting for the auction to begin. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the auction officially begins. Gentlemen, you are welcome. The 233rd auction of Enmy's Garden in Moon Shadow City has officially begun. A woman in costume stepped onto the center of the stage, and her light voice spread throughout the open-air auction venue. Halfway through the auction, Wylan lost interest, but seeing that the fourth brother was still staring at the stage, he made no suggestion to leave. The 43rd item is a broken sword from the sea. Area outside the kingdom of Seton Province. The starting price is 100 gold coins, and each increase in price is no less than 1 gold coin. As soon as the host finished speaking, Lysses couldn't wait to raise his hand. Seeing the fourth brother's behavior, Wylan felt confused in his heart, but he believed that the fourth brother would not buy a broken sword for no reason. No one else was interested in the broken sword, so it was auctioned off by Lysses for 101 gold coins. After the auction, Lysses couldn't wait to take the broken sword to Yuying Manor in Dongcheng district, a place dedicated to the Acres family members and important guests to rest. In a room, Lysses stood by the table, staring at the broken sword for half an hour without blinking. Wylan sat on the wooden chair, sometimes looking at Lysses, sometimes looking at the broken sword, and waited quietly. Lysses took out a short sword, made a cut in his palm, and poured his own blood on the broken sword. Wylan just wanted to stop it, but he found that the broken sword body gradually disintegrated under the water of blood. Only the hilt lost its rotten appearance, revealing patterns that were obscure and difficult to understand, as if they were mysterious things that traveled from ancient times. Relic. The pattern on the sword hilt is like an ancient code, engraved with the traces of time. Sure enough, this is the correct way to open it, Lysses said to himself with a smile on his face. Fourth brother, what's going on? Do you know what this thing is? Wylan expressed his confusion and looked at his fourth brother's silly smile, which aroused his curiosity. I told you to read more books and learn about some strange things before, but you don't understand. Tell me what this is. Wylan didn't care about his fourth brother's disappointment. He took out a bottle of life potion and handed it to Lysses, and then urged him to explain quickly. Lysses took the life potion and applied it on his palm. The wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This thing is a key, open. Forget it, fourth brother, don't say it, just know it yourself, don't tell it. Before Lysses finished speaking, Wylan interrupted him and advised with a serious face. You really don't want to know? Lysses asked again. Wylan shook his head and refused. No, fourth brother, unless you can't get something, you can ask the family for help. For other things, just know it yourself. Don't tell it to subordinates who are not very trusted. I'll remember it. Okay, I'm going to rest. You should go to bed early too. There will be a grand flower moon celebration tomorrow, don't miss it. Wylan opened the door and left. Lysses stood there, thinking carefully about what Wylan had just said, and smiled self-deprecatingly. Father is right, Wylan is indeed stronger than me, even stronger than my elder brother. On September 15, 9740, in the glorious calendar, grand wedding was held at Millis Garden Castle. Within the kingdom, most of the nobles and forces who were friendly with the Acres family either sent their heirs to attend or came to congratulate them in person. In a square covering an area of 300 acres, tens of thousands of people gathered with different purposes for the wedding of the heir to the Earl of Eagle. Wylan wears a black dress and always keeps a smile on his face. He either takes the initiative to make friends with the heirs of various forces or passively gets to know powerful people from all sides. Walking at the wedding venue, Varen saw many acquaintances, including Grandpa Irises, Earl of Hurricane, Great-Aunt Miley, Earl of Blood Moon, Simon Acres, Earl of Bayi from the Principality of Borderland, and so on. In addition, There are countless distinguished guests from the kingdom of the Holy Third Dawn, the great nobles of the kingdom of Cube, and some of Grandpa's friends, etc. Can only be said that in less than 800 years, the Akers family has a very large network of relationships, which is far beyond the reach of other thousand-year-old noble families. This is due to the efforts of many members of the Akers family, weaving this huge network. For example, the great nobles in the Cube Kingdom came because of the relationship between Earl Bloodyew and. Another example is those who came from the Church of Dawn because of their father and Earl Hurricane. There are also some powerful adventurers who came because of Count Andersey. As for some non-human creatures in more distant places, it was because of their deep friendship with their grandfather that they traveled tens of thousands of miles to attend his eldest grandson's wedding and meet old friends he hadn't seen for many years. "Wylan, we meet again." Hearing this familiar voice, Varen turned around and saw that it was Yadink Budbul. This was the third time they met. However, next to him, there was an elf who was timidly holding Yadink's arm and did not dare to raise his head to observe the surrounding situation. Wylan came to Yadink and asked curiously, "This is the person who is very important to you?" Yadink admitted generously, "That's right." "No matter what, congratulations on finding your important person." "Thank you. I have to meet a few friends, so I won't talk more." "Goodbye." After parting ways with Yadink, Varen continued to wander around the banquet, occasionally meeting young nobles and exchanging a few words with each other. At 12 o'clock at noon, under the auspices of His Excellency Aurelius, the Bishop of the Life Church of Zich Province and a 600-year-old sole senior priest, the wedding officially began. Varen stood at the back and watched the wedding begin. It's not that he doesn't want to stand in front, but that each of the 200 guests standing in the front has a very high status and powerful strength. Young and promising young people like them can only stand back. Although Lord Aurelius's voice was not loud, everyone present could hear each other's voice. The wedding did not last long and came to an end in just 1 hour. This moment is the most important moment of this wedding. Elises held Alicia's hand and, accompanied by several elders, got to know each other and deepened their impressions with the important people attending the wedding. The purpose of this move is very clear. Angus is paving the way for his son to gradually take over all aspects of the family's affairs, so that he can hand over the title to Illises in the future. Wylan, still acting as a little transparent, came to a resting place next to the wedding venue to rest, taste the wine that had been stored for 60 years, and admire the beautiful ladies passing by. It was very comfortable and relaxing. It didn't take long for Illises to find Wylan taking a break, and he ran over quietly, leaning on the soft sofa, and they became salted fish together. After getting married, life will definitely be difficult for the eldest brother. Wylan moved his butt over and whispered. Illises kept a smile on his face and responded in a low voice. "Father will definitely not let go of free labor. Within 20 years, he will definitely let the eldest brother take over all the affairs of the family, both overt and covert, and then abdicate and take mother with him, just like grandparents did, to enjoy the beautiful world of two people. Not only that, after the eldest brother inherits the title, he not only has to deal with busy affairs, but also has to be supervised by his elders. He has no time of his own. I am more comfortable. I am the biggest in the territory and can do whatever I want." Yeah, Lyses expressed doubts about this. It does not seem that easy to be a good lord by judging others by oneself. "That's right," Wylan replied without blushing, automatically ignoring the fact that he was being supervised by Kyle. Anyway, Kyle is in Windsor Castle now, and his fourth brother doesn't know him, so he has no place to go to verify this matter. Seeing Wylan's sincere expression, Lyses could only choose to believe it. Lying until 3 in the afternoon, there were 2 more people here, Yadink and his elf. "How come you, the heir of the Budball family, don't make friends with the heirs of the great nobles, but come here to lie here with us 2 brothers to bask in the sun?" Varen looked at Aiden, who was resting on the elf's knees. Key curled his lips, feeling a little jealous in his heart. "I basically know all the young nobles who are here. Just exchange a few words with each other during this meeting. There's no need to be so tiring and bring mental fatigue to yourself. Besides, there will be a dance tonight, so you don't have a dance partner yet." Yadink closed his eyes, enjoying the elf's massage, and replied nonchalantly, "So what if I don't? It will be nice to watch you dance then." Wylan thought that as long as he was not embarrassed, it would not put a psychological burden on himself. Before I knew it, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After looking at the sky, Wylan sat up from the soft sofa, grabbed a fruit from the table and prepared to relax. Not far away, he met Drigos, the eldest son of Earl Bloodmoon. "Cousin, what do you want from me? It's a good thing. Come with me. Someone wants to see you." After that, regardless of whether Varen agreed or not, Drigos directly pulled Varen and headed north. "Does Vitris still like to go to those romantic places?" a young woman in a black dress asked with a smile. Count Miali of the Blood Moon did not feel angry, and replied with a smile, "We have been an old couple for so many years, and it is quite interesting to catch him every once in a while. It has been more than 160 years since we graduated from the Royal Capital Knight Academy." "It has indeed been many years. There were 32 people in our generation, and now 13 have fallen silent. 6 have become church knights, and the rest will either inherit the family business, inherit the will of their ancestors, or go away to other places. Pursuing the adventure in my heart, there is no news." Miali's words were full of emotion, and she touched her young face, and time did not leave many traces on her body. "By the way, Yuffie, is your husband still serving as the defense general of the royal capital?" Miali's friend shook his head and said, "That's not true. During this period, he was transferred to serve as the deputy director of the Military Merit Review Department, responsible for reviewing the authenticity of the military merit data obtained by the nobles during the war between the kingdom and the dwarves. Speaking of which, your great-nephew should also be involved in this war. I heard from my cousin that my great-nephew has made a lot of achievements. Maybe your husband will think it's fake when he sees it." Miali replied with a smile. "Fake? Don't let it be found out that it's fake then." Yuffie asked worriedly. "PFFT, that's what I asked my cousin at the time. What do you think he said?" Miali leaned over and asked in a low voice. "How can I say that His Majesty the King will come forward to suppress it?" Yuffie guessed uncertainly. Miali nodded in response. "Your guess is very different from what my cousin said. If you touch something secret, it will indeed be suppressed by His Majesty the King. If there is something inside, those who know will know. People who don't know don't need to let him know. It seems that after I get back, I have to give him a good warning to avoid getting into big trouble." Yuffie straightened her silver hair and sounded worried. "Mother, Aunt Yuffie." "Drigos is back," Yuffie said kindly. "Auntie, long time no see." Varen stepped forward and saluted, while secretly observing the young woman sitting next to Earl Bloodmoon. "Come on, Varen, let me introduce you. This is my friend Yuffie Silvis." Miali pulled Varen to sit next to her and introduced her enthusiastically. As for Drigos, he found a seat at random and sat down, keeping a gentle smile on his face and listening to the conversation of several people. "Meet Grandma Yuffie. I still like to be called sister." Hearing Yuffie's complaint, Varen looked a little embarrassed. Bloodmoon Earl Miali was not used to her and said unceremoniously, "You are almost 200 years old. If I don't call you Grandma, why should I call you Grandma? You can't call me Grandma Yuffie." Seeing this, Drigos said helplessly, "Okay, Mother, Aunt Yuffie, you are all young girls, don't scare Varen. Drigos, if only you were my son." "Ha, what you have in mind is quite beautiful." Count Miali of the Blood Moon was very satisfied with her eldest son. When she heard Yuffie's words, she mocked him back without hesitation. "Okay, Mother, Aunt Yuffie, please calm down." Drigos felt very helpless. Every time the two of them talked, conflicts would break out, and after a while they would reconcile, which made him feel tired. Miali and Yuffie felt a little ashamed after hearing what Drigos said. Especially Earl Bloodmoon, every time he was with Yuffie, he couldn't help but quarrel with each other. Wylan sat nearby and witnessed the whole process, neither sitting nor walking. If he had known better, he would not have followed Uncle Drigos. Only then did Miali think of business. "Wylan, this is Zemia's aunt. Her husband and Zemia's father are brothers." After hearing his aunt's introduction, Wylan's head didn't turn around for a while. Seeing Varen's dull expression, Yuffie covered her mouth and laughed softly, but Miali glared at her and returned to her ladylike appearance. "You brat. I have forgotten the name of the fiancé your father was looking for you." Miali turned to look at Varen and said, "Auntie, I know, it was just a little sudden and I didn't react for a while." At the same time, Wylan complained in his heart about his father, why he didn't tell him about this matter, and it was too sudden to meet the other elder. In contrast, he also discovered something serious. Yuffie is the same generation as her aunt, and Shermia, as Yuffie's niece, is the same generation as Drigos, but she seems to be a generation shorter for no reason. In addition, Zemia is several decades older than herself. From this point of view, the two of them are not suitable for each other. Just when Varen was thinking wildly, Yuffie and Miali read the information from his micro-expressions. Wylin, don't worry. Although Shermia is my niece, she is only 3 years older than you. Yuffie smiled and cleared Wylin's doubts. I mean it should be okay, thank you Grandma Yuffie for telling me this information. Wylin's brain was running at high speed to avoid being too embarrassed. I have to say, Miali, I am very satisfied with your great-nephew. As an elder, I am very satisfied with his marriage to Zemia. I told you Varen is completely worthy of your niece. 16 years ago, when he first came to my territory, he was a silver knight. Now he is a high-level gold knight. His talent is definitely better than that of your niece. Okay, I admit that. Yuffie gave a rare nod in agreement with Miali's point of view and did not refute it. Wylin sat quietly next to him, smiling and listening to the conversation between the two. Half an hour later, Wylin left the place on the pretext of going to see his friends. After leaving Earl Bloodmoon, Varen tried his best to avoid going to crowded places to avoid meeting elders and being dragged to meet some people. Not long after, Wylin felt that he had an appetite. He came to a dining table and was about to pick up a piece of pastry when he found another hand. Looking up, the owner of this hand is a blond man, wearing a white dress. There is no family emblem or strength icon on the chest. It is impossible to tell which force it comes from. Please. The blond man let go of his hand and said politely. Seeing this, Wylin picked up the cake and politely thanked him. Thank you. Mind chatting? Facing the other party's invitation, Wylin nodded in agreement. Afterwards, the two came to a rest area and sat down. Let me meet you. My name is Eloin Isidore. I come from the Holy Kingdom of the Third Dawn and follow my father. Varen Akers, you are welcome to come all the way to attend my eldest brother's wedding. Varen said very gently. The blond boy Eloin was the first to say, this is my first time to come to the Kingdom of Ilia, and it is also my first time to leave my motherland. I have visited the Eagle territory in the past half-month, and I am very surprised by your father's governance ability. So high, there are no serfs, and ordinary civilians have extra money to enjoy life. Even in my hometown of Baifeng province, there are some areas where the believers of the God of Dawn are living in misery due to the corruption of officials and parliamentarians. Elohim, through your words, I can confirm that you are a noble person. But I want to tell you that, although my father played a big role in the governance of the Eagle territory, the following execution the officials also contribute a lot. Wylin said unhurriedly. Thank you for your compliment. Please let me call you this, Varen. Eloin adhered to the etiquette of knights and continued to reply, I agree with your point of view. One person cannot change the status quo, even if he is wise and has no power. Even the subordinates cannot complete the management tasks. After 2 hours of chatting, Wylin had a general understanding of the blond young man in front of him. Through the other party's words and inadvertent actions, Varen was able to judge that the other party indeed had a noble character, a compassionate heart, and could treat every creature from the good or neutral camp equally. As dusk approached, Varen and Eloin ended their exchange. It's a pleasure to meet you, Varen. It can be said that my friendship with you is the most important gain from my trip. Eloin said from the bottom of his heart. Varen saw this and responded with a smile. I am very happy to have your approval, my dear friend. The two hugged each other and separated. Eloin went to find his father, and Varen also prepared to enjoy the first dance of his eldest brother Ilys's and Alicia after the sun set and the moon rose. Arriving at the center of the square, many guests had already gathered here. 36 magical devices emitted dazzling light. Ancient music melodies echoed in the square, as if they had traveled through time and space. Lysis and Alicia walked hand in hand into the center of the square. Their steps were light and coordinated, like a match made in heaven. In the sky, petals fell slowly like snow, adding a different kind of romantic scenery to the entire dance. These petals danced like elves, falling gently on the bodies of Lysis and Alicia as if they were covered with a beautiful wedding dress. At this moment, the people in the square forgot everything except their blessings to the newlyweds. The applause sounded like thunder, sending the most sincere blessings to the newlyweds. Lysis and Alicia looked at each other lovingly, with only each other in their eyes. Their heartbeats are like drums in a symphony, playing the most beautiful melody. 6 minutes later, the first dance ended, but Elise and Alicia completed the last ceremony of their wedding. At this moment, the entire square was enveloped in happiness and joy. In an instant, the aurora appeared, lighting up the night sky. On behalf of the Akers family, I welcome you all. Let us enjoy a happy time on this beautiful night, please. With the opening performance of Count Eagle, many guests began to enjoy this wonderful night. As for Varen, he had no partner, so he came to the edge area, sat down to rest, and casually enjoyed the beautiful ladies' dance. Varen, why don't you go to the dance? Hearing the familiar voice, Wylan looked up and was a little overjoyed. Grandpa, why are you here? Little Varen, do you only see Grandpa and not me? Clotilde said, pretending to be sad. Grandma, you are so beautiful, how could I not see you? Long time no see, my little Varen. I have heard from Iorises about your outstanding performance in the war between the kingdom and the dwarves. I am proud of you, my child. Clotilde sat down beside Wylan. He stretched out his arms to hug him and said kindly. Ignatius sat across from the two men and did not disturb them. Feeling the warm embrace of his grandma, Wylan suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Maybe this was what it felt like to grow up. Grandma showed you the fiancée your father found for you. She is very good. You must not let her down. Clotilde let go of Varen and said to her, Grandma, to be honest, I have only met Shemya twice. It can be said that I have a good impression of her, but I want to know more about her later. Ignatius took a sip of tea and asked with a smile, So, when are you going to Ash Magic Kingdom? I will leave for Ash Magic Kingdom in the second half of next year at the latest. Wylan thought for a while and gave a latest deadline. You should be hiding something, but you have taken charge of your own business. As a grandfather, I won't interfere too much. But you have to remember that every time you make a decision, you have to think about it from many aspects. The most taboo thing is to just slap your head. Making a decision, although sometimes it will bring great benefits, there is a high probability that it will turn into unbearable consequences. Grandpa, I will keep your teachings in mind. Clotilde said, Wylan, your grandfather and I went to your territory before returning to the Eagle territory. I have to say that your father may not be as good as you. In just 20 years over time, a deserted land was developed into a province's commercial center. Your loyal subordinates are very dedicated to their duties. Maybe it has something to do with your personality charm. In short, you must remember your grandfather's words, sitting in the Lord's seat. You will no longer be alone. Wylan nodded and responded. Don't worry, Grandma, I won't forget it. Here, my personal reward for you. Ignatius took out 2 space rings and handed them to Varen. Taking the space ring from his grandfather, Wylan felt it a little bit. One had 200 cubic meters and the other one had 100 cubic meters. Grandpa, Grandma, thank you. You little brat, just know it yourself. Your grandpa only has this little wealth and we can't afford too much spending. Ignatius laughed and scolded. Grandpa, don't worry, I won't let my father know except you and Grandma. Wylan patted his chest and promised. Okay, we have something else to do. Clotilde rubbed Wylan's black hair reluctantly and then followed her husband away. Holding the 2 space rings in her hand, she looked at the space ring on her finger that only had 50 cubic meters, thinking about the distribution method in her heart. One for Orlando and Baird, that's it. As for Kyle, Wylan seriously suspected that he had opened up a portable space for himself, but because of the Lord's face, the most important thing was to respect the other party, so he never asked the other party about this issue. 3 hours later, the ball gradually came to an end, and the guests, led by the servants, went to the room that had been prepared in Millie's garden castle to rest. As a place for the family to hold weddings, Millie's garden castle has been expanded every 30 years. So far, there are 3,000 guest rooms, enough for the guests who come to the wedding to rest. Father, mother, eldest brother, eldest sister-in-law. Second sister, fourth brother, I'm late. Entering the room, Wylan came to the last seat and sat down, who made him the youngest, so he could only sit in the last seat. Except for Clara, our family is all here. Angus looked gentle, not as serious as usual. Wylan sat quietly in the last seat, listening attentively to his father's speech. This family meeting was very brief. Mainly Angus narrated, the others listened, and Ilyssus occasionally interrupted. Your eldest brother is married, and now it's your turn, brothers and sisters. Orthia, Lysis, what do you two think? In response to her father's question, Orthia shook her head and said, Father, I will follow your arrangement. My daughter, I will give you half a year. If it doesn't work as your father, don't blame me for interfering in your marriage. Angus said with a serious face, his tone full of warnings. Yes, father. Wylan observed the expressions of his father, mother, and second sister. It was obvious that the 2 elderly had already known about the second sister's affairs, but there was no ripple in their hearts. Lysis, what do you think? Facing his father's interrogation, Lissy stood up helplessly. "Father, it's all up to you. Sit down." Angus waved his hand, motioning Lissy to sit down, and then looked at Wylan with a relieved smile on his face. Except for his eldest son, he was satisfied with his youngest son. "Wellen, when are you going to get married?" "No more than 10 years. Wylan hesitated and gave an approximate deadline. "This is the marriage certificate between you and your fiancé. Remember to keep it." Angus took out a marriage certificate, held it up with fighting spirit, and placed it in front of Wylan. Looking at the names of the two on the cover, Wylan quickly put it into the space ring, not giving others a chance to see it. However, through the micro-expressions of the other people, Wylan still felt that he was a step slower. Turning his head to look at the fourth brother, he met the incredible expression of the other party, smiled awkwardly, and then sat down and stopped talking. "From today on, your eldest brother will officially start a family. 20 years later, I will pass the title to your eldest brother as a marquis. During my reign, if you have any difficulties, you can come to me. This is a promise as a father." The few people present were not fools, and naturally heard the implicit meaning from their father's words. A few minutes later, this short family meeting ended, and Wylan and Lissy left the small room together. "I can't see that my younger brother actually walked in front of me." "In that case, fourth brother, then you have to work hard and try to get married before your younger brother gets married." Wylan touched Lissy with his elbow and said with a smile, "It depends on the situation." Lissy was not sure when he would get married, so he made a promise easily. Ilyssus and Alicia, who were walking behind, looked at the lonely back of Orthia, and just as they were about to go up to her, they saw Angus put his hand on his son's shoulder. "Father, let her think about it." "Okay, father. Ilyssus, enjoy this beautiful night." Alyssa smiled and gently told her child, then followed her husband to leave. Ilyssus held his wife's hand, looked at his father's back as he left, and looked at the sky again, feeling a little complicated. "You should listen to your father," Alicia comforted softly. "Let's go back first," Ilyssus said to Alicia with a gentle smile. After returning to the room, Wylan took out the marriage certificate that had been put into the space ring before, opened the first page, and the names of both parents were at the top, and Wylan and Zumia's full names were at the bottom. I don't know what the other party's expression would be when they know this. Counting carefully, he and Zumia had met twice, and the time they spent together did not exceed 24 hours. Then, Wylan began to read the contents at the back of the marriage certificate. For the marriage between the great nobles, some identity information of the direct elders of both parties will be recorded at the back. Zumia Silv's father, Cyprian Silves, was born in the royal family's side branch. He was 153 years old and was a low-level soul knight. He was now the staff officer of the kingdom's 8th Knights. He had 8 children, and Zumia was his 6th child. His mother, Eulalia Silves, was born in the Simmes family. She was the younger sister of the contemporary Simmes family's Earl Lisha. She was 133 years old and a high-level gold elemental mage. She was now the vice president of the first magic academy in Krumi province. As for his fiancée, she was 42 years old this year, 3 years older than him. She was still studying in the Ash Magic Kingdom. She was a mid-level gold arcanist specializing in illusion. "I don't know what kind of interest exchange my father made in it. I don't know if I have a share." Wylan closed the marriage certificate, put it in the space ring, and began to think in his heart. If he said that his dear father had no interest exchange with his future father-in-law, he would never believe it. From the existing information, Wylan could not judge any useful information. He looked at the sky and went to bed directly. The next morning, amidst the melodious classical music, Wylan got up from the bed, washed up, put on his dress, and left the room. The day after the wedding, the visiting guests began to carry out the real purpose of their visit. Wylan came empty-handed and had no business needs. He just walked around and looked around to kill time. There are many like him. Most of them are younger descendants of the family, who follow their elders to see the world and get to know some of the family's allies. "Good morning, Wylan. Eloin, you look pretty good today. Thank you for your compliment." The two walked on the garden path and had a friendly conversation. Through Eloin's words, Wylan couldn't help but yearn for the holy third kingdom of Dawn. Similarly, through Wylan's introduction, Eloin was full of curiosity about the kingdom of Elijah and full of interest in the grey wasteland in the west. Unknowingly, time slipped away in the communication between the two. Near noon, the two gave each other a hug and left reluctantly. In the white maple city where the redbud flowers are in full bloom, the redbud flowers all over the mountains are blooming like flames, gorgeous and dazzling, and full of fragrance. Above the white maple city, countless brave air knights ride griffins and soar under the blue sky and white clouds. Unique hand-carved exhibition, each exquisite sculpture is lifelike, showing the artist's superb skills and unlimited creativity. At the White Maple Knight Tournament, the knights were dressed in gorgeous armor, holding sharp swords and were heroic, showing fearless courage and tenacious fighting spirit. Wylin recalled the various scenes described by Eloin just now and felt a little yearning. From this point of view, these must be the local cultural landscape of the White Maple province. I wonder when Kixing territory will be able to derive a unique culture. 3 days later, this secret and public transaction came to an end. After the guests left, Wylin returned to Windsor Castle, stayed for a few days, and then set off to return to Kixing territory. On October 15, 9740 of the glorious calendar, Wylin returned to the Praying Star territory. Less than 3 days after returning to the Star Moon Castle, Oder came to visit. "Sir Oder, you are getting married. When do you need me to do anything?" Wylin looked at the young arcanist in front of him, wearing clothes sewn by his aunt. Even though there was a hole on the side, he still cherished it very much. "Our wedding will be held at the 16th Silver Knights headquarters on the same day as your cousin's wedding." Oder smiled, his face full of expectations. "Then, uncle, congratulations." Wylin stood up and congratulated Oder as a junior. Oder had some concerns and hesitated for a while, then said, "I think Flora is no longer suitable to stay in the 16th Knights. Compared to separation after marriage, I hope she can stay with me." "Leave it to me, I will help you solve this matter," Wylin assured Oder. "Thank you, you're welcome, my dear uncle. I would have done the same thing even if you hadn't said it." For the sake of Oder, the outstanding magic master, Wylin could only say sorry to Madmonch in his heart. After sending Oder away, Wylin asked Hilda to go to the archives to get the list of graduates from the Knight Academy. Since the opening of the Knight Academy, its reputation has grown year by year. Not only did the small nobles in Cadlo province send their family members to the Knight Academy in Kixing territory to study, but even some nobles in the northwest of the province of Serop sent their family members here. Looking at the list, Wylin asked Hilda to sit next to him, and he dictated it while Hilda recorded it. "With 800 graduates from the Knight Academy, I should be able to get my aunt back from Madmonch. In order to achieve this goal, and to help these knights from small noble families find a suitable channel, and to gain their gratitude from it. Sometimes, although you laugh at others for selling you, you smile and help others count money. But sometimes, many people are eager to get such an opportunity." Half a month later, Wylin led Kixingling's 3000 troops and accompanied Oder to the 16th Silver Knights headquarters. At the entrance of the camp, Flora and Layla looked into the distance, their eyes full of expectation. "Aunt Sister Layla." "Wylin." Flora smiled, but her eyes were always looking at Oder. Seeing this scene, Wylin naturally would not disturb his aunt and Oder's love words, and used the excuse to reminisce with Layla, creating a space for the two to be alone. "Wylin, time flies so fast. You were so weak before, and now you have grown into someone I look up to." Layla felt Wylin's current strength and praised from the bottom of her heart. "Sister Layla, maybe the days when I call you sister will end. My dear aunt, congratulations on the most important moment in your life. In fact, it's okay if you still call me sister. I still like this name." Layla tidied Wylin's messy clothes and said with some pampering, "That won't do." Wylin shook his head and said, "Necessary etiquette still needs to be observed." "Okay." For Wylin's answer, Layla was not disappointed. No matter what the title was, it could not change that Wylin was her junior. At night, the central tent of the 16th Silver Knights. "Uncle Madmonchi, good evening." "Wylin, come and sit down." After Wylin saluted, he sat next to Madmonchi at any time. Looking at this little fox, Madmonchi had guessed the purpose of his coming here. "You want Flora?" "Yes." Wylin did not hide it and nodded in response. "After my aunt got married, I think she is no longer suitable to stay in the 16th Knights. Flora is already a golden knight. I can't give up an excellent subordinate because of what you said." Madmonchi looked at Wylin deeply and said calmly. Seeing this, Wylin took out an agreement and put it on the low table. "Uncle Madmonchi, this is my condition." With a little curiosity, Madmonchi took up the agreement and looked at it carefully. "You are planning to do a business without capital." Uncle Medmonchi, you can't say that. Your knights will definitely need loyal subordinates during the expansion stage. These knights from small noble families also need a channel for upward development. Madmanchi fell into silence after hearing this. What Wylan said hit the nail on the head. He really needed a group of loyal subordinates to ensure his control over the 16th Knights of the Kingdom. He himself had no family to rely on. He only had one daughter in his direct bloodline. In addition, there were more than a dozen nephews and nieces, but they were all useless. I can agree, but I have one condition. Wellen showed a sly smile on his face. Please speak. I hope you can be a teacher for Kadaki and Layla's child. Wellen was a little confused when he heard this. Could it be that Sister Layla had a child? I hope they can have a child, but I don't know how many years it will take for my grandson to be born. Madmanchi looked at Wyland's inner thoughts and replied with a smile. Uncle Madmanchi, I agree. Please rest assured that I will teach Sister Layla's child as if he were my own child. As a descendant of the X family, if he chooses to become a pioneer knight after he comes of age, I will provide him with assistance. If he chooses to serve His Majesty the King, I will ask my father to send him to the knights directly under His Majesty the King. That's it, let Oder treat your aunt well. Then I'll take my leave first, Uncle Medmanchi. Having achieved his goal, Wylan left the tent and returned to his own tent. Wylan, how is the situation? Oder asked a little nervously. If it weren't for avoiding putting the teacher in a dilemma, he could have taken her away by force. With Madmanchi's strength, he couldn't stop him. This matter is settled, but don't tell my aunt about it. Thank you. Oder thanked from the bottom of his heart. No need to do this. You are not only my subordinate, but also my uncle. Remember to treat my aunt well. Wylan helped Oder up and said. After sending Oder away, Wylan lay on the bed and began to rest. 2 days later, the wedding was held. Amid the thunderous applause and cheers of the 16th Knights, Flora and Oder, and Kadki and Layla, the two newlyweds, officially entered the palace of marriage under the watchful eyes of the bishop of the Church of Life in the Cardro province. That night, Wylan drank heartily and got drunk. Finally, with the help of Kyle, he returned to the tent to rest. 5 days later, at the gate of the camp. Layla, I didn't expect that we would have a day to part. I still don't want to leave you. Flora hugged her friend and said with some sadness, when I'm not around, remember to pay attention to your image. And, at the time of parting, Layla whispered to her friend and sister to change some of her bad habits. Parting is always sad. Flora is still reluctant to leave the place where she has been for more than 30 years. She is very clear about what her husband and nephew have done, but she must make a choice between family and career. The knights are still the same knights without her. Kixingaling was losing her husband, which was definitely a great loss. Choosing to go to Kixingaling was her final choice. Half a month later, a bored Flora came to the door. Auntie, what's the matter? Wylan looked at the heroic female knight in front of him, put down the pen in his hand, and said helplessly, Varen, can you give me something to do, even if it's to guard the gate of Star Moon City? Flora propped herself up on the desk and begged her nephew. Flora was not used to staying at home every day. Let me think about it. Wylan held his head and began to think about what position to assign to his aunt so that she would not feel slighted and at the same time not interfere with her life. Auntie, how about the position of chief instructor of the Xingyu Castle garrison? When will I take office? Flora said impatiently with bright eyes. Seeing this, Varen could only tell Hilda to take the written order and her aunt to the outer city to read out his order. Not long after Flora left, Kyle walked in hurriedly. What happened? Wylan stood up and asked. My Lord Duke, the acting consul of Kiayan County, reported that an area within the jurisdiction of Kiayan Town collapsed, and an ancient ruin was buried beneath it, which is suspected to be a demon altar. Kyle replied in a low voice, Who else knows about this? Wylan's face instantly became serious. Anything involving the devil is definitely not a trivial matter. After Duke discovered the clues, he immediately dispatched the Kiayan County garrison to seal off the surrounding areas and moved the citizens within 100 miles away as quickly as possible. Kyle replied respectfully. After hearing this, Varen nodded and gave instructions. Call Cassius, ask him. Forget it, take your Silver Wolf Knight, send someone to notify Pastor Lavia, and tell me this matter at the same time. Uncle. I'll get ready right now. Wylan made some brief preparations and left the study. At the south gate of Xingyu Castle, 40 tall silver wolves were crawling in the open space with their heads held high. Their hair was like snow, their bodies were majestic, and the aura they exuded around them was awe-inspiring. Above the silver wolf is a fully armed silver knight, holding a spear and wearing heavy armor, keeping a serious expression, waiting for the arrival of the Lord. The soldiers guarding the city gate looked at the silver-white giant beast beside them. It was impossible not to be afraid. However, for the sake of their faith, they still stood guard. They could not let the Xinyu fort defenders stand guard because of their own personal actions. Kixing leads all troops to lose face. Half an hour later, Weilin rode his beloved red phosphorus horse to the South City gate. Set off. After the order was given, the 40 silver wolves stretched out their limbs in unison, followed behind Varen and Kyle, and ran with all their strength. Feeling the wind-like speed, Weilin was very satisfied with the mount under his crotch. After being nurtured by the blood of the red dragon Seraphina, both he and Kyle's mounts have achieved life-level evolution. Although the appearance has not changed much, the inner changes have been earth-shaking. First of all, the red phosphorus horse's intelligence has been greatly improved, and it can hear complex commands. Secondly, these two guys gained the ability to breathe. Although it was only to the extent of making fire, it also meant success. Most important thing is the physical strengthening. The physical strength of these two guys can be compared with that of low-level silver warriors, and they can obtain more durable running characteristics. After a good meal, they can run for 3 days and 3 nights in a row and maintain 1 hour every hour, speed of 100 kilometers. Looking at the two guys running wantonly, they were completely unaware of their fate of being reduced to stallions. According to Kyle's plan, as long as these two guys survive 2 more rounds of evolution and increase their physical strength to be comparable to that of a silver mid-level warrior, they can be used for breeding. Weilin stroked the red phosphorus horse's hair and said with a smile, "You will be able to retire with honor soon. What a lucky guy." Because the speed is too fast, the red phosphorus horse cannot hear clearly what its owner is saying, but this does not prevent it from actively showing its value. Xinyu Castle is only 300 kilometers away from Qianyun town. In less than 3 hours, the group arrived at the collapse site. 40 silver wolves were lying on the ground, looking at the two red creatures who were still energetic, and their hearts were filled with admiration. "My lord Duke Grosvenor, the acting consul of Qianyun County, pays tribute to you." Duke came to Varen, put his right hand on his chest, and bent down to salute. The ruling officials and Qianyun County garrison officers who followed behind him saluted to express their respect. "Take me to see the collapse site. Please come with me." After passing a mountain road, everyone came to a valley. Looking down from the hill, you can see a small part of the underground ruins that is exposed. The overall color of this building is black, the floor tiles are patterned with skulls, and the columns are made of flesh and blood. From time to time, you can hear screams coming from inside, as if the soul inside is telling its tragic experience, which makes people feel chills behind their backs. "Did you see anything?" Weilin looked at Kyle standing aside and asked. After hearing this, Kyle replied, "Lord, the buildings here are indeed related to demons, but the buildings here don't seem to have originally existed here." "Why? Every building related to demons exudes an evil aura at all times. Monster clans such as goblins, kobolds, or jackals originally lived here. With their mental resistance and camp bias, they should have been destroyed long ago. The demons assimilated and became half-demon, but this is not the case, which is enough to show that these buildings only appeared recently. These buildings have not been around for long. Maybe the ground collapse was caused by this building." Weilin touched his chin and said his guess. "Yes, my lord," Kyle replied calmly. Duke and others who followed behind Weilin, although they were a little confused, showed an expression of sudden enlightenment on their faces. "Kyle, do you think there is any treasure here?" Weilin pointed to the underground ruins in the valley and asked with some expectation. "Maybe there is." Kyle's tone was a little uncertain. According to past practices, there must be no treasure here. After all, for demons and those demon followers, souls are the wealth they pursue, but events related to their own masters cannot be inferred by common sense. "Forget it, let's wait a while." Although with Kyle here, Weilin doesn't have to worry about his life safety. But having a strong soul level and a priest of the Church of Life will make this exploration journey safer. "Duke, tell the garrison of Qianyun County to evacuate." "Yes, sir." Duke bowed his head and saluted, then left the hill with his subordinates. The next morning, Oder and Lavia arrived at the collapse site one after another. Disgusting breath. Lavia stared at the valley and put on a shield for herself to isolate the stench. In contrast, Oda was eager to try and couldn't wait to enter the ruins. "Let's go." Oda nodded after hearing this, cast a floating spell on everyone, and went to the valley. Landing on the ground covered with skulls, Wylan felt a little disgusted, but did not show it. Pastor Lavia directly raised the pastor's staff and finally silently recited the Bible of the Church of Life to purify the evil thoughts that suffered from suffering, hoping that they could rest in peace. Oda took out a special book, used scarlet blood as ink and dark black ink stick as pen, and recorded the devil's words on the blank paper. Seeing this, Kyle added a layer of protection for his master and Pastor Lavia to prevent them from being contaminated by the devil's words. After the two were done, the four of them officially entered the ruins here. The collapsed wall blocked the way to the lower level. Wylan drew out his knight's sword and knocked on the ground, making a gloomy sound. "It's hard. If it were any other ruins, Wylan would have to dig up the floor and take it back. But this place is related to the devil, and he has no intention of digging his own grave." Oda came to a thick wall and cast a spell, but it didn't work. His own magic power was swallowed up by the dark building. "No." Wylan was silent. "Let me try." Kyle came to Oda, wrapped the magic power with the breath of light on his fist. With a slight force, he punched through the wall. In an instant, the breath of the devil gradually emerged, colliding with the breath of light emitted by Kyle. In less than a moment, the passage that had just been opened was repaired. Kyle didn't believe in evil and punched through the wall again. After repeating more than 10 times, the repair speed became slower and slower, and finally the wall degraded and showed a gray appearance. Oda stood aside and recorded this scene in words. His mind was active and he had many wonderful ideas. "Uncle, don't be in a daze. Let's go." Looking at Oda, who was lost in thought, Wylan stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. "Yes." Oda put away the books and followed Wylan into the ruins. There were 2 gargoyles every 100 meters in the dark corridor. Kyle came to a gargoyle, pierced its chest, and took out a scarlet orb from it. "Scarlet orb," Oda said in shock. "What is this?" Wylan looked confused. Forgive him for not reading much, he had never seen this thing before. Lavia was also full of curiosity, staring at the scarlet orb in Kyle's hand, full of curiosity. Oda explained to the two people. All the flesh and soul of a high-level golden demon, combined with a special magic ritual to wash away the breath of the abyss, can get a scarlet orb, which has the effect of repairing the soul. More than that, Kyle added, the corresponding level of scarlet orb can also accommodate the soul of the dead of the same level, and it is also a very precious magic material. However, this thing has both good and bad. Creatures with weak wills carrying scarlet orbs may become flesh and blood monsters, a chaotic creature that is more disgusting than demons. Goddess of life, I didn't see anything. Pastor Lavia closed his eyes, turned his head, emptied his mind, and didn't think about the information related to the scarlet orb. Wylan looked at Kyle, then looked at Oda and suggested, "Uncle, how many do you want?" 3 is enough. Oda answered. After leaving the dark corridor, everyone harvested a total of 24 scarlet orbs. Except for the 3 given to Oda, the other 21 scarlet orbs was sealed by Kyle and placed in the space equipment. After returning, a special container was made to store the scarlet orbs and then placed in the treasure house. Pushing open the rotten door, everyone's vision became clear, and what appeared before them was a strange garden. In the fertile soil, there were human face flowers growing, and they bloomed with strange and mysterious smiles, as if telling people something. Under the human face flowers, there were piles of bones. Judging from the remaining traces, these bones seemed to belong to demons. The petals of the human face flower were as delicate as silk and as bright as blood, as if they were made of the purest ruby. Each petal showed a lifelike human face. Happy or sad, angry or sad. Feeding with demon flesh and blood. It looks like a human face. Kyle squatted down and touched the 3 inches below the neck of the flower with his hand. The next moment, everyone heard strange laughter, followed by piercing cries. Kyle's expression remained unchanged. He exerted a little force on his hand, broke the flower, and the noise disappeared. In his hand there was an ordinary white flower. This is what the Lias demon flower really looks like. Oda took the white flower from Kyle and looked at it carefully, which was in sharp contrast with the vibrant flowers in the surrounding flower beds. Its petals were thick and showed a strange white color without any breath of life. This is the true appearance of the Lias demon flower, a demonic plant, completely different from other plants. After Kyle's explanation, Wylan and Lavia understood the true function of the Lias demon flower. This flower, which is fed with the flesh and blood of demons, actually has the effect of cleansing the sins of the soul. It really opened their eyes and increased their knowledge. Then, Kyle differentiated into an energy clone and began to harvest the Lias demon flowers in the flower garden. The crying sound echoed in his ears and could not disappear for a long time. 333 Lias demon flowers. Oder collected 33 Lias demon flowers. The rest was sealed by Kyle and put into his own space equipment. Passing through the garden and walking up the stairs, the four people entered an empty library. There were bookshelves all around, but no books. In the center of the library, there was a piece of parchment floating, which was full of demon language. Kyle conjured a hand and grabbed the parchment. "Water of Mikalanx, my lord, this seems to be what you are looking for." Kyle's words evoked Wylan's forgotten memory. The way to open the abandoned magic crystal in his hand is not just to need the water of Mikalanx. Thinking of this, Wylan looked around with some caution. It was still so empty. Except for the bookshelves, there were still bookshelves, and there was no book. How was he made? Seeing this, Kyle continued to interpret the text below and whispered. 3 scarlet orbs, 6 Dolius demon flowers, 300 grams of dragon blood, 6 dragon scales, 300 grams of mithril, 6 snake demon ribs, and 100 grams of fire demon blood. When Wylan heard the formula of the water of Mikalanx, he gritted his teeth. These materials were difficult to collect. It was hard to imagine what level the 300 elemental spells recorded in the abandoned magic crystal were. Go to the next level. Kyle released his energy clone to explore the way. The group entered the dark passage and went to the next level of the ruins. Shortly after everyone left, the space fluctuated, and a white ghost came out, crying and crying with a tone full of joy, and flew to the upper level. Entering the third level, there is an ancient arena. The arena square, black corpses, rotten weapons, and a strong stench can be seen everywhere. Oda raised his right hand and whispered, "Wind." The howling wind dispersed the blood-red breath in the air to the surrounding audience stands. Kyle walked forward, waved his hand to find hundreds of bones of unknown demons, and began to puzzle with the inherited memory in his mind. A few minutes later, 13 corpses were pieced together. 3 snake demon corpses, 2 fire demon corpses, 4 knife demon withered bones, 3 incomplete sickle demon corpses, and 1 suspected succubus corpse. Oder stepped forward and, according to his understanding, barely identified the identities of these demons. "Sir Oder, you need a few demon corpses." Facing Kyle's inquiry, Oder shook his head and refused. "No, I have gained enough from this exploration." Seeing this, Kyle sealed the 13 corpses and put them away one by one. With Lavia and Wylan's eyes, they could not see the origin of these demon corpses, but with Kyle's memory and Oda's experience, they could accurately judge that these demon corpses were all demons of the soul level. However, the owner of this place must be very powerful to allow these chaotic demons to fight in the arena. For the next exploration, Kyle differentiated 3 energy clones for exploration. After passing through the arena, everyone came to a temple. Looking up, all 4 of them were shocked. The deity enshrined here was none other than the goddess of life. Lavia immediately closed his eyes and silently recited the doctrine, not daring to believe that everything around him was real. Out of awe of the goddess of life and fear of this place, everyone bypassed it directly, not daring to stay for long, let alone explore. Bypassing the temple, everyone came to an open space. There were no landmark buildings around, making it difficult to distinguish the function of this area. The next moment, the surroundings were lit up, and a magic circle appeared out of thin air. "Back off!" Oder shouted loudly. Kyle stood in front of Wylan and signaled Pastor Lavia to back off. "What is this? Demon summoning ritual?" Kyle's words hammered Wylan's heart. This was the first time he was about to see a demon since he was born. Pastor Lavia rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong and developed muscles, touched his bald head, put on several layers of shields for himself and Wylan, and prepared for battle. 3 minutes later, hundreds of demons appeared in the open space. An 8-meter-tall snake demon swung its thick tail and uttered a cryptic voice, "Disgusting breath." A fire demon with a burning body turned his eyes and looked around without saying a word. Facing 5 soul-level demons, 15 gold-level demons, and 83 silver-level demons, even Kyle felt a little tricky. "Lord Pastor Lavia, those gold-level demons are left to you." "Don't worry, I'm not a pushover." Although he hadn't fought for many years, he had a lot of practical experience. Under Kyle's sparring, he learned a lot of combat experience. As for Pastor Lavia, the blazing fighting spirit in his eyes was ready to sacrifice. The holy flame filled with the aura of light swept from the surroundings to the center in just 3 seconds, and more than half of the bodies of the silver demons, along with their souls, were burned to ashes. Go! 2 snake demons, 2 fire demons, and a knife demon launched an attack. The 7 soul-level demons fought fiercely, generating huge destructive power, without causing any damage to the place they were in. Looking at the black and heavy demons rushing over, Wylan released his own momentum without reservation. Facing the demons who didn't know what fear was, he used all 4 limbs to come towards the 2. The rancid blood splashed everywhere, and the broken limbs flew everywhere. This disgusting scene still couldn't stop this group of brainless demons from launching a death charge. These silver-level demons were twisted and deformed. Their intestines were pierced, and their faces were unrecognizable. Even only half of their bodies were left, but this group of chaotic creatures didn't care, as if these pains were just the motivation for their charge. Wylan's body was covered with demon blood, and he became more and more courageous in the battle, with his eyes full of fighting spirit. He cut off the 2 left arms of a low-level golden knife demon, and watched the other party roaring and speaking demon language. Although he didn't know what the demon was saying, he could roughly judge what he was barking at. Bang! Lavia was hit on the back by a gold intermediate snake demon and fell to the ground. Wylan split the snake demon with a sword, helped Lavia up, and looked around. There were no demons below gold. 9 gold demons surrounded the 2 in the center. More than 30 silver demons, 2 gold low-level snake demons, 2 gold low-level sword demons, and a gold intermediate-level fire demon, all died in Wylan's hands. Another low-level gold snake demon died at the hands of Lavia. This bald priest lived up to his name as a muscle priest. With the strength of his body and the strength of a low-level gold, he blew up the head of a snake demon. Wylan was not worried at all about the 9 gold-level demons surrounding him. He still had the trump card given by Miss Anastasia, which would naturally be triggered when his life was in danger. Drink it. Wylan took out a bottle of holy water of life and threw it to Lavia, asking him to treat his injuries. The 3-headed sword demon saw the human who dared to provoke them, and the chaotic thinking devoured their reason. As for the other 6 demons, they slowed down and waited for an opportunity to move on the edge. Flower Bloom's 2 differentiated a clone, buried a druid spell Araki explosion inside it, and kicked him out. The 3 crazy sword demons waved their arms and chopped Wylan's clone into pieces, followed by a big explosion. Taking this opportunity, Wylan used Wooden Cage to slow down the pace of the 2 snake demons, then used Green Wood Slash to kill the weakest fire demon, first eliminating this cunning ranged unit. Looking at the humans rushing over, the fire demon directly exchanged positions with a sword demon. The knight's long sword pierced the sword demon's crotch, and its howling made people cry. The increasingly crazy sword demon was desperate and chopped randomly. Wylan took this opportunity to retreat, looking at the fire demon far away from the main battlefield, gritting his teeth. This bastard was too cautious. Leodore, you bastard. Come on, you idiot. It's not like that thing can't grow back. The injured sword demon and fire demon greeted each other in demon language. At least in Wylan's opinion, the fire demon had the upper hand. Lavia, how is it? Can you still fight? Wylan retreated to Lavia's side, looked around vigilantly, and asked. At most, I can resist 2 demons. If there are more, I will have to die here. The 2 snake demons are in your hands, and I'll take care of the rest. With Wylan deliberately attracting hatred, the battlefield was divided into 2. A high-level gold fire demon, 2 mid-level gold snake demons, 3 low-level gold sword demons, and a low-level gold inferior demon. 7 demons surrounded Wylan. Sword demon stroked his broken arm, his eyes full of reason, always alert to the cunning fire demon in case he became the opponent's shield. His strength was greatly weakened, and he was seriously injured. He certainly could not resist the opponent's demonic spells, so he had to be careful. In Wylan's eyes, apart from the difference in size, the appearance of demons could hardly be distinguished from each other. The fire demon retreated more than 10 meters and instantly cast a flame spell. The signal for battle sounded again, and 6 melee demons attacked Wylan from 6 directions at the same time. The sound of limbs and long swords colliding, and druid spells and demon spells colliding with each other. Wylan fought against 7 people alone, not losing the wind at all, and easily dealt with attacks from all directions. The fire demon kept changing its position, so Weilin could not find a suitable opportunity to attack. After beheading 2 knife demons with 1 sword, Weilin aimed at a snake demon, swung a sword at the broken arm knife demon, rushed straight at the snake demon, reincarnation of life and death. The snake demon looked into Weilin's eyes and lost consciousness for a moment, as if he had returned to the time when he broke out of his shell and fought and devoured his own kind. In just 3 seconds, Weilin slashed at the opponent's neck cleanly. The head thrown high in the air made the other demons retreat. In their eyes, they saw Chrissy standing there, motionless, as if waiting for the human to kill him. Using the soul skill, Weilin felt an unprecedented sense of fatigue. However, under the previous high-intensity training, he has gradually adapted to this feeling. This human has another trick, Leo. Do you know what it is? A snake demon shook its tail uneasily and asked in a deep voice. I was thinking, you dirty worm, interrupted my thoughts. The fire demon made a cold voice in the demon language, which made the snake demon subconsciously stay away from this madman. In the confrontation stage, Weilin can only use reincarnation of life and death 3 times at most in his own state, and then he will exhaust his magic power, and then fight the demon with physical strength. Looking at the main battlefield, Kyle single-handedly suppressed 3 soul-level demons. A low-level soul snake demon lost half of its tail, and a mid-level soul flame demon lost a hand and a leg. The worst was the low-level soul sword demon, which only had the upper half of its body left at this moment, relying on its own tenacious vitality to survive. As long as we hold on for a while, when Kyle is free, this battle will be over. Several gold-level demons obviously realized that their respective bosses were at a disadvantage, and they had the idea of running away, but they were summoned suddenly and had no way out. In the past, summoning demons in other planes required their consent. This time, summoning them was directly a unilateral, unequal treaty. Regardless of whether they agreed or not, they were directly teleported to this hellhole. Bang! The 3 soul-level demons were burned to ashes under the extreme light. The next moment, holy flame appeared out of thin air on the bodies of the 5 demons, and in less than a minute, it turned into a ball of black ash. The imprisoned Balrog witnessed the death of these demons with his own eyes. His expression was dull, and his mind was frozen. Master, are you okay? Kyle landed beside Weilin and asked with concern. Weilin looked at everything around him and had not yet come to his senses. Lavia smashed the head of the last snake demon with a scepter, completely ending the battle in the low-end battlefield. He lay on the ground, panting, and didn't want to move for a moment. I'm fine, you go and bleed this Balrog first. Weilin sat on the ground and ordered Kyle. Kyle nodded after hearing this, came to the Balrog, opened his limbs and prepared to bleed. The hot Balrog blood flowed through the gaps in his limbs, gathered in Kyle's hands and condensed into blood balls. The Balrog could only watch his strong and perfect body dry up bit by bit, but he couldn't make a sound. 3 minutes later, a 3-meter-tall fire demon turned into a dried corpse. Under the burning of the holy flame, the remains of the body and the soul were burned together. 300 kilograms of blood should be enough. At this moment, Odor also ended his battle, carrying 2 relatively intact demon bodies and landing next to Weilin. Looking at the 2 demons with terrified expressions, Weilin guessed that the 2 sword demons must have died miserably. Before the few people could relax for a moment, the underground ruins began to shake, and an unknown white mist swallowed the surroundings and continued to gather towards the center. Let's go out first. Kyle picked up Weilin from behind and left quickly in the direction they came from. Odor put away the demon corpse, took Lavia, and followed Kyle's pace. In less than 10 minutes, the 4 left the underground ruins. Over the valley, Weilin looked down at the earth. The underground ruins were being swallowed up by the white fog and disappeared from the real world. What exactly is this? Kyle didn't know the question raised by Weilin, but he felt that the ruins seemed to be deliberately exiled here and were being recycled by something. The world is so big, and there are many unknown secrets hidden. Even if Kyle inherited his grandfather's memory, he couldn't know everything. Under the gaze of the 4 people, the underground building disappeared completely with the passage of time. At the last moment, a mysterious body appeared at the bottom of the valley, wearing a ghost hood, stretching out white claws, slightly moving the space, and then disappeared in the real world. That may be the culprit for the disappearance of this underground building. Lavia broke the silence with her words. Weilin shook his head and said, Maybe we are the intruders, and others are just here to take back what belongs to them. Who would have thought that just a few minutes ago, this underground building was still a place to eat demons, and now there's not even a trace of demon breath? Odor said with emotion. After this short journey, everyone returned to Star Moon Castle. Before leaving, Wylan asked Duke to seal off the valley to prevent any accidents. Next, it was time to open the abandoned magic crystal. Returning to Star Moon Castle, I gave the formula and materials to Odor, asking him to study and prepare the water of Mikelonks. Time passed slowly in the busyness. In mid-December, Wylan ordered his subordinates to send 10 million gold coins and 300 sets of excellent knight equipment to his fourth brother, Lyses. 2 months after the last incident, under the unremitting efforts of Odor, the water of Mikelonks was refined. Odor's student Theo Cadra sent the water of Mikelonks to Wylan's study. "My lord, this is what my teacher asked me to send." Looking at the dark solution in the glass bottle, it was the water of Mikelonks that Odor spent 2 months to prepare. "I remember you are 22 years old this year." "Yes, my lord." Theo lowered his head and answered, not knowing why Wylan asked this question. "Reply to my uncle for me and thank him for his help." "Yes." After Theo left, Wylan touched his chin and said to himself, "The little girl who had ideas about her teacher has grown up. I don't know how she has changed. I'm really curious. I'll go and see her when I have time." Taking the water of Mikelonks, Wylan came to the secret room. Take out the 10 magic crystals in the space ring and place them on the ground one by one. Then take out the container made of mercury stone and put it on the table. Take out one of the magic crystals, put it in the container, and pour in the water of Mikelonks. Wrapped in the dark solution, the magic crystal shattered and turned into fragments in less than half a minute. Seeing this, Wylan grabbed the second magic crystal and put it in the container. This time, the magic crystal was damaged in less than 30 seconds. Repeated until the 6th magic crystal was placed in the stone container, a black magic circle was lit up, and it actively absorbed the water of Mikelonks. Watching the dark solution gradually running out of water, Wylan poured the water of Mikelonks into the container again. Wylan did not stop until the magic crystal stopped absorbing the water of Mikelonks. A faint light flashed, and the outer layer of crystal shattered, revealing a crystal ball with colorful light. The size of an egg, Wylan carefully took the crystal ball out of the stone container, placed it in the palm of his hand, and carefully input his magic power into it. The next moment, black words appeared in the air, forming a universal language that he could understand. Soul division technique. Split your own soul and carry it in a special container. After the main body dies, you can use the soul division to revive, but the upper limit will be damaged. You need to plunder the souls of 100 creatures of the corresponding level to make up for your own shortcomings. It is recommended to absorb the soul of the devil and cooperate with the soul cleansing technique to remove the abyss breath in the devil's soul and avoid assimilation. Imprinting puppet technique. Extract 100 souls of intelligent creatures. Cooperate with the imprinting amnesia technique. Wash away the memory of the soul. Take one soul as the main body. Perform the soul fusion technique to integrate 99 souls into the main body. Inject black-blue wood as the puppet body, and get a puppet creature with growth potential and can be cultivated. Before its soul collapses, it will fulfill your orders diligently and conscientiously. Wylan looked at the spells recorded in this crystal ball and felt that his 3 views were shattered. He flipped through more than 10 spells, all of which were spells that acted on the soul, and none of them could be used openly. Looking at the druid's book on the back of his right hand, he suddenly found that the druid's spells recorded on it were much milder. This thing is too evil. It seems that it must be sealed up. When we find a suitable candidate, we can let him learn it, but he must not learn too much. Staring at the crystal ball in his hand, Wylan was sure that its previous owner was definitely a master of playing with souls, otherwise he would not have developed such an outrageous spell. With the remaining Mikelonks water and crystal ball, Wylan went straight to the treasure house under the Star Moon Castle. After passing the certification of the Elemental Knight, Wylan pushed open the door of the treasure house. Looking up, countless treasures were piled here. Roughly calculated, all the items in this treasure house, converted into gold coins, are worth at least 4.5 billion gold coins. Wylan took out a small box made of obsidian, poured the red dragon scales stored in it on the ground casually, and then carefully placed the crystal ball in it. Compared with this crystal ball, these red dragon scales are somewhat insignificant. Came to the magic book area, came to the third shelf, put the obsidian box and the container of Mikelong's water in his hand on the bottom shelf. After doing this, Wylan visited everywhere in the treasury and admired the wealth he had accumulated. I feel that all the nobles in Cadlo province combined may not have as much as me. After being intoxicated for a while, Wylan left the treasury and returned to Xingyu Castle through the teleportation array. Hilda, go and bring my mount. Master, do you want to call Lord Kyle? No, I have something to do in Kixing City. Kyle has been training the Silver Wolf Knights during this period. Now I don't know where he has gone. Anyway, today, I just want to find Uljeta to reminisce about the past. As you say. Hilda saluted and left. The Adventurers Tavern in the West District of Kixing City is still as lively as ever. Compared with 7 years ago, the Adventurers Tavern has expanded several times, but the threshold has not been raised. For customers who come to drink, they are not rejected. As soon as he entered the tavern, a well-dressed steward came forward to greet him. Sir, you are here. Is Argenta here? The master is on the 3rd floor researching new wines. I will take you there right now. Following the steward, Varen came to the room where Argenta was. As soon as he entered the room, Argenta circled around Wylan several times and said with certainty, "The breath of the red dragon. The nose is so sharp." Varen sat on the sofa unceremoniously, as if he were at home. Of course, who am I? I am Algada, the most famous brewmaster in Kixing City. If I can't smell the scent of wild dragons, how can I be a winemaker? Algada said proudly. If you have any new wine, bring it out and let me taste it. Seeing the expectant expression on Varen's face, Argenta immediately took out the newly researched wine from her space equipment. Looking at the clear red wine, Wylan opened the bottle cap and took a sip. It tasted like rice wine. What's this brewed from? Red rice I went out to grab. Oops, when I was helping you clean up those blind kobold clans, I accidentally discovered a mutant plant. Because of its bright color, I called it red rice. After several years of cultivation, harvested some, and then used it to make wine and found that the taste was so sweet. Can you sell me some of those plants? I'm going to have someone cultivate some when I go back. We are friends. I'll sell you 100 red rice plants for 1 silver coin. Uljeta said to Wylan with a sly smile and raised a finger. Looking at the greedy silver dragon, Wylan smiled and replied, "Okay. Are you coming to me this time to start your trade plan?" Uljeta asked with a smile as he poured Wylan a glass of red rice wine. Wylan gently picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and said to Uljeta, "I'm going to leave in March next year. Notify me when you leave." Uljeta replied calmly. For the next half an hour, the two discussed some other topics. It was getting late, and when Wylan was about to get up and leave, Uljeta took out a few boxes of books and put them on the ground. "Remember to take your things back." "My things?" Wylan was a little confused. He opened the wooden box and looked at the neatly arranged magic books inside. Memories from many years ago came to his mind. How many years? I don't know, but it's been a long time. I was bored recently, and when I went to the basement, I found these wooden boxes in the corner. Uljeta answered. Wylan didn't say anything else, stuffed the wooden box into the space ring, took 2 bottles of red rice wine, and waved goodbye to Uljeta. Should I ask him for money? Uljeta realized it later, looked at the wooden box with 2 bottles of wine missing, and said subconsciously, "Forget it." For returning to Xingyu Castle, Wylan first went to the Lord's mansion of Kixing City. The officials and guards along the way saw Wylan's figure, stopped their work, bowed and saluted, expressing their highest respect. When they came to Baird's office, they saw the documents piled up half a meter high, and a man and 3 women were busy working and reviewing the documents. The blonde girl pushed Baird, who was busy reviewing the documents. "My lord, why are you here?" "Ahem, Baird, come with me." In order not to disturb his 3 wives' work, Wylan only called Baird out. Before leaving, the silver-haired girl sitting on the left stood up and tidied her husband's clothes so as not to be rude in front of the lord. In the pavilion of the city lord's mansion, Wylan and Baird sat opposite each other. "Your strength is a bit low, you have to hurry up. I don't want my chief steward to retire so soon. And your 3 wives, you really trained them into management talents." Faced with Wylan's persuasion, Baird said with some shame, "In fact, I am only busy in December and January, and I still have a lot of free time at other times. As for the slow progress of my subordinates in recent years, on the one hand, the training time is scattered, and on the other hand, I don't want my 3 wives to accompany me for less than 100 years. Forget it, you decide, I don't know anything." Wylan looked at the middle-aged guardian knight in front of him and said with some melancholy, "By the way, sir, what are your instructions this time?" "Nothing big. The budget of the Pastor College in Lancashire County will be doubled from tomorrow. For Pastor Lavia, according to your standards, one extraordinary resource will be sent every month." Yes. After finishing the business, the two talked about past deeds like old friends. It was getting late. Wylan stood up and prepared to leave. "Okay, you go and get busy. I should go back too." "Slow down, sir." Walking out of the Lord's mansion of Kixing City, Wylan led the red phosphorus horse and looked at the prosperous Kixing City. These can be regarded as Baird's hard work. It is no exaggeration to say that Wylan is only the owner of Kixing City, but he only had direct management when Kixing City was built, and then he became a hands-off manager. But then again, it is meaningless to be a lord if you have to do everything yourself. Riding on the beloved red phosphorus horse, he slowly returned to Xinyu Castle. When I got home, the moon had risen. At the east gate, Hilda, Cisna, and the dragon maid Seraphina were quietly waiting for Wylan's return. "Master." Wylan turned over and dismounted, handed the red phosphorus horse to the guard, nodded to the three people, and entered the castle. Hilda and Cisna looked at the back of the master, feeling a little lonely and more lonely. "The master is thinking about the mistress," Seraphina said shockingly and without hesitation. Hilda quickly covered her mouth and whispered, "Seraphina, don't talk nonsense." "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Seraphina bowed her head and admitted her mistake. The three looked back and observed quietly, and found that their master was in step with each other, and comforted themselves in their hearts that the master should not have heard what Seraphina had just said. Wylan, who had his back to the three people, had a twitching face. He was just a little sad. How could he become thinking about the mistress? Besides, he is not married yet. Where can he find the so-called mistress? Then, putting the matter behind him, Wylan went straight to the griffin's nest. Eunice carefully stroked the belly of the female griffin, her movements gentle. She slowly pushed the camel's milk in front of the female griffin, her eyes full of concern and tenderness. The female griffin glanced at the long ears in front of her, and a pleasant purr came out of her throat, and her tail swayed gently, as if to express her gratitude. Then she lowered her head, stretched out her tongue, and licked the camel's milk in the bowl, her movements gracefully and greedily. Xing, the patriarch of the Snow Wind clan, opened his eyes and saw Long Ears serving his wife. A warm feeling surged in his heart. He closed his eyes with satisfaction, enjoying the tranquility and warmth of this moment. "This is pregnancy." The familiar voice instantly made the three half-elf griffins energetic. As the number one mount of his master, Xing immediately stood up and came to Wylan, lowered his head to offer Wylan, and asked for comfort. "Yes, Lord, Xiaoxu is 2 months pregnant, Xiaoyu is 3 months pregnant, and according to the normal griffin birth time, it takes 20 months. Eunice explained to Wylan while massaging the female griffin. "Little guy, you all have children. Shashasha." From his cry, Wylan could hear excitement and pride. "Eunice, I heard that you want to build a manor belonging to the half-elf." Hearing this, Eunice's face turned a little pale, not knowing why the Lord asked this question. "Don't worry. I know all about your contribution to you and your people." Wylan squatted down and said gently, calming Eunice's uneasy heart, "Lord, I just want to find a place for my people to relax. Don't worry, we have absolutely no other thoughts. I swear on my life." Eunice replied with her head down, "I will let Baird build a leisure manor for you and your people under your name. Do a good job. I will not treat you unfairly." "Thank you for your gift." After Wylan interacted with the griffin for half an hour, he returned to the castle hall, enjoyed dinner, and went straight to the bedroom. On January 1, 9741 of the glorious calendar, it was a new year. 9 o'clock in the morning, Wylan convened a high-level meeting. In the magnificent conference building located in the outer city of Xinyu Fort, hundreds of people filled the No. 6 conference room on the 3rd floor. The officials and officers who were able to enter this room had already proved their loyalty to the Lord of Kixing territory with practical actions. Pushing open the door, the noisy conference room became quiet in an instant. Hundreds of eyes looked at the person they were loyal to, with respect in their eyes. Under the gaze of everyone, Wylan came to the main seat and sat down. Kyle, the chief attendant and butler, came to stand behind Wylan. Compared with sitting on the chair in the conference room, this position was more suitable for him. With our joint efforts, Kixing territory has grown from a small village to a territory covering an area of 28,736 square kilometers with a population of 780, 000. Listening to Wyland's summary of the past 20 years, everyone was concentrating and did not dare to show any slackness. Wyland was very satisfied with the mental outlook of the crowd. In the next 10 years, Kixing territory will not expand outward. The growth of the territory is not only related to the area and population of the territory, but also to the combat capability of the army, and the number of strong people is closely related to the output of extraordinary resources. 5 years later, I will host a military operation every year against the monster clans in the West. One is to test the command ability of military officers, and the other is to inspire the spirit of bravery. Hearing Wyland's words, some generals sitting in the back felt a little pressure. After all, their troops have basically not experienced a major war since their establishment, and they have to undergo special intensive training after returning. Next, Wyland began to make arrangements for the territory's political affairs. According to the agreement reached between the Noble Council of Cadlo Province and the Northern Noble Alliance of Serap Province, with Russell's Kursk earldom as the starting point, the provincial capital of Cadlo Province as the intermediate trade transit station, and Kixing territory as the end of this road, a highway that can accommodate 8 carriages will be built. The road from Kursk to the capital of Cadlo Province passes through 3 earldoms, 13 viscounts and 23 baronies in the province of Serap. As for Cadlo Province, it passes through the territories of 2 viscounts and 3 barons, with a total length of 131 kilometers. The road from the capital of Cadlo Province to Kixing County passes through the territories of 6 viscounts and 21 barons. The total length of 863 kilometers. From Kursk to Kixing County, there is only a straight line distance of 700 kilometers, but the interests of many nobles along the way need to be taken into account, so this road is named Kursk-Cadlo-Kixing Highway, with a total length of 994 kilometers. This road is expected to be completed in 3 years. Kixing City is one of the 3 trade hubs on this avenue. Its importance does not need me to explain more. Baird, I believe you will not let me down. My lord, please rest assured that I will manage Kixing City and Kixing County for you. Baird stood up and replied respectfully. For Lancia County, Xiphon County, Kiayun County, and Luming County, Wyland gave instructions respectively, set the general development direction, and the specific implementation methods were discussed by the governors of these 4 counties. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when the meeting ended. Everyone left Xingyu Castle one after another, and Wyland was completely relaxed. At night, Wyland came to the window, just opened the window, took out a bowl, and poured a bowl of glowing wine. Not long after, the stars appeared in sight. Holding the bowl in his mouth, he left quickly. Come fast, go fast. At 8 o'clock, a sound rang in my ears. In the small town of Sarasha in the province of Lepuo, the half-elf principality of Imana, a wizard collected a waning moon key in his early years. The key is used to open the passage to the secret realm of Tibers. When the full moon is high, under the 10,000-year-old white moon tree, water the waning moon key with dragon blood to open the passage to the secret realm. The benefits are accompanied by risks. Don't be careless and lose your life because it is a secret realm. Tiber's secret realm, what is that? Wyland felt very unfamiliar with this name. He was also familiar with various rumors on the Synapse subcontinent. But it was the first time he heard the name of Tiber's secret realm. The next morning, Wyland went straight to the training ground. Master. Kyle looked at the figure of his master and was a little surprised. In the past at this time, unless he supervised, it would be impossible to see his figure. Facing Kyle's shocked eyes, Wyland remained calm as if he had not seen it. Have you heard of Tiber's secret realm? Tiber's secret realm, you should be talking about the legendary high-level frost giant Tibers, who fell into the hands of the legendary black dragon Octavius 6,000 years ago, and his body fell into the half-plane he had in his lifetime. The two merged with each other and completely lost their traces. As for the secret realm, some rumors spread later, but they were finally confirmed to be false. Is that so? Wyland replied calmly, without giving too much explanation. Looking at Wyland's departing back, Kyle felt that his master should know some clues about the Tiber's secret realm that was in the rumor stage. Back in the study, Wyland sat in a chair in a daze. The body of the legendary high-level frost giant Tibers merged with the demiplane to form a secret realm, especially the last sentence. The benefits come with risks, Don't lose your life just because it's a secret realm. For this sentence, Wyland simply and roughly understood that this secret realm formed by the fusion of corpses and demiplanes was a legacy left to the younger generations of the same race. If I use this information as a bargaining chip to exchange for the friendship of a frost giant, it should be the best choice. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. For many reasons, Wyland finally crossed out the option of exploring the secret realm of Tibers from his itinerary. However, the Crescent Moon Key can be taken into his own hands first. In mid-March, Wyland was ready to set off for the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom. This trip was a long journey, and Wyland only brought Kyle, Gray, Blue, and Red Dragon Seraphina. As for the Silver Dragon Algeta, it was naturally an indispensable core figure. The 4 people and 2 dragons set off to leave the Kixing territory and head to the provincial capital of Cadlo Province. Along the way, the construction of the curious Cadlo-Kixing Highway began in full swing, and the nobles within the range were responsible for the construction of roads in their respective territories. 2 days later, near the capital of Cadero Province, a bustling scene appeared in front of us, with a large number of young and middle-aged people moving stones and building roads. Wyland was very clear about Governor Allide's positive move. Once the curious Cadero-Kixing Highway is completed, it can be regarded as a good political achievement. Without staying in Cadero Province for long, the 4 people and 2 dragons went to Meal City, satellite city of the capital of the Kingdom of Ilia, through the teleportation array. Meal City, one of the 3 satellite cities of the capital of the Kingdom of Ilia, has a population of about 300,000. Its main function is to connect the provinces in the central and western regions of the kingdom and the teleportation array of the dukedom. On the bustling streets, people come and go in decent clothes. According to the plan, we have to go to Larek City first and go to the capital of the dukedom of Nitsi through the teleportation array. Wyland put away the map and set off with the other people. Passing through the crowded city gate, the 4 people and 2 dragons were able to get out of Meal City. I didn't expect that the noble passage would be so crowded. This is the first time I have experienced it. Looking back, Wyland was amazed at the long queue of people. As for the normal passage next to it, it was even more crowded. Thinking of this, Wyland couldn't imagine that, after the establishment of the main traffic route between Kixing Territory and Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom, it might be more prosperous than Meal City. Of course, it would also be more congested. Riding on the red phosphorus horse, choosing the right direction, several people went to Larek City. As for the cultural landscape of the capital, I can only appreciate it slowly when I return next time. And visit my old friends, by the way. Compared with Meal City, Larek City is much quieter, but the defense level is far beyond that of Meal City. There are no less than 100 guards at the gate of the city, and each of them has the strength of a low-level bronze warrior, which can be said to be elite. As a major transportation route connecting the kingdom with surrounding countries, its importance is self-evident. Purpose: the city guard officer began to ask questions as usual. Go to the Holy Third Kingdom of Dawn for a tour, Wyland said without hesitation. The young officer looked at the dress of the group of people without too much doubt and ticked the column of other affairs. Time: 2 years or 3 years, not sure. After the 6 questions were asked, the young officer ordered the soldiers to let them go. With permission, Wyland successfully entered Larek City. The neat and clean streets were very sparsely populated, and there were even fewer people than the patrolling army. In order to save the cost of transmission, most caravans choose to cross the border from the border areas of their respective countries. After walking through the avenue, everyone came to the transmission hall. How many gold coins are needed for 6 people, and 6 horses to go to the Principality of Nitz? Hearing this, the young wizard raised his head and looked at Wyland, and replied with a smile. From Larek City to the capital of the Principality of Nitz, each person needs 4,000 gold coins. Each horse needs 1,000 gold coins, a total of 30,000 gold coins. If you are born in the Earl family, you can enjoy a 20% discount. Wyland thought about it and finally chose to pay the full amount of the transmission fee. If you choose to show the family emblem, the kingdom will have a record, and this record will be passed to his father in less than half a month. Before completing the development of the trade route, Wyland did not want his father to know his whereabouts for the time being. After handing 30 gold notes with a face value of 1,000 gold coins to the young wizard, Wylin went to Area 3 to wait under the leadership of a guard. There were very few people waiting in this rest area, covering an area of 1,000 square meters, no more than 20. Since the teleportation array charges fees unilaterally, according to the agreement signed by multiple countries, the teleportation is carried out alternately. That is, if the city of Larik in the Kingdom of Ilia teleports to the Duke of Nitsi once, then the Duke of Nitsi must teleport to the city of Larik in the Kingdom of Ilia next time. If the other party does not teleport for a long time, then the people waiting for the teleportation here can only wait. It's really slow. Wylin looked at the big clock hanging on the top. 6 hours have passed. The teleportation array has been activated frequently, but there is no way to go to the Duchy of Nitsi. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to the Duchy of Spina first and walked to the Holy Third Kingdom of Dawn. However, once the fee is paid, it cannot be refunded. From his point of view, this system is very unfriendly. Are you going to the Holy Third Kingdom of Dawn too? Facing a stranger wrapped in a black robe, Wylin instantly became interested and answered, "Is this gentleman too?" "Almost, but you can call me madam." A slightly low voice testified, but from her tone, it can be heard that the other party is not angry. "Sorry, ma'am," Wylin said apologetically. "You're going to travel to the White Maple Province of the Holy Third Kingdom of Dawn. White Maple Province is a nice place. According to the current time, the redbud flowers there are about to bloom. Watching the redbud flowers is the purpose of my trip, but I don't want to miss the White Maple Knights Martial Arts Competition." White Maple Knights Martial Arts Competition, it's really a nostalgic name. The two chatted about the White Maple Province. However, most of the time it was the black-robed woman who was talking, and Wylin sat beside her and listened. Unknowingly, another 3 hours passed. "Everyone, please follow me." Everyone stood up and followed the middle-aged wizard to the teleportation array. Standing in the center of the teleportation array, Wylin looked at the surrounding deployment. Compared with the teleportation array between provincial capitals, this transnational teleportation array has a lot more magic devices, which should be used for space orientation calibration. Under the auspices of the 12 wizards, the teleportation array slowly started. With eyes open and closed, the space changed, and it was already another country. After leaving the teleportation hall, countless trees appeared in front of us. "Goodbye, little guy." The black-robed woman said goodbye to Wylin before leaving. "Goodbye, ma'am." Looking at the lady's back, Wylin had a hunch that they would meet again. "Lord, is that lady too presumptuous? She's only slightly stronger than me, but she calls you this way." Kyle came to Varen's side and said, "Don't worry, you call me that, you don't think I'm very young." Kyle expressed admiration for his boss's perspective on the problem. "Boss, do you have a room?" Huey entered the hotel and asked. 5 silver coins per room. How many rooms do you need?" The masked man did not speak before meeting, and the landlady showed no interest in talking, so she asked. 6 rooms plus good fodder for 6 horses. A total of 4 gold coins. Hearing this, Huey took out 4 gold coins and handed them to the landlady. Arriving at the hotel room, Wylin sat on the bed to relieve his mental fatigue. "We have only reached our first destination now, and we still have to pass through at least 5 countries, so we have a long way to go. However, in order to open up this road to wealth, no matter how difficult it is, he can go on." At night, Wylin opened his eyes, took the knight's sword in his hand, came to the window, observed the outside situation through the gap. Within the field of vision, a group of people were fighting in the dark. Warriors in black armor surrounded a group of black-clothed people from the front and back of the street. In the back, 4 knights in blue armor, with flowers engraved on their chests and long swords on their waists, protected a middle-aged wizard in the middle. The wizard was operating a magic instrument in his hand, forming a barrier around him to prevent the battle between the 2 sides from destroying the block. "My lord." Kyle pushed the door open and came to Wylin's side, followed by Gray and Blue. Not long after, the red dragon Seraphina ran into Wylin's room wearing loose clothes. Seeing this, Blue stepped forward to put the clothes back on for this stupid dragon with big breasts and no brains. Finally, the silver dragon Algeta, who was late to realize, was still sleeping soundly, not disturbed by the battle outside at all. Those black-clad men don't look like cultists, but rather well-trained warriors, using the same fighting techniques as those armored warriors. Wylin pointed at the black-clad men fighting and turned to ask. Kyle nodded and said, The current Grand Duke of the Principality of Nitsi intends to retreat behind the scenes, and his descendants will inevitably cause disputes. This battle is probably just a trivial episode. I didn't expect that, on the first night of arriving in the capital of the Principality of Nitsi, I would encounter an internal fight between the heirs. Broken limbs and blood splattered everywhere. For the benefit of the superiors, the inferiors need to pay blood and life. The battle lasted only half an hour, and more than 30 black-clad men were strangled to death, and more than 20 black-armored soldiers belonging to the victorious side also fell. Witnessing this small-scale internal fight with his own eyes, Weilin could only feel regretful. Not long after it was dawn. Leaving the hotel, the streets were bustling with people again. No one knew that the floor they stepped on was contaminated with the blood of their duchy's warriors. Under the false peace, there is a turbulent tide. Weilin is not going to stay in the capital of the Duke of Nitsi for long, and it is better to leave here as soon as possible. Leading the red phosphorus horse, Weilin went to the Dawn Church in the northern city of the Duke of Nitsi, preparing to take the teleportation array to the capital of the Holy Third Kingdom of Dawn. As a principality, the Principality of Nitsi is not qualified to manage the teleportation array leading to the territory of the Kingdom of Dawn. There is no other reason, and strength is the biggest reason. Good morning, Priest of the Dawn. Good morning, sir. The low-level silver priest bowed his head to show his respect for the strong. May I ask what you are here for? We are going to the capital of the Holy Third Kingdom of Dawn. How much gold coins do we need to pay? Weilin asked. Please wait, I will ask Priest Oberon to come and talk to you in detail. The middle-aged priest smiled apologetically, turned and entered the church, looking for Priest Oberon. 5 minutes later, an old high-ranking golden priest came out of the church and came to Weilin, smiling and asking, to go to the Dawn Sanctuary, each person needs to donate 6,000 gold coins to the church. If you have a token of friendship with the church, you can be exempted from part of the donation amount. Hearing the words of the old priest, Weilin was speechless. If you want money, you have to pay. Why call it a donation? Is it just to make it sound better? Of course, Weilin didn't want to pay so much money. He directly took out the hexagonal stone that the ascetic monk Gerald of the Dawn Church gave him last time to see if it could be used as a token of friendship. The hexagonal stone, which was ordinary in the eyes of outsiders, made the old priest want to kneel on the ground immediately in his eyes. My lord, please keep your token. Looking at the respectful old priest, the middle-aged priest became extremely sincere. This priest, just call me Oberon. The old priest spoke very kindly and sincerely. Looking at the old priest in front of him with a changed attitude, Weilin was a little surprised. It seemed that the ordinary hexagonal stone was more valuable than he thought. However, thinking carefully, as a high-ranking legend, what Glaud gave him must be very precious. Priest Oberon, with this token, how much money do we need to pay? No need to do so. As a friend of the church, you are enough to witness your lofty status. There is no need to donate money. Weilin was very satisfied without spending a penny. Even though he had billions of gold coins, he was a little excited about the free thing. How soon can we set off? Excuse me, when do you want to set off? The old priest asked respectfully. The middle-aged priest stood aside and said that he had learned it. Now, do you think it's feasible? Then now, please follow me with your followers. Hearing this, the old priest asked the middle-aged priest to continue his duty and took Weilin into the Dawn Church. Turn off the monitoring array. The old priest came to a knight and ordered. Lord Oberon, this is not in accordance with the procedures. According to, do as I tell you. I will explain to Bishop Talia. The old priest was determined and gave another order to the church knight in front of him. Facing the stern eyes of the old priest, the church knight finally chose to execute the order and shut down the monitoring array. What was that for just now? Weilin asked curiously as he passed through the closed monitoring array. Faced with Weilin's question, the old priest said, the monitoring array just now is used to monitor alien creatures. If you are not sure whether your subordinates can conceal their true identities, please be cautious. In order to keep the identity information of you and your subordinates confidential, I asked the knight to close the monitoring array. Priest Oberon, thank you for your help. The old priest was very grateful for Weilin's thanks. After passing through 3 monitoring devices with different functions, without exception, they were all temporarily closed by the old priest. Finally, 6 people and 6 horses came to a small teleportation array. Standing on the teleportation array, Weilin carefully observed the surrounding texts. was not the secret text used by the arcane master, nor the magic array used by the ordinary magician, but a strange text with the power of the morning light. Before Wylan could take a few more glances, he disappeared in a burst of light. "Sir, this is the satellite city of the capital of the Holy Third Kingdom of Dawn, Eulalie City. Please follow me." Holy Third Kingdom of Dawn. After calming down, he found a woman with big breasts. If she hadn't been wearing a Dawn priest robe, Wylan would have thought he was teleported to another place. Following the priest, everyone came to a large hall. "Respected sir, this is a magic train that will take you to the capital. You and your followers' mounts will be escorted by the church knights and taken to a resting place for you." Wylan turned his head to look at the people queuing up, waiting to board the ordinary magic train, and then looked at his side. Special priests were providing services, special magic trains were waiting at any time, and even the mounts were specially escorted by the knights of the church. He patted Ziohong, and this guy was also treated as a VIP horse. "Please get on the train." The priest made a gesture of invitation. After handing the mount to the church knight, Wylan took the lead in boarding the magic train. The interior decoration was eye-catching, low-key and luxurious, which was really eye-opening. It must be said that the capital of the Holy Third Kingdom of Dawn left a very deep impression on Wylan. The door closed, and 4 unicorn black horses pulled the magic train, driving at a speed of lightning, leaving the city of Eulalie and heading for the capital 300 kilometers away. Under the blessing of magic, the train was as stable as a mountain, without any shaking. With the blessing of the floating magic circle, the whole train became as light as a feather. Its weight was less than 1/10,000th of the original object. For the unicorn black horse pulling the train, it was like pulling a toy car without much burden. Sitting on the soft sofa, enjoying the scenery outside the window, from time to time you can see the griffin knight flying in the sky, and occasionally you can see the dragon knight. An hour later, the original scenery outside the window was gradually replaced by the urban area. At this time, the speed of the magic train gradually slowed down. "Gray, look, there are so many houses." Lan lay in front of the window, pointing to the endless buildings outside the window. It exclaimed. Gray opened his eyes and couldn't help looking in the direction pointed by Lan's finger. The blue and white buildings and the morning church appeared from time to time in the field of vision. The capital of the Holy Third Kingdom of Dawn, the largest city in the Synapse subcontinent, is known as the Pearl of Synapse, the absolute center of the subcontinent, with a main city and 7 satellite cities. The entire capital area covers an area of about 50,000 square kilometers and a population of about 8 million. Among them, the population of the main urban area accounts for 70% of the total. Population of the capital area, covering an area of up to 12,000 square kilometers and is divided into 50 districts. Looking at the endless buildings, Wylan couldn't help but read out the humanities introduction of the Holy Third Kingdom of Dawn that he had read before. Kyle was no exception. The densely packed buildings were distributed in a certain pattern and were well arranged, which gave him a great shock. Looking out a little, 9 out of 10 people were professionals, and the quality was frighteningly high. What a magnificent city! I don't know if I can build such a glorious city in my lifetime. Wylan leaned against the window and sighed. My lord, I believe you can do it. Ha ha ha, if possible, I hope to succeed. For this lofty dream, Wylan felt that it was unlikely to come true. An hour later, the magic train stopped outside a manor covering an area of 3,000 acres in the 36th district of the capital. After getting off the train, led by a low-level silver knight, the group moved into the VIP guest house called Stardust Manor. Sir, you can tell the maids in the manor if you have any instructions. Thank you. You're welcome. The low-level silver knight bowed and saluted, then left the small courtyard. After entering the room and lying down not long ago, 2 maids came into the room with cakes and tea, put them on the low table, and saluted and left. Looking at these maids, Wylan had a sense of holiness, patted his cheeks to wake himself up. Stay for 2 days at most. Lying on the soft bed, Wylan stared at the ceiling and muttered to himself. How about 5 days? Well, this idea is very good, then 7 days, enjoy it before the hard journey. Under self-hypnosis, Wylan decided to enjoy the VIP treatment in the capital of the Holy Third Kingdom of Dawn for 7 days, and then go to the Ash Magic Kingdom. Before the ascetic practice, enjoy it first. On the streets of District 36, Orcs, elves, dwarves, orcs, catwomen, and even lizardmen can walk openly on the streets. For these creatures of other races, the surrounding humans did not show disgust, and of course there was no friendly expression. There was a meaning of not rejecting but not accepting. Velen, I seem to have found my kind. Elgeta suddenly stopped and looked at the patrol army not far away, whispering. Same kind. Following Elgeta's gaze, I found a female knight wearing silver-white armor. Are you sure? Are you sure? At the same time, the female knight who led the patrol on the opposite side also looked over and stared at Elgeta intently. Velen, she asked me to wait for her on the second floor of the tavern next door. Do you want to go? Elgeta turned around and whispered. After hearing this, Velen nodded without hesitation and agreed. Go. Kyle and several others found a place to wait on the first floor at random, and as for Velen, he accompanied Elgeta to the second floor to wait. Half an hour later, the female knight finally arrived. Yupu Laxia Kalgaris. Elgeta Sarnada. The two used dragon language to briefly state their real names. My fellow tribesmen, I'm glad to meet you here. The female knight smiled, put her helmet on the table, sat opposite Elgeta and greeted with a smile. Laxia, me too. Elgeta smiled and introduced her. This is Wylan, my best friend. Miss Laxia, nice to meet you. Wylan replied politely. Me too. Laxia looked Wylan up and down. He was a pure human, but he had an obsessive smell on him, which was very strange. After the exchange, the relationship between the two silver dragons quickly became closer. As for Wylan, he was a listener, listening to the conversation between the two. Captain, 2 Zia orcs fought on the 3rd Street. And you need to deal with it. A patrol soldier came to the second floor, entered the room, and reported to Laxia. Sorry, I still have things to deal with. If you can go to the restaurant No. 39 on the 1st Street and wait for me. After I hand over the shift, I will come to you. Laxia put on a helmet, took the sword, and said to the two. Yes. Elgeta nodded. After leaving the tavern, Wylan and his group continued to tour. Unknowingly, they came to a divination shop. Wylan stood at the door of the shop, subconsciously telling himself that he should go in and take a look. Kyle looked at Wylan, who was in a daze, and asked, Master, what's wrong? Wait here for a while, I'll go in and take a look. After saying that, Wylan went straight into this remote fortune-telling shop. In a remote fortune-telling shop, a skinny old man who was about to die sat on a recliner. When he heard the footsteps, he opened his turbid eyes and a trace of elusive fluctuations flashed in his eyes. Please sit down. Hearing the old man's voice, Wylan felt an unprecedented peace in his heart and sat on the old wooden chair. What do you want to tell? My destiny. Your destiny is unpredictable. I, an old man who is about to die, dare not tell divination. Let's change another one. The skinny old man shook his head and refused. Then tell me whether my trip will go smoothly. Wylan did not force it, but changed direction and asked the old man. Hearing this request, the skinny old man did not refuse. He took out 3 ordinary crystal balls, took off the black robe on his head, and revealed his face. A very old face was displayed in front of him, and his iconic pointed ears represented his race. It is hard to imagine how long this elf-like old man has lived. Under his deep gaze, the 3 crystal balls shone with an elusive light. Except for him, no one could understand the meaning of this light. Just like looking at the starry sky, one could not understand the endless depth and breadth. Your journey was generally smooth, but you will still encounter some difficulties. The skinny old man raised his head, looked at Wylan with turbid eyes, and answered slowly. There will be problems in that section of the journey. Wylan asked the skinny old man directly. He was sure that the old man already knew his itinerary. The skinny old man shook his head, took out a leaf from the drawer, and handed it to Wylan. When you pass through the half-elf principality of Imana, you will encounter a difficulty. Whether to stand up or leave silently is only a matter of your thoughts. No matter what choice you make, the final result will not change. If you are in a dilemma, you can hold this leaf tightly. It will guide you in the direction of progress. Taking the leaf from the elder, Wylan felt that his heart was comforted, and there was a calming effect in it. The divination fee is 1 gold coin, the one favored by fate. After hearing the old man's offer, Wylan took out a gold coin and put it on the wooden table. As for the last sentence, he didn't hear it clearly. As usual, it was muted in his ears. The skinny old man slowly took the gold coin and waved his hand, indicating that Wylan could leave. After leaving the divination shop, Wylan looked at the ordinary leaf in his hand and fell into silence. Along the way, Kyle saw the master staring at a leaf in a daze and did not interrupt him, just quietly following behind him. I can't see through it, I really can't see through it. Muttering to himself, Wylan put the leaf into the space ring. As dusk approached, everyone came to the second floor of the restaurant at No. 39 First Street, District 36, waiting for Lakshya to arrive. Sitting by the window, Wylan propped up his chin and admired the creatures of various races on the street outside. He really felt very strange. A cat woman and a human walked hand in hand on the street, without any hesitation. Wylan was a little curious about what race the child of this human and catwoman was. Half cat people, it seems that there is no such race. Sorry I'm late. The slightly apologetic voice pulled Wylan's eyes back from the window. Aljeta said very gentlemanly, Miss Lakshya, it's not late at all. Please sit down. Wylan invited with a smile. Lakshya smiled apologetically and sat next to the only human woman in the team. This brief dinner was very harmonious. Aljeta and Lakshya had a good conversation, and Wylan and others were willing to become foils. After listening to the exchange, everyone also understood why Lakshya would serve as the patrol captain in the capital of the Holy Third Dawn Kingdom. According to her, all 26 silver dragons in their family live in the capital of the Holy Third Dawn Kingdom. This matter has been tacitly approved by His Excellency St. Mitchell, the Pope of the Dawn Church of the Holy Third Dawn Kingdom. It can only be said that silver dragons really like to live in human cities, but this kind of event, where the entire family lives in the human world, is very rare. It's getting late. I'm going back. Lakshya looked at the time, stood up and said to everyone, Goodbye, Miss Lakshya. Goodbye, Aljeta and everyone. Wylan's eyes drifted towards Aljeta. The silver dragon was actually grinning. Mr. Aljeta, Miss Lakshya, whom you admire, has gone far away. Lan pushed Aljeta and reminded softly, What? No, I'm just sending off an excellent lady normally. Seeing that everyone's eyes were looking at him, Aljeta immediately returned to his aloof appearance, which formed a great contrast with his previous obsessive appearance, making people laugh. Wylan came behind Aljeta, patted his shoulder and said, Spring is here, it's the mating season. As your best friend, I understand very well. Damn it. Aljeta now wanted to bury himself in the soil. Looking at the embarrassment of the little dragon, he was still too young after all. Okay, it's time to go back. Back at Stardust Manor, there were many more people there than yesterday. When meeting each other, polite nods are the most basic etiquette. Back in the room, Wylan fell asleep. In the next few days, Aljeta went out early and came back late. It was obvious that she must have gone to find Lakshya. On April 1, 9741 of the glorious calendar, it was time to set off. How have you been getting along these days? Wylan asked Aljeta, who was smiling. Seeing everyone's curious eyes, Aljeta said proudly, You will know in a while. Looking at the silver dragon that was keeping things a secret, Wylan's curiosity was aroused. At 8 o'clock in the morning, a beautifully dressed woman appeared in front of everyone outside the Stardust Manor. If Wylan didn't look carefully, he wouldn't believe that this bright and beautiful lady was actually the heroic Lakshya a few days ago. I will find you within 3 years. If I find out that you have other dragons, I will not let you go. Lakshya stood in front of Aljeta, reached out to hug him, and whispered a warning in his ear. Don't worry, I am a pure silver dragon, and I will never change my mind. Aljeta immediately expressed his attitude, feeling extremely satisfied in his heart. 10 minutes later, Aljeta boarded the magic train, and the train headed for the city of Taramis, pulled by the black wildebeest. Pure Aljeta, as your best friend, I am willing to call you Dragonite. Obviously, the conversation between the two of them must have been known by these hateful guys. Aljeta was a little furious. If she had known earlier, she would have set up a soundproof barrier. What Dragonite? Even if you are my best friend, you can't slander me like this. Aljeta said righteously, but it didn't work. Mid the laughter of the crowd and Aljeta's defense, the train left the capital of the Holy Third Kingdom of Dawn. Through the teleportation array from Taramis City to the Magic Kingdom of Ash, Wylan traveled tens of thousands of kilometers to this magic city famous in the Sinapa subcontinent. Leaving the satellite city of the Holy Magic City, take the magic train to the city. We are now in the No. 3 satellite city north of the Holy Magic City. Next, we have to go to the No. 6 satellite city, go to the Crescent City through the teleportation array there. Walk through the Amana half-elf principality. Walk along the border between the Moon Elf Kingdom and the Misty Forest, and enter the territory of the Yinglong Burke Kingdom. Before going to the Crescent Province, we need to stay in the Holy Magic City for a while. I have something to deal with during this time, so you should first enjoy the scenery of the holy magic. Everyone knew what Wylan was going to do, and nodded tacitly, indicating that they would obey the arrangement. In the No. 10 district of the holy magic city, everyone got off the bus and came to a hotel called the Lizardman's House and settled down. The owner of this hotel is very consistent with the name of the hotel. He is a dragon-like lizardman. As for the waiter of the hotel, it is a human woman hired. What was surprising was that the wife of this dragon-like lizardman was actually an orc woman. These 5 rooms will be at your disposal for the next 2 months. The dragon-like lizardman named Luke spoke the common language skillfully and then left the 3rd floor. Wylan lightly pressed the switch next to him, and the magic lamp on the roof suddenly lit up. This place really has the atmosphere of a magic city. Even such an ordinary hotel can have such a device. As for the supply of energy, it comes from a giant element pool, which is enough to provide lighting for millions of magic lamps. For a country dominated by arcane masters, there is no shortage of magical means to build and maintain large and stable element pools. Let's go first. Wylan said hello to Kyle, took the knight's sword and left the hotel. Standing on the side of the road, he stretched out his hand to stop a carriage. My lord, where are you going? Spiritual Academy. Wylan suspected that when he talked to Zumia last time, the other party mentioned the name of his academy, which should be this name. It's a bit far. We are in District 10, and the School of Mind is in District 21. It takes at least 10 hours to get to the School of Mind. 6 gold coins, how about it? Wylan looked at the hesitant coachman and quoted the price directly. Hearing the price, the coachman immediately ran down the carriage, opened the door of the carriage, and made gentlemanly etiquette. Sir, please get in the carriage. Coachman Sal is happy to serve you. Looking at this guy who was greedy for money, Wylan shook his head and smiled. Sure enough, he was just hesitating whether he could pay the price that made him excited, instead of worrying about whether the journey was far. Getting on the carriage, although the exterior looked a bit shabby, the interior was quite comfortable. Sir, please sit down. The carriage will set off immediately. With a slight shake, the carriage soon ran on the avenue. Wylan stared quietly at the changing scene outside the glass window and found creatures from no less than 10 races, and even the patrol army found soldiers of other races. Compared with the capital of the Holy Third Kingdom of Dawn, the capital of the Ash Magic Kingdom, the Holy Magic City undoubtedly shows a more open and inclusive side. As the night slowly fell, the magic lights lit up beside the city streets cast a soft light, outlining the outline of the streets. As time passed, Wylan gradually noticed the lively scene of more and more pedestrians on the streets. This city seems to be a place where multiple cultures meet, and every corner exudes a unique charm that makes people fascinated. Magic City, it is worthy of its name. Sir, this is your first time in the Holy Magic City. Yes, Wylan did not hide it. With this high-level warrior coachman, even if he told him that this was his first time in the Magic City, could he still put the wrong idea on his own high-level golden knight, unless he had lived enough? Sir, when you come to the Holy Magic City, you must not miss the Catwoman's Leisure House in District 17, the Fantasy Tour in District 27, and... The coachman kept talking and mentioned more than 30 places in a row without taking a breath. These places are obviously recreational places with colors. I look so decent, but this coachman actually recommends these places to me. Succubus Club, is there really a succubus in it? Wylan asked curiously. Yes, of course there is. The coachman explained, the boss of my friend's sister's husband's brother's brother-in-law is a wealthy businessman. I heard that he goes to the Succubus Club every month and spends at least thousands of gold coins each time. It takes me 3 years to earn the wealth that those wealthy businessmen spend in one time. Succubus is a demon so blatant. Wylan was a little unbelievable. The coachman said indifferently, my lord, you think too much. Wild succubi are the targets of the magic saints. Those succubi are only placed in the Succubus Club after being trained. Besides, with His Excellency Sigmund stationed in the 21st District Mind Academy, succubi have no chance to escape. Sigmund, a legendary mid-level arcanist, specializes in the soul field, a legendary figure who likes to deal with demons and devils. His most brilliant achievement is to use the power of the high-level soul and the Abyss contract to play with the souls of 3 legendary demons and forge his own legendary path. Before coming to the Magic Kingdom of Ash, Wylan had a general understanding of the powerful people of the legendary level in this country. but he didn't know much information. At most, he knew about their famous battles, or their deeds that were famous in the subcontinent. During the communication with the coachman, Wylan gradually learned some information about this magical city. The sky gradually brightened, and the carriage arrived outside the 21st District Mind Academy. "Sir, you need to apply for a pass in front. I can only take you here." The coachman got off the car, opened the door, and said apologetically. Upon hearing this, Wylan got off the carriage, took out 8 gold coins and handed them to the other party. "6 gold coins are for the fare, and 2 gold coins are my thanks to you for explaining a lot of useful information to me." "Sir, thank you for your generosity." The coachman accepted the gold coins with joy and then said, "If you are in a hurry, I recommend you to go to Mile Bakery to spend 4 gold coins, buy 2 cans of tea, and go to the 13th window to apply for a pass, which will save you a lot of time." "I'll remember it." After saying goodbye to the coachman, Wylan planned to go to a restaurant first, enjoy the food, and then go to find his fiancée. Entering a restaurant, Wylan came to a window seat and sat down, ordered a few local specialties, and asked for a glass of juice. After enjoying the food, Wylan paid 6 silver coins, left the restaurant, and went straight to Mile Bakery. "Sir, what do you need?" The owner of Mile Bakery was an old man standing at the counter and asked Wylan. Wylan did not speak, took out 4 gold coins from his pocket and placed them in front of him. Looking at the glittering gold coins on the table, even without Wylan saying anything, the owner of the bakery knew what to do. "Please wait." The bakery owner took the gold coins, turned his head and went into the store. Took out 2 cans of carefully packaged tea and pushed them in front of him. Wylan did not speak, took the 2 boxes of carefully packaged tea, went to window No. 13, and applied for a pass to the Mind Academy Special Zone. The total area of District 21 of the Holy Demon City is 583 square kilometers, but only 350 square kilometers are under the jurisdiction of the District 21 government, and the remaining 233 square kilometers belong to the Mind Academy. As the saying goes, District 21 exists because of the School of the Soul. Without the School of the Soul, District 21 would not have any need to exist. At window No. 13, there were 9 people queuing in front of Wylan, 3 wealthy businessmen dressed in luxurious clothes, 2 men in black with hoods, and 3 young men with pale faces, and finally a 2-meter, 3-meter tall Zia Orc. Since the Zia Orc god became the god of dawn, the number of Zia Orcs in the human world has increased. Half an hour later, he came to the pale young man. 15-day pass. The young man took out 15 silver coins and put them in the window, saying to the staff inside, "Come and pick it up in 5 days." The staff took the silver coins without raising his head and gave the young man a certificate. When he arrived at Wylan, he first took out 3 gold coins and then put 2 boxes of tea at the window counter. Hearing a different sound, the man with fluffy hair raised his head and looked at the tea in his sight with a smile on his face. "Come and get your pass at 3 p.m. "Thank you." Wylan got the certificate, left the window, and prepared to walk around to kill time. It was already light, and bathed in the sun, Wylan came to a nearby leisure park and sat down to rest. It must be said that the arcane masters of the Holy Magic City really like to build these green buildings. It may also be that the upper-level legends like this style, resulting in the existence of many leisure parks, woodland parks, and gardens in this magical city. "Grandpa, hurry up, otherwise you won't get the free bread." A boy in coarse cloth was trotting in front, looking back every 10 steps, constantly urging the old man behind him. "Slow down, don't rush. The free bread will not be taken away." The old man was holding a wooden stick, wearing linen clothes, and slowly caught up with his grandson. Looking at the old and the young passing by him, Wylan saw through their identities at a glance. They were all ordinary people without extraordinary abilities. Perhaps this was the lowest level of residence in the Holy Magic City. From the brief conversation between the two, Wylan could clearly feel the friendliness of this magical city towards ordinary humans. The Ash Magic Kingdom is not an aristocratic country, but a spellcaster parliamentary country. In this country, as long as you become a spellcaster, you will obtain the status of a first-class citizen, with a series of privileges such as receiving state subsidies, tax exemption for business, and criminal immunity. But if you enjoy the obligations, you must fulfill your responsibilities. Once the Ash Magic Kingdom goes to war with any country, All first-class citizens must unconditionally join the national army and participate in the war under the leadership of the Supreme Council. In other words, only spellcasters are the real masters of this country. As for warriors and other types of professionals, as long as they can prove their own value, join the Ash Magic Kingdom. Reach the bronze rank or above, they can obtain the status of second-class citizens. If you reach the gold rank, you will become a first-class citizen. Creatures outside these two categories can only become third-class citizens. Criminals and evil race creatures have no human rights, but they also have a relatively elegant name, the pioneers on the test bench. Recalling the introduction of Ash Magic Kingdom in his mind, time passed quietly without him noticing. Soon it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Wylan stood up and left the leisure park and went to get the pass with the certificate. "Please take it." He took the Seoul Academy pass from the staff. The time period on it was from April 3rd to May 3rd of the glorious calendar, which meant that he could stay in the Seoul Academy special zone for a month. He came to the magic monitoring entrance, showed the pass, and after the camp monitoring, Wylan successfully entered the Seoul Academy. Like other places in District 21, the first impression of the Seoul Academy special zone is that it is wide. The avenue paved with green jade plates where he stood can accommodate hundreds of people walking side by side. The surrounding buildings have their own characteristics. Above the sky, the wizards coming and going flew low with various magic props. Let's go to the Seoul Academy first to ask where Zumia is. Wylan put the pass in his pocket and walked straight to the end of the avenue. There weren't many people coming and going along the way. Perhaps it was the various succubus hotels along the way that attracted most of the gentlemen. "No passage inside the academy, please leave." 4 low-level gold magic puppets appeared in front of Wylan, blocking his way. It must be said that the School of Mind is indeed arrogant. This kind of thing is only worthy of being the outermost guard of the school. Seeing someone walking towards him from a distance, Wylan crossed his arms and prepared to wait. "This strange night, what can I do for you?" The young woman in a gray wizard robe came to Wylan and asked politely. "I'm looking for someone." Facing this low-level silver wizard, Wylan directly stated his purpose. "Your family, yes. According to the school's regulations, non-students of the School of Mind are not allowed to enter the School of Mind. But you can report your family's name and your name, and the school defense department can convey it on your behalf." The young female wizard replied politely, using honorifics. Facing the strong, no matter what profession and identity the other party is, as a weak person, you should maintain respect. "I'm looking for Zumia Silves. You just need to tell me the name Wylan." The female mage took out the notebook she carried with her and wrote down the information Wylan had told her. Seeing this, Wylan did not stay for long and left the gate of the Mind Academy, preparing to find a hotel to stay for one night. In the basement of the 8th experimental building of the Academy of Mind, silver-haired girl wearing a black mage robe was conducting mind-related experiments on the silver-level succubus on the test bench. In the case of mind blockade, the external IQ is only 3 years old, but under the influence of the abyss breath, even a demon like a succubus who can control his emotions will become irritable after his mind is reduced. Roar. Eat, destroy. Listening to the roar of this young and beautiful succubus, Shermia gently touched her skin with a pen to conduct the next experiment. Use your own thoughts to oppress the succubus mental space. Wails echoed through the laboratory, but they couldn't stop the silver-haired girl. 2 hours later, Shermia closed the notebook with an expressionless face, put her hand on the succubus' forehead, and completely destroyed her mind. The next moment, the succubus was lying on the test table helplessly, as if it had been beaten up, with saliva drooling from the corners of its mouth. The missing piece of soul meant that this low-level silver succubus, which could have survived for 300 years, only had 15 years left. "Teacher." Outside the laboratory, a waiting blonde woman entered the laboratory and said respectfully to Shemya, "Process it and then send it to Master Lamyang. In addition, we are applying for a succubus from the academy." Shemya took off her white gloves, threw them on the test bench, and ordered her students. "Yes." After her teacher left, the blonde girl came to the test stand, looked at the succubus indifferently, took out a special dagger, and inserted it into its chest. After the wailing ended, the abyssal aura of the succubus was swallowed up by the dagger. Seeing the pained expression on the other side, the blonde girl pulled out the dagger and looked at the mucus stained on it, showing an expression of disgust. After using the silence technique to shut up the succubus, the blonde girl ordered the 2 wooden puppets in the laboratory to put the succubus into a glass container, went to the 6th experimental area, and handed it over to Master Lamian. Returning to her room, Shermia took off her mage robe, threw herself on the bed, and enjoyed the peaceful moment. It's so hard to study the mind. After some complaints, Zemia took out the marriage certificate sent by her mother from the space ring, held it in her arms, and turned over on the bed. She is looking forward to meeting her fiancé. Teacher, the Defense Department sent a letter about you. Shemia heard her student's voice, sat up from the bed, put the marriage certificate into the space ring, put on the mage's robe, and returned to her appearance of not being near strangers. Opening the door and looking at Mona, another student of hers, Shermia took the file from her hand, opened it, and read the information on it. She felt a little happy in her heart, but her face was still expressionless. During this period, I will leave the academy for a while. You and Annas can take advantage of this time to visit the library more often. Yes, teacher. After thinking about it, Zemia handed her identity plate to Mona. The license is not enough, so take this. Mona held the identity plate in her hand, and the excitement on her face could not be expressed in words. After sending her students away, Shermia rubbed her smooth silver hair. Although she didn't need to tidy up anything, she still decided to go to her manor in the college to get dressed up before departure. When he left the hotel early the next morning, Wylan felt that the weather was very good today and he had a good rest last night. A gentleman like him who has a fiancée must go to an ordinary hotel to stay. Good morning. Hearing the familiar voice, Wylan turned his head and looked at the silver-haired girl who appeared behind him and replied with a smile, "Long time no see. It's been a long time indeed. It's been more than 10 years. I didn't expect that it would be so long before we met for the 3rd time." Shemia stepped forward and took Wylan's hand. "Let's go for a walk together." Feeling the warmth from the girl's palm, Wylan issued the first invitation in his life, kindness. After leaving the Mind Academy, the two came to District 21. I still remember when we were at Xiameng Lake when we first met, you and I were both wearing masks. I still remember that at that time, the two of us were sitting on the grass, admiring the beautiful scenery of Xiameng Lake. Zumiya said slowly, with a gentle smile on her face. "Are you sitting?" Wylan touched his chin and said with some uncertainty, "I remember the two of us were lying on the grass. Maybe I remembered it wrong." Shemia replied with a smile. "How have you been these past few years?" Wylan asked. "It's a little difficult, but I have the confidence to go on." Shemia's tone was very calm, but Wylan could hear her firm belief in her own path. "As for you, my mother wrote to tell me that you relied on your own strength and personal hard work to grow into a viscount, and performed very well in the war between the kingdom and the dwarves." Shemia looked at her fiancé, opened his mouth, and praised. To say it's a personal struggle is actually a bit too much. I prefer to regard myself as a guide. Without my loyal subordinates, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Wylan has no idea of taking the credit alone. Compared with those of his guardian knights, he believed that his abilities were mediocre, and sometimes he was even a salted fish who wanted to lie flat. Giggle. Zemia laughed. "Do you still remember when I was at Xiameng Lake, I once said that I would make the decision on my marriage?" "Remember?" Wylan nodded in response. 2 years ago, my mother wrote to ask me what I thought of you and my ideas about marriage. At that time, I thought about it for 3 days and finally chose you." Wylan was very surprised to hear his fiancée's words. He thought it was arranged by her parents, but he didn't expect that it was Zumia's own decision. "Don't be so surprised. Since I have made a choice, I will not regret it. Although I have only met you twice, you have left a very deep impression on me, and I don't want to forget it for a long time." Hearing Zumia's words, Wylan felt a little ashamed in his heart. He always thought about her. "Let's go, I'll take you to a place." Zumia stopped a carriage and pulled Wylan onto the carriage. "Sir, madam, where are you two going?" "To the 26th District, Palia Park." Zumia took out 3 gold coins and handed them to the coachman, saying to him. After receiving the gold coins, the coachman turned the carriage around, drove the unknown breed of horses, and ran fast on the special avenue. Wylan did not ask why Zumia wanted to go to Palia Park, but waited quietly. At this moment, the unknown was interesting. With curiosity in his heart, Wylan held his fiancée's hand and waited quietly. 6 hours were spent in the carriage, but for the two, this time was very short. Getting off the carriage, Zumia took Wylan's hand and headed for Palia Park, 3 kilometers away. These are colorful trees and bright flowers bloom in March and September every year. Zumia pointed to the trees beside the road and explained to Wylan, very beautiful, no more, as beautiful as you. Wylan looked at Zumia's eyes full of expectation and added belatedly, He. Zumia replied with a smile, I accept your compliment. Walking on the avenue full of colorful flowers, Zumia sometimes admired the flowers around her and sometimes looked at Wylan with an innocent smile on her face. The two walked this 3-kilometer avenue for an hour. At the end of the road is the destination of this trip, Palia Park. The sky is as blue as a gem, the sun is bright and warm, and the breeze blows Zumia's face, bringing bursts of floral fragrance. The pink, purple, and red petals swayed, forming a beautiful picture like a dreamlike scene. Zumia paid 2 gold coins, got 2 tickets, and entered the park. 3,000 years ago, the Witch of Light, Miss Palia, met the star-marked monarch, His Excellency Gnosis here. Following Zumia, Wylan did not speak, listening to his fiancée explaining the origin of the park for him. Wylan had read about the deeds of the two people, the Witch of Light, Palia, and the star-marked monarch Gnosis. The former was one of the 3 witches in the Ash Magic Kingdom. With a high level of soul, she annihilated a demon army by herself, laying the foundation for her legendary path. In the historical records of various countries, this witch's personality is unpredictable. In terms of her specific appearance, no one can appreciate the appearance of this Witch of Light, except for one of the 13 highest counselors of the Ash Magic Kingdom, who is known as the star-marked monarch Gnosis. From the acquaintance to love, and then to the promise of lifelong love, many legendary stories were born. Wylan was very clear that Zumia brought him here. He did not interrupt her explanation, but just listened silently. As time passed, night fell. Under the soft light of the magic lamp, Wylan found that the scenery here was really charming. What do you think of the star-marked Lord Gnosis? Very strong. Wylan nodded solemnly and answered, this lord is a high-level legend himself, plus the 300 star-marked swordsmen under his command. Even if he faces 3 legends of the same level, he can win. What else? No more. Okay. Zumia shook her head but soon recovered and pointed to the towering tree in the distance and said, let's go over there and take a look. Okay. Wylan nodded in agreement. Approaching this luminous tree, Wylan felt soothed physically and mentally with an unprecedented tranquility. He looked up at the treetops and was unconsciously attracted by it. Zumia looked at Wylan's profile and moved her face closer and kissed him on the cheek. At this moment, Wylan did not notice and was still immersed in the tree canopy. The tree of life, isn't it beautiful? Zumia found that the other party did not notice and breathed a sigh of relief. She combed her hair with her hands, looked up at the tree and made a gentle voice. This is the tree of life. This is the first time I have seen it up close in my life. Wylan sighed. Have you seen it before? Zumia asked curiously. I guess so. Seeing that Wylan was unwilling to answer, Zumia did not ask any more questions. The two walked around the Tree of Life and went to the next attraction in Palia Park. The whole night, the two strolled in Palia Park and spent this beautiful night. When leaving Palia Park, Wylan found the small shop at the door and said to Zumia, wait for me here for a while. Looking at Wylan's back, Zumia was a little expectant. My lord, what do you need? A young and ambiguous black-haired woman bowed slightly and asked respectfully, how much is that bracelet? Wylan pointed at the item hanging on the wall and asked. Looking in the direction Wylan pointed, the black-haired woman's eyes were shining, and she explained enthusiastically, my lord, this bracelet is called the Star Ring. It is made of star iron and can be engraved with 36 secret words to add different abilities to it, but this is just an embryonic ring. To realize these functions, you need to ask the master magic craftsman to improve it. The price is 2 intermediate magic crystals. How can you guarantee that what you said is true? Wylan stared at the black-haired woman in front of him and questioned. For this question, the black-haired woman was not angry. Perhaps she had met it many times. She explained with ease, my lord, Palia Park belongs to the star-marked monarch. No matter how bold we are, we dare not ruin the monarch's reputation and sell fake items to you. Wylan did not speak and took out 2 intermediate magic crystals and handed them to the black-haired woman. Taking the magic crystal from the other party, the black-haired woman waved the magic wand, took the thing down, and handed it to Wylan respectfully. After leaving the store, Wylan walked up to Zumia, who was still waiting there. This is for you. Thank you. Zumia took the star ring and couldn't wait to put it on her left wrist. In the next month, Wylan and Zumia visited all the famous attractions in the Holy Demon City. Both of them cherished this wonderful time. At the gate of the Psychic Academy. "How long do I need to wait for you?" Zumia looked at Wylan and asked. "How long are you willing to wait for me?" "As long as you want." Facing the sincere eyes of the silver-haired girl, Wylan hesitated. 5 years, just wait for me for 5 years. 5 years later, I will wait for you in the Ilya province, don't forget. "I won't." After sending Zumia to the Psychic Academy, Wylan looked at Zumia's back reluctantly. The other party had a tacit understanding and turned around to wave to Wylan, which was considered a formal farewell. Wylan did not leave the gate of the Psychic Academy until his fiancée disappeared from his sight. Returning to his residence, Zumia's face was full of smiles, recalling the good times he had experienced in this month. "Mona, was I cast a spiritual spell by the teacher?" The blue-haired girl widened her eyes and looked at the smile on her teacher's face, a little unbelievable. "It must be. You and I have been with the teacher for 10 years. Have you ever seen the teacher show this expression?" The blonde girl Anais nodded seriously. She would rather believe that the teacher cast an illusion on them than believe that the teacher would show such a gentle smile. The two looked at each other and thought that they must be in the teacher's illusion. Maybe the teacher was watching them. They immediately concentrated on reading the extraordinary book and dared not be as lazy as before. It was already the next morning when he returned to the 10th district. Before entering the inn opened by the lizardmen, Wylan ran into Kyle. It was obvious that Kyle had sensed Wylan's presence very early and came to the door of the inn to wait for him. "Master, welcome back. Notify others that we should leave." Gray, who was standing behind Kyle, bowed and went to the second floor to inform Uljeta and others. Half an hour later, Gray, Blue, Uljeta, and Serafina came down from the second floor of the inn one after another. However, Wylan was a little surprised to see the silver-haired boy who came down last. He had been gone for only a month, and Kyle brought back another subordinate. "Master, this is Green. I named him Balak, a talented boy from a bankrupt small merchant family. He has a strong affinity for nature, even higher than yours. His current profession is a druid, and I call him a natural warlock." Kyle used telepathy to inform Wylan of the relevant information. "Green greets Lord. The silver-haired boy came to Wylan and bowed to salute with proper etiquette. "On behalf of Kixing Territory, I welcome you to join." Wylan replied with a smile. So far, Kyle has collected 4 subordinates, namely the black and white swordsman Gray, the wind dancer Blue, the dreamer Huen, and the natural warlock Green. Wylan is very clear about the vision of his loyal guardian knight. There's no obstacle at all for these 4 people to reach the extraordinary path of the soul level. Of course, the resources he needs to invest are indispensable. As for the young geniuses he is looking for directly, there are only Orlando and Hebrew who are thriving, and Zephlin who has not yet sprouted. After a while, the train arrived. 5 people and 2 dragons boarded the train to Satellite City No. 6 and continued their journey. After arriving at the capital of Crescent Province, they purchased some basic supplies and set off on their journey to cross the half-elf principality of Imana. Passing through the southern border outpost of the Ash Magic Kingdom marked their official departure from this country and entry into the territory of the half-elves. In the vast sea of trees, everyone walked slowly. Because his vision was blocked by trees, Wylan could only walk hard in the jungle, according to the sheepskin map purchased from the capital of Crescent Province. There should be a half-elf town here. Wylan compared the location on the map and looked at the lake filled with river water in front of him and was stunned for a moment. Kyle flew into the air, looked around, returned to the ground, shook his head and said, "My lord, there's no gathering place for half-elves around here. If nothing unexpected happens, we are lost." Wylan clenched his fists. He had a hunch that he must have been deceived by the magician-profiteer. "Damn bastard, don't let me find where you are." Looking at the detailed sheepskin map in his hand that he bought for 100 gold coins, Wylan tore it into pieces. Now, without the guidance of the map, he can only take 1 step at a time to see if he can leave this endless sea of trees. At the junction of the Imana half-elf principality and the misty forest, there are countless monsters lurking, and no one knows where they are hiding. After walking another 20 kilometers in an unknown direction, they came to a cave. Suddenly, 2 brown giant bears crawled out of the cave, staring at the food sent to them, and roared excitedly. Wylan, who was angry, stared at the 2 guys who didn't know whether to live or die, pulled out the knight's sword. used it as a pistol, and threw it forward with force, easily piercing two silver-level brown giant bears. The power of the knight's sword remained undiminished, piercing into the mountain without leaving any trace. Seeing this, Kyle stretched out his hand, called out his master's knight's sword from the depths of the mountain, wiped off the dirt and blood on it, and put it back into the scabbard on Wyland's waist. "Gray, roast these two giant bears. And rest here tonight." "Yes, master." Seeing that Huey started to move, Lan and Serafina tied the red phosphorus horse to the tree next to them, and then entered the cave to clean up. Uljeta looked at Wyland, who was angry and did not dare to speak. He took the initiative to look for wood and left the place quickly. "My lord, we are lost in this forest now. We can only go in one direction, and eventually we can get out. It can only be like this now. But that damn bastard made me waste so much time. No matter what, I must take revenge when I return." Apart from being deceived by his parents when he was a child, this was the first time he was deceived by an outsider. Kyle was also helpless about this. The appearance of the old wizard was too deceptive. Even he believed the map. He didn't expect to be fooled. According to the fake map, he traveled in the forest for half a month. As the vassal state of the Moon Elf Kingdom, the Yamana Half-Elf Principality is close to the southern border of the Ash Magic Kingdom for strategic considerations. There are only military fortresses, no large towns, and only villages scattered in the vast forest. Therefore, there are no roads. Unless led by local half-elves, outsiders entering this forest are easily lost. Yamana Half-Elf Principality at night. Wyland had a full meal, entered the cave, emptied his mind, and prepared to have a good sleep before continuing on his journey tomorrow. "Gray, Green, the two of you will guard the first half of the night. Blue and Serafina, the two of you will guard the second half of the night." "Yes, master, sir." The four of them bowed their heads and answered. "What about me?" Uljeta pointed at herself and asked curiously. Seeing this, Kyle said helplessly, "Sir Uljeta, you are welcome." "Okay then." As a friend of his master, Kyle could not instruct him to do anything even if Uljeta asked him to do so. After sleeping until noon the next day, Wyland sat up from the bed, and his depression dissipated a lot. Coming out of the cave, welcoming the sun above his head, looking at the endless sea of forests, Wyland took a deep breath and decided to continue his journey. He didn't believe that he couldn't reach the Moon Elf Kingdom without a map. After choosing a direction and walking for 3 days, he finally found a half-elf village. "Master, it's a few ogres with thousands of dog-headed people besieging the half-elf village." Looking at the fire coming out in the distance, according to the past situation, he promised to turn around and leave. But now he needs to obtain geographical location information, which is also possible for saving this half-elf village. "I've been feeling depressed for days, let me vent." After saying that, Wyland drew his knight's sword and rushed straight towards the monster army. A green blade appeared out of nowhere, and dozens of kobolds were cut in half, falling to the ground, howling in pain. The ogre leader was furious at the sudden intrusion of humans, waving his mace and shouting as he rushed towards Wyland. Looking at the big fool in front of him, Wyland smiled contemptuously. Long sword in his hand cut across the ogre's head, as if cutting melons and vegetables easily and freely. The ogre's body was separated instantly, and the head rolled to the ground with a gurgling sound, and blood gushed out like a fountain, splashing everywhere. The death of the master directly frightened the kobolds, and they were terrified and had no fighting spirit. The other ogres were aroused to fight, their eyes were red, and they rushed towards Wyland with their weapons raised high. Wyland didn't care about these small fish. He flashed and dodged the ogre's attack. At the same time, he swung the long sword in his hand, and a sword energy passed through, cutting several ogres in half. The incision was smooth, as if it was cut by a laser. The ogre's internal organs and blood sprayed out, splashing all over Wyland, but he didn't care, as if these were just trivial matters. With more than a dozen ogres dismembered, the remaining dog-headed men had no worries and fled in all directions. Gray stood on the periphery, drew his long sword, and began to harvest the lives of the dog-headed men. His sword skills were like ghosts. Every swing of the sword could take the life of a dog-headed man, as if dancing gracefully and fatally. Blue stood on a big tree, constantly using his own magic power, condensing arrows and shooting at the fish that escaped the net. As for the other few people, they watched the battle on the side. Kyle fell into deep thought about the fighting methods of his two subordinates. Gray's fighting skills were very good and there was no drag, but Blue was a little rusty and had to practice more when he returned. Looking at the human adventure team that suddenly appeared, the half-elves on the wooden fence did not relax at all, but felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Too many of their tribesmen were captured by humans. Their vigilance against humans was even greater than that of the monster races from the Misty Forest. Standing among a pile of broken limbs and arms, Wylan Gang said with unprecedented ease. Kyle came to Wylan and used a cleansing spell to wash the blood off his body. "Elder, what should we do?" The captain of the village guard, a low-level silver half-elf warrior, asked a half-elf elder in Elvish, his tone full of worry. "The other party helped us defeat the ogre and his servants. In any case, they are indebted to us. Let the tribe prepare the best food and entertain them. Follow your orders." The surrounding half-elf warriors and rangers heard the elder's words and put away their hatred. No matter what the situation was, these human adventurers saved them, and they could not be ungrateful. After a while, the gate of the half-elf village was opened, and the half-elf elder led several half-elf rangers out of the village. "Stranger, on behalf of the 136 half-elves in the village, thank you for saving the village of Tolians. I have asked people to prepare rich food. Thank you for your help." Wellen nodded without saying anything and followed the half-elf elder into the half-elf village called Tolians. After entering the village and looking around, most half-elves were filled with fear. Wellen didn't care about this. Humans were not good things in the eyes of elves and half-elves. Anyway, eyes can't kill people, so what if they look at them a few more times? The others followed behind Wylan and walked into the first half-elf village they met in the forest. Entering a wooden hall, Wylan sat in the main seat, and the others sat down in turn. Afterwards, the beautiful half-elf girl brought various fruits and meals into the hall and placed them on the wooden table in turn. Wellen grabbed a fruit and took a bite. It was very sweet. "Elder, where is this place?" Kyle looked at the half-elf elder and asked with a smile. Facing this restrained young man, the half-elf elder instantly felt great pressure. "This is the eastern border of Millis Forest Sea. 3 kilometers east of here is the Misty Forest. Do you have a map?" In response to Wylan's inquiry, the half-elf elder said with some regret, "I'm sorry, we are just a small settlement here. If you need it, I can send a ranger to lead you through Millis Forest Sea." "Thank you, elder." Wylan said thank you. Seeing this, the half-elf elder called a half-elf warrior and ordered in Elvish, "Go and call Chorus." "Yes, elder." Not long after, a middle-aged half-elf ranger came to the hall and saluted the half-elf elder. "Chorus, I need you as a guide to lead these distinguished guests through Millis Forest Sea." "As you say, Elder Cordes," the half-elf ranger replied in common language. There were not many half-elves who could speak the common language in this village. There were only 3 of them. One was the half-elf elder Codes, one was the half-elf ranger Chorus, and the last one was the granddaughter of the half-elf elder Lilia. After enjoying the meal, Wylan did not stay for long. Under the leadership of Chorus, he embarked on a journey through the Millis Forest Sea. Under the leadership of the half-elf ranger, Wylan and his party successfully passed through the Millis Forest Sea and arrived at the central area of the Amana half-elf principality. On the way, through the conversation with the half-elf, Wylan understood the full picture of the Millis Forest Sea, which was called Millis by the half-elves. It runs through the northeastern region of the half-elf principality of Amana, with a total area of 760,000 square kilometers, accounting for about 1/3 of the entire country's territory. The number of half-elves living in it is between 1.2 million and 1.33 million. Between 10,000 and 10,000 people, only 1/6 of the country's population. After spending 5 days with everyone, the half-elf ranger Cordy still had a great prejudice against humans, but he had a great impression of Varen and the others. Valen's demeanor and strength impressed the half-elf ranger. "This is the border of the East Mulhouse province, and you will enter the Lepio province further ahead." The half-elf ranger pointed to the plains in the distance and said to Varen, "Cordes, thank you for your help. This is your reward." Wylan took out 30 gold coins, put them in a cloth bag, and handed them to him. The half-elf ranger shook his head and refused. "Lord Varen, you and your companions saved my home. This is already the best reward. Please do not pay any additional reward. Take it. Thank you for your kindness. I have my own rules. Please forgive me." Half-elf ranger Cordy shook his head again and refused. After several excuses, Wylan had no choice but to take back the gold coins. He had a new understanding of the stubbornness of the Amana half-elf with moon elf blood. After bidding farewell to the half-elf ranger, Varen mounted a red phosphorus horse and led everyone into the Adalid province. During this month in Mulhouse Forest Sea, he also had a great harvest. He obtained more than 30 kinds of seeds of local fruit trees, which he planned to bring back to the Praying Star leader for cultivation. After emerging from the forest, there were obviously more villages and towns. For Wylan and his party, the half-elves along the way were not close to each other, but they were not exclusive either. The two of them got along well with each other. Located in the southern region of Lepio province, there is a small town called Sarasha with a population of only more than 3,000 half-elves. At this moment, it has become a slave of the Black Mist, which is spreading in all directions. When the provincial capital of Lepio province received the news, it was already 2 days later. When the Guardian legend went to the capital of the moon, Elf King, this black fog broke out, and it was obvious that there was someone behind it. During this period, 6 small towns and 18 villages have fallen, and tens of thousands of half-elves have become slaves of the Black Mist. The governor of Lepio province issued an order, ordering all the nobles in the province to mobilize the army. At the same time, mobilize the city defense army to suppress these unrest suspected to be caused by evil gods. At this moment, in a small town on the eastern border of Lepio province, Varen had just entered the town with his front foot, and his back foot was blocked. On the street, half-elf civilians carried weapons and rallied on the street. Looking around, there were no less than 100 people. "Excuse me, are you adventurers?" A person dressed like an officer came to Varen and asked politely. Varen nodded in response. "We are." "My lords, I am Scipion Clear, the mayor of Malice Town, and I would like to hire you to defend Malice Town. Why do you think that with our strength we can help you surround this town?" Wylan asked rhetorically. He was curious about how the town mayor made this judgment. "My lord, it is because of your ability to cross the Mulhouse Forest Sea and reach the province of Lepua." Sipun, the mayor of Meli's town, said respectfully, "I have been the mayor of the town for 20 years. You and your companions, they are the third group of human adventurers I have met. Whether it is the East or West Mulhouse province, humans will not be allowed to venture through it. You can only come from the Higos corridor, and at the junction of the Mulhouse Forest Sea and the Misty Forest, there are a large number of ogres, jackals, lizardmen, and ferocious beasts living there. Without the strength of the gold level, it is difficult to cross this road of death." No wonder the half-elves along the way looked at them with disgust, including the patrolling troops of the half-elves nobles. It turned out that they were not peace-loving by nature, but that they adopted the no-contact policy because they could not offend them. "What price can you pay?" Since the other party had guessed it, Wylan was not prepared to demonstrate and directly ask the price. 6,000 gold coins, plus 60 bottles of Haking fruit wine, what do you think? Zipun, the mayor of Mali's town, reported the price, feeling a little uneasy in his heart, but he could no longer afford more compensation. When Wylan saw this, he shook his head and said, "It's not enough. These things can only hire silver-level adventurers at most." The second bell rang, indicating that the enemy was only 10 kilometers away from Meli's town. Scipion gritted his teeth, and after some decision-making, he finally took out a piece of incomplete parchment from his arms and used it as a bargaining chip. "This is the recipe for making Haking fruit wine. If you are willing to help us defend the town of Malice, I am willing to use it as a reward for this employment." Varen looked at the formula in the hand of the half-elf mayor and began to think about the pros and cons. His original intention was not to get involved in this dispute, but after looking at Argenta's eager eyes, he hesitated. "With the seeds of the sea-green fruit tree, my companions and I can help you defend the town of Malice, but if we encounter an irresistible enemy, my companions and I will leave without hesitation." "Thank you for your assistance." Scipion didn't mind Varen's request. If you encounter an enemy that these powerful adventurers cannot stop, there is no need to defend Meli's town. Half an hour later, black fog began to spread toward the town in the distance, and the flowers, plants, and trees along the way withered instantly. On the wooden fence, hundreds of elven archers were holding longbows, bows, and arrows, waiting for the mayor's orders. In the black mist, there were bursts of strange screams. The next moment, monsters rushed out of the mist, including half-elves, more domestic animals, and monster clans from the misty forest, thousands of them, charging towards the small town of Melis. Although their appearances are different, these invaders share the same characteristic. Half of their bodies are parasitized by a strange plant. Shoot! Countless monsters were nailed to the ground. Except for a few monsters that were shot in the heart and turned into black ash, the rest of the monsters still did not stop. Looking at these monsters, Varen subconsciously turned to look at Kyle, only to see him shaking his head, indicating that he didn't know either. After a while, the black-skinned monster used its limbs to climb the wooden wall. Under the orders of the town mayor Sipuan, the half-elf warriors climbed onto the wooden wall and began to fight. One person is responsible for one position. Yes, Lord/Master/Sir. 3 different titles came from everyone's mouths. Wylan came to a section of wooden wall, pulled out his knight's sword, and began to kill the black monster. Most of these monsters are at the bronze level, so they are not difficult for him. During the other wooden wall defense stages, Kyle and the others took action, making them impregnable, but some half-elf warriors still lost their lives in the battle. Cracking, the screams sounded again, and the ground shook. The huge monster walked out of the fog and appeared in front of everyone. Varen looked at the disgusting group of suture monsters in front of him, and his face became serious. The corpses of different races were connected together with strange plants to form an 8-meter-tall giant beast. Their bodies were shattered, as if they were pieced together from countless fragments, with muscles and bones exposed and dripping with blood. The faces of these corpses still have happy expressions, which makes people shudder. The monster's body is covered with a layer of green vegetation, which looks like it is composed of countless tiny vines and leaves. They are wrapped around the monster's body. The arms and legs are wrapped in these vegetation, and the fingers and toes are wrapped in these vegetation, replaced with spikes. The ground shook, and plant roots with green stinking juice rose up from the ground, destroying the wooden walls, and dozens of half-elf warriors were penetrated through the body. The half-elf mayor Sipuan was not spared either, and the thorny bramble pierced his right arm. Swinging his sword to cut off his right arm, Sipuan had no time to stop the bleeding. So he helped the warrior beside him and retreated quickly. His eyes were full of shock and fear. He had never seen such a terrible monster. Where did these monsters come from? Why did they appear here? Uljeta, I leave it to you. For such a giant monster, it is most appropriate to leave it to Uljeta, who is also a giant beast. As for Seraphina, her identity should not be exposed. Hearing Wylan's words, Uljeta directly showed her true body, and the 13-meter giant beast appeared in the sky. The surviving half-elf warriors looked at the silver dragon, and their eyes could not stop the joy. Kyle grabbed a few half-elf warriors, retreated to the town, and handed the home court to Uljeta. Enjoying the admiring eyes of the half-elf, Uljeta's vanity was greatly satisfied. The next moment countless ice spears gathered, and under the will of Uljeta, they attacked the plant monster like a rain of arrows. Roar, the huge body, the bloated body, can only become a lamb to be slaughtered. Under the attack of magic, the body of the plant monster was torn apart, turned into ashes, and scattered on the ground. As if provoked, the black mist emerged from the black mist, wrapped the black monster, and attacked Uljeta. Seeing this, Kyle condensed a ball of holy flame in his palm and fired it when everyone's attention was diverted by Uljeta's battle with the black tentacles. The flame full of light touched the black tentacles, like a raging fire meeting fierce oil, igniting a raging fire. Under the suppression of the holy flame, Uljeta fought more and more bravely, tearing several black tentacles. Seeing that it was no match for the silver dragon, the black mist retracted the black tentacles and slowly withdrew. The black fog receded, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Argetta returned to her human form and landed on the ground. Varen looked at the dragon, enjoying the praise of the half-elf, and did not bother him. He turned around and came to Sipuan, the mayor of Meli's town. "Sir, thank you for your help. Normal transaction." Wylan said calmly, "I'm curious about where the black mist comes from." Sipuan answered, "I'm not sure. Yesterday afternoon, I received a warning from the governor, asking me to organize the townspeople to resist the erosion of the black fog and wait for rescue. However, according to my guess, this black fog is most likely spreading from Sarasa town to the surrounding areas." Sarasa town. Wylan was somewhat familiar with this name. "Your Excellency, what's wrong with you?" "Fine." Seeing this, Sipuan said goodbye to Wylan and went to the center of the town to organize the townspeople to pack up their belongings and prepare to retreat. The destructive power of this sudden disaster far exceeded his imagination. Without this adventurer team, Meli's town might have been swallowed up by the black mist. After a while, Sipuan ordered the guards to deliver all the rewards and a map of the province of Liep to Varen. Looking at the half-elf civilians evacuating in groups, Varen stood on the ruins, still thinking about the ins and outs of this incident. Lord, what should we do next? Kyle came to Varen and asked for instructions. Let me think about it. Wylan left a few words and walked down the ruins, preparing to find a place to sort out the existing information. Seeing this scene, Kyle did not follow. Although he was not sure of victory in the face of the black mist, there was still no problem in escaping with his master and several others. Coming to a big tree, Wylan took out the leaf from the space ring that was obtained from the divination shop in the capital of the Holy Kingdom of the Third Dawn, and recalled in his mind what the mysterious fortune teller said. Whether the creature, infected by the evil god's aura, will come forward or leave silently is just a matter of my thoughts. When you are stuck in a decision, hold this leaf tightly and it will guide you. With the words of the fortune teller recalling in his ears, Wylan closed his eyes and held the ordinary leaf tightly. After a long time, Wylan opened his eyes and spread his right hand. The leaves turned into little stars, floating in the air. The experience of a mother tree of life for tens of thousands of years is boring, but it silently persists in its beliefs. Covering his chest, Wylan felt the beating of his heart. Maybe he already had the answer. Back at the exit of Melly's town, Varen asked Kyle to call everyone over. I'm going to go to Sarasa town. What do you think? Lord, I support your decision. Kyle replied without any hesitation. The next moment, Gray, Blue, Green, Seraphina, and Argenta expressed their support for Varen's decision. Feeling the unconditional trust of everyone, Wylan felt something in his heart. Seraphina, you stay here with Gray, Blue, and Green, while I, Kyle, and Argenta go to find out. Yes, Master, Huey replied very simply. His strength was only high-level silver, and he would be a hindrance if he went there. He chose to obey his master's orders very rationally. Although Blue and Green were unwilling to do so, their strength was limited and they could only obey Wylan's orders. As for Seraphina, she nodded silently. Later, Argenta reveals her true form. My friend, get on my back. Algeta extended an invitation to Wylan. Wylan laughed out loud, did not refuse, and jumped on top of Algeta's head. The silver dragon rose into the sky and flew towards the southeast. Seeing this scene, Kyle opened his wings of light and floated in the air. Lan looked at his master's figure, his eyes shining with admiration, as if he wanted to imprint this moment in his mind forever. Seeing this scene, Midori was inspired. He found paper and pens from the town and drew on the spot to record this important moment. The painting is very good. Huey looked at the finished painting and praised it without hesitation. Thanks for the compliment. Green replied modestly and wrote Silver Dragon and Angel on the painting as the name of the painting. Green, can you make a few copies? I want to take them back to show to Sister Hilda and Cisna. Lan came up, his eyes lit up, and he begged. Okay, but you have to go back, we've run out of paint now. Thank you. Lan thanked him very gratefully. It's okay, we are companions, Midori replied with a smile. Standing above Argenta, Varen had an unprecedented sense of accomplishment compared to controlling the red dragon Seraphina. As the saying goes, the harder it is to get something, the more you will cherish it. More than 10 years later, Varen stood on Argenta's back, and this time he finally got his wish. Just this once. There will definitely be no next time. Algeta made up his mind to only take Wylan to fly once. Next time, no matter what he says, he will not let him climb on her head. No matter what, he is a silver dragon with a head and a face. Standing on top of the giant dragon, Wylan looked down. The closer he got to the southeast, the thicker the black mist became. Algeta, fly south. Receive. Under the blue sky, the giant dragon swoops down. On the ground, a half-elf remnant army was trapped on the top of the mountain. Driven by the black mist, countless monsters besieged the half-elf on the top of the mountain. Sir, we are saved. A half-elf warrior pointed at the oncoming silver dragon with joy in his tone. The exhausted half-elf general looked up and felt relieved. Under Algeta's ice attack, thousands of monsters turned into ice sculptures and scattered all over the ground. Kyle stood in the air, raised his hands, and condensed the holy flame. With the injection of magic energy, the flame continued to expand, forming a fireball with a diameter of 10 meters. The power with the attribute of light fell from the sky, expanded instantly, and burned everything along the black fog. Wherever you look, it has become a sea of flames. When Algeta landed, Wylan took out a cat-faced mask from the space ring and put it on his face. Standing on the hill, Wylan put his hands behind his back, looking at the retreating black fog, and his estimate of Kyle's strength in his heart went up a level. Even Algeta was no exception. Staring at the dragon eyes, it turned out that the seemingly ordinary night was so powerful. At this moment, Kyle was also somewhat confused. He was very clear about the power of the holy flame he had used. It was impossible for it to affect an area of hundreds of square kilometers. So the problem must be with the black fog. Dear Silver Dragon Knight, and His Excellency Silver Dragon, Murta Korea would like to pay the highest respect to you. A half-elf general in armor stepped forward, put his right hand on his chest, bowed and saluted, expressing his deep respect to the man and dragon in front of him. Behind him, the surviving half-elf warriors also followed suit, bowed and saluted, paying them high respect. Argenta was very dissatisfied with the title of the half-elf general, but for the sake of Varen being her best friend. She did not point it out to avoid embarrassment. Kyle stayed in the air and did not land on the hill. How far is this place from Sarasa town? 60 kilometers south is where the town of Sarasa is located. Argenta spread her wings and prepared to leave. Upon seeing this, the half-elf General Melta boldly asked, "Sir, can we know your reputation?" Zillan. As soon as he finished speaking, Argenta rose into the sky and flew towards the south. Looking at the giant dragon's figure, half-elf General Melta's eyes revealed respect. "Knight Siren, I hope you can succeed." Sending blessings, Melta led the remaining men and left here before the black mist moved here again. There were 3,000 troops when they arrived, but when they left, less than 500 remained. As for the armies in other directions, Melta couldn't imagine it. Even as a golden warrior, he felt powerless when facing the monster driven by the black mist. On the way to the town of Sarasa, Varen rescued 3 more troubled half-elf armies and 6 teams of fleeing half-elf civilians. Above Sarasa town, a huge black Rubik's Cube floats, surrounded by 27 cicada-like objects. The ground was completely ruined. Gray and black here are like an eternal color that cannot be changed. In the surrounding air, the magic energy is almost exhausted, and it has obviously become the nourishment for the black Rubik's Cube in front of him. The next moment, 27 cicada pupae broke out, and 27 golden-level black mist creatures emerged from them. They had black wings on their backs and had no definite shape. On their foreheads, there was an unknown code name. "How many can I hit?" 10. Argenta replied proudly, fluttering her wings and rushing forward like a silver lightning bolt. Varen summoned the Aoki staff to amplify the druid spells he cast to assist Argenta in the battle. As for Kyle, he will take over all remaining enemies. 27 strange creatures used black mist to condense their weapons and stepped forward to fight. Above the ground, countless black tentacles emerged, attacking the silver dragon from below. The glowing green spear was like a moving fortress, shielding Argenta from sneak attacks by these black monsters. With Varen as the guarantee of defense, Argenta completely let go and used all her frost spells. Cracking screams came from the mouth of the black fog. Monster and cracks appeared in the absolute barrier, but Varen repaired it as quickly as possible. "Be careful, there's something wrong with this scream." Argenta immediately pulled away and used a kite-flying tactic, constantly condensing ice spears to attack the surrounding black fog monsters. 10 black mist monsters were constantly chasing Argenta in the air. An ordinary silver dragon might have fallen into the enemy's siege, but for Argenta, high-speed movement was what he was best at. Every time the ice spear penetrates the body, the black mist monster's figure will shrink by 1 point. On the other side, Kyle single-handedly resisted 17 black fog monsters. With the black Rubik's Cube providing energy, no matter how seriously injured the black mist creature is, it will recover as before in the next moment. Only by finding out his identity can we get rid of these annoying black mist creatures. The space above Sarasa town has been distorted. The black Rubik's Cube seen now is just an illusion, and the real body is hidden somewhere. After repelling the combined attacks of 6 black fog monsters, Kyle quickly moved away from the black cube, stretched out his hands, and condensed the holy flame. Since the opponent's body cannot be found, then completely destroy this place. Unless you hide it deep enough, it will show its traces. Boom! The sound of explosions resounded all around, and the town of Sarasa disappeared from the earth. Only a deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters appeared in place. A black Rubik's Cube the size of a fist appeared above the pothole and quickly escaped from this place. It's so easy to show up and still want to run away. With a thought, Kyle condensed a long sword with holy flame, swept across the black mist creatures, and headed straight for the black Rubik's Cube. This sword, packed with endless power, killed all the black mist creatures wherever it passed. The black Rubik's Cube felt the crisis of life and death. It abandoned its nest and fled quickly, like a frightened rabbit running away desperately. Without the black magic cube to provide energy, the black fog creatures surrounding Kyle died one by one and were burned to ashes by the holy flame. Their death is like the stars in the night sky, extinguished one after another until they disappear into the endless darkness. During the escape process, the black Rubik's Cube continued to absorb the black mist released by itself and regained its power. Tens of thousands of low-level black fog monsters turned into black mist and were sucked into the body by the black magic cube. Suddenly, the black Rubik's Cube stopped and began to hit the surrounding space barriers crazily, but it was all in vain. The space barrier is like an indestructible castle. No matter how hard the black cube collides, it cannot break through its defense. The impact of the black Rubik's Cube is like a beast, trapped in a cage, struggling constantly but unable to escape its restraints. "Your mightiness." Kyle stopped and bowed. Handsome half-elf emerged from the void. He was the grandfather of the current Grand Duke of the half-elf Principality of Imana, the legendary Ranger Ambrose. "Strange angel, thank you for your help in controlling this crisis." Kyle answered bluntly, "My master has made the choice, and I will do my best." "Ha ha ha, Ambrose, how about the gift I give you? I hate you. I will destroy your country. I will become the destroyer of the half-elf of Imana. I am always watching you." A human face appeared on the black magic cube, full of hatred, and kept spewing vicious words. "Vius, it was my fault back then. If you want revenge, you can come to me." Ambrose said with a gloomy face, "You shouldn't touch my people. No matter where you hide, I will find you." "Hypocritical Ambrose, this is just a prelude to revenge. I will destroy your country with my own hands, corrupt your people, and turn them into my minions. This is the promise of your former best friend. Let us wait and see." Without waiting for Ambrose to speak, the black magic exploded directly, and the soul fragment stored inside turned into nothingness. The power of the black cube's self-detonation was a great threat to Kyle, enough to cause him serious injuries, but it was nothing to Ambrose. "Thank you for your help, sir." "No need to do that, all this is due to me. I thank you for your help on behalf of the Imana half-elf Principality." At this point, Ambrose took out a round badge and handed it to Kyle. "This is the Imana badge. Show it and you can freely travel between the Imana half-elf Principality and the Moon Elf Kingdom." Kyle grabbed the Imana badge in his hand, stroked his chest with his right hand, and said, "Thank you." Ambrose nodded, left here, and went to clean up the remaining black fog in the Lepio province. He had just left the Imana half-elf Principality and went to the capital of the Moon Elf Kingdom to attend an important meeting, and there was unrest here, which meant that Vius was definitely hiding somewhere in the Imana half-elf Principality, and he must solve this hidden danger as soon as possible. Kyle did not stay long and returned to Sarasha town. Without the energy of the black cube, the 10 black fog creatures were completely destroyed by the joint efforts of Uljeta and Varen. Back to the sky above Sarasa town, there was only a pit left on the ground, and the surrounding rivers continued to inject river water into it. "Fly down a little." Hearing this, Uljeta lowered the flight altitude and landed on the edge of the deep pit. Varen used vine binding to grab the inconspicuous crescent moon key on the edge, which looked like a discarded stone. If he guessed correctly, this should be the key to open the secret realm of Tibers. As for the wizard who collected this item mentioned by the guidance of fate, I am afraid he has disappeared in the world. Uljeta had a natural aversion to the crescent moon key in his friend's hand, but he did not say anything and remained silent. Putting the crescent moon key into the space ring, Varen asked Uljeta to fly west to find Kyle. Kyle flew to Varen's side and slowly told him what happened. "We have to leave here quickly. No one knows whether the black fog plotter hiding in the dark will attack us." Wylan said in a deep voice, "My lord, this is the Imana badge given to me by the Imana half-elf Principality. Please accept it." Wylan shook his head and said, "This is your honor. In this incident you are the main force. Uljeta and I are at best auxiliary." Uljeta agreed with Wylan's words. Seeing this, Kyle accepted the Imana badge. Looking back at the battlefield ruins, Wylan drove Uljeta back to the town of Melis. As dusk approached, the silver dragon fell from the sky. Wylan jumped off the giant and landed on the ground. "Master Sir, welcome back." The 3 people and the dragon bowed and saluted, giving their blessings. "Tonight we will hold a small banquet. Everyone get moving." After that, Wylan took out a full set of chairs, a variety of rich fruits, and the specialty of Melly's town, haking fruit wine, from the Druid book space. The fragrance of the fruit brought smiles to everyone's faces. Wylan came to the red phosphorus horse and took out a lot of high-quality grass for them to eat. Touching Ziohong's mane and feeling its emotions, Wylan felt at ease. Returning to the dining table, he took out the kingmustaff and activated the green grass light. Vines grew on the ground, emitting a faint light and illuminating the surroundings. Wylan then sat down on the wooden chair, picked up a fruit, and tasted it slowly. Seeing this, the others began to enjoy the fruit. The unique gathering quickly brought Green, Gray, Blue, and Serafina closer. Actually, this kind of life is also good. Carefree and free. Wylan leaned on the wooden chair, looked up at the starry sky, and muttered to himself, "My dear friend, I also like this atmosphere. It's so happy to have a banquet every day." Aljeta echoed on the side, taking a sip of haking fruit wine lightly, showing an intoxicated expression. Kyle didn't speak, but nodded in agreement. Perhaps Kyle would unconditionally agree with any decision made by Wylan. The next morning, everyone left the town of Mellies and set off on a journey. With the Amana medal, they were able to travel freely, not only enjoying the warm hospitality of the Amana half-elves, but also enjoying the preferential treatment of the other party in the kingdom of Moon Elf. At the same time, the reputation of Silver Dragon Knight Zillan was sung in the Principality of Amana half-elves, praising this great and selfless dragon knight for saving the precious lives of tens of thousands of half-elves. In mid-September of the glorious calendar 9741, after 6 months, Wylan arrived at the northern border territory of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom. Unlike other kingdoms, the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom did not establish a province. The country was divided into 22 regions, each of which was guarded by a soul-level silver dragon, who collected local taxes, assumed corresponding responsibilities, and guarded his people. Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom, entering the city of Makali. The surrounding residents cast curious eyes. Looking around, basically all of them were dragon creatures. From the original appearance of these creatures, we can see their original races, mostly humans, lizardmen, and half-elves. But there are also goblins, kobolds, and even goblins. In the Silver Dragon Kingdom of Burke, below the Silver Dragon, the status is divided by the number of dragon scales. As a local dragon, Aljeta explained the basic information to everyone. The number of dragon scales on the chest represents the symbol of status and identity. 9 dragon scales represent its huge potential, and its strength is at the soul level, second only to the Silver Dragon. 5 to 8 dragon scales are at the second level, and its strength is at the gold level. 2 to 4 dragon scales are at the third level, and its strength is at the silver level. 1 dragon scale or no dragon scales is at the 4th level, and its strength is at the bronze level. But most dragon creatures have no more than 5 dragon scales, and a very small number have 5 or more dragon scales. As for those with 9 dragon scales, the number is even rarer. Wylan pondered for a while, turned his head and asked, "The offspring of dragon creatures are born like this, or can they change the number of dragon scales they have after birth?" "It can be changed," Aljeta answered. "Bathing in dragon blood can break the blood shackles." As for what conditions need to be met, Aljeta did not say it clearly, and Wylan did not ask again. Perhaps this is the ruler of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom's way of giving hope to the dragon-like creatures in order to maintain national stability. Who knows the reason? Under the leadership of Aljeta, everyone went straight to the castle in the center of Makali City. When the guards guarding the castle saw Aljeta reveal his identity, they saluted to express their respect and then made way. This little dragon's status might be higher than he imagined. Feeling Wylan's hot eyes, Aljeta looked at him vigilantly. "Why are you looking at me like this? I tell you, I am a pure silver dragon." "I'm not thinking about anything. I'm just guessing what your identity is." I guarantee you will be surprised," Aljeta said mysteriously, instantly arousing everyone's interest. Seeing this scene, Wylan turned to everyone and said, "The market is open, let's guess what Aljeta's identity is and deposit a gold coin." In Aljeta's confused eyes, everyone placed bets, the descendant of a certain legend. Gray guessed conservatively and handed Wylan a gold coin at the same time. "Poor fellow who was kicked out of the house." Serafina said bluntly, reluctantly giving him a gold coin. Blue looked at the two and said hesitantly, "Unfilial son." Green hesitated, put his hand into his pocket and slowly moved back. Kyle keenly noticed the little action of his dependent, took out a gold coin, and quietly put it into the other's pocket. Feeling the touch of the gold coin, Lou turned his head and looked at Kyle, only to see the other person smiling kindly. Lord, I guess he is the current prince of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom. Argetta was extremely shocked when she heard Kyle's guess, but her face remained calm and calm. Midori hesitated and said, maybe it's an illegitimate child. Wylan put 5 gold coins into the cloth bag and took out a gold coin from the space ring and put it in. I guess this kid must be an unfilial son who ran away from his parents and ran away from home. You are slandering, Argenta said through gritted teeth. Suddenly, a silver-white giant dragon fell from the sky and landed in front of everyone. After the light passed, an elegantly dressed woman appeared on the square. The burden on her chest was the largest that Varen had ever seen. My dear cousin, you are finally willing to come back. Sister Belinda, this is my home, why can't I come back? Argetta shrugged and said, these are your servants, they are really tasteless. Belinda asked arrogantly, pointing at the humans on the side. The two communicated in dragon language, and no one except Kyle and Serafina knew what they were talking about. However, Wylan definitely didn't have anything nice to say when he looked at the silver dragon's arrogant expression. Kyle looked at the arrogant silver dragon expressionlessly. If it weren't for Argenta's face, he would have locked up the silver reptile and tortured it for 3 days and 3 nights. Argenta said angrily, Belinda, put your attitude away, this is my best friend. Hey, friend. Belinda was a little disdainful of Argenta's answer. She still put away her attitude and did not bring the topic to Varen. Regarding her cousin's indifferent attitude, Argenta had no desire to communicate for a moment. Farewell. Argetta led everyone straight out of the castle. Seeing the other party leaving, Belinda waved to an officer and said, report to His Majesty the King that our 6th prince is back. I follow your orders, the great Lord Belinda. The dragon-turned-lizard officer crawled on the ground and replied humbly. After taking a deep look at Algetta, who was leaving, Belinda returned to her castle with an expressionless face. After leaving Macarly City, everyone set off to the capital of Silver Dragon King Burke. Wylan, don't worry. I will help you complete the opening of the trade road. This is a promise from a friend. Argetta turned her head and said solemnly, if it doesn't work, forget it. Wylan said very freely. He was very open-minded. If he couldn't open the transmission channel with the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom, he would work hard to cultivate and strive to open the transmission channel with the Holy Third Dawn Kingdom as soon as possible. Trade channels. As for this trip, just treat it as a trip to see the sights of various countries. This is not possible. You promised me that after opening up this trade route, I will be the original shareholder. Algetta's tone was as sincere as ever, as if she was looking for a reason for herself to fulfill this promise. Thank you. It's okay, we are friends, lifelong friends. Argetta looked at Varen and showed a gentle smile. During his trip to the capital of King Silver Dragon Burke, Algetta visited many of his own people along the way. Most silver dragons are kind, tolerant, and friendly, and treat Argenta and his friends with kindness, treating them to the highest standards. After entering the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom for half a month, Wylan finally understood that the forest was so big that there were all kinds of birds. After all, there are very few silver dragons like Belinda, and it may be related to the environment in which they grew up. On October 1, 9741, in the glorious calendar, a small town located in the central region of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom, Varen stood on the windowsill, admiring the moon, waiting for the important moment to arrive. Time passed slowly and came to 8 o'clock in the evening. Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom Lord Savonia Salnada of the Electoral District of Savonia. Cassandra Electoral District Cassandra Salnada, and the Electoral District of Alit Sarnada Enada was controlled by the Dragon Cult, and plotted to provoke a war between the Silver Dragon Kingdom of Burke and the Moon Elf Kingdom 3 months later. 3 of the 21 electoral districts have been infiltrated and controlled by the Dragon Worship Cult. What is this? However, this information came very timely. Using this information as a bargaining chip can greatly increase Algetta's prestige in the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom. Early the next morning, before setting off, Varen took Algetta to a room alone. Wylan, what's the matter? The sleepy silver dragon yawned and asked in confusion. Varen looked serious and said in a deep voice, Algetta, I know some information, but I can't give evidence. Hearing this, Argenta immediately became energetic and said seriously, Wylan, I believe you. Thank you for your trust. Varen still had reservations and told Uljeta the news that the lords of the three electorate areas were controlled by the dragon worship cult. However, he did not express any concern about provoking a war between the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom and the Moon Elf Kingdom. Not spoken out. After hearing this breaking news, Argenta was shocked at first, then became very angry, and then regained her composure. These messages cannot be verified to be true or false, and wronging one's own people is a very serious matter within Silver Dragon. However, Uljeta believed that Wylan would not deceive him, so he decided to take a gamble. At worst, he would stay in Kixing territory and never come back. For the next journey, Uljeta adjusted the route and prepared to go to the capital of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom as quickly as possible. 3 days later, everyone arrived at a city standing on the plain, the capital of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom, Sarnata. The architectural style of this city is elegant and artistic. The architectural styles are different, but they are all dominated by white and gray, giving people an elegant and fresh feeling. Various trees and flowers are planted on both sides of the street, and the air is filled with the fragrance of flowers and soil. In the center of the city, there is a huge square, on which stands a 100-meter-high silver dragon statue as a symbol of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom. Even if you are far away from the edge of the city, you can still see the statue. On the outskirts of Sarnata is the area where civilians live. The walls of the houses are covered with various murals depicting the history and legends of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom. In the palace in the central city of Sarnata, a middle-aged man put down the documents in his hand, raised his head and looked into the distance, his eyes neither sad nor happy. "Father," a young man entered the hall and bowed. "Your brother is back, let him come to see me." "Yes, father." The young man left the hall and revealed his true form. A 16-meter-long dragon appeared above the palace and flew out of the city. A gust of wind pressure came, and all the dragon creatures on the street stepped aside, bowed and saluted to express their respect. "Algera, welcome back." A silver-haired man landed on the street, stood a few meters away, and said with a smile, "Atticus, it's my father who is looking for me." "Yes," the silver-haired man nodded. "I will go back to the palace by myself. Now I have to settle my friends first." Algera shook his head and replied, "Okay." The silver-haired man turned into a silver dragon and left. Under the respectful eyes of everyone, Algera took Wylan to the manor in the city that he had owned many years ago. Algera stepped forward to unlock the magic barrier and pushed open the door. 20 years have passed, and the interior layout of the manor has not changed, and it still remains the same as when he left. "Wylan, you rest here first. I will go to see my father first." "Prince Algera, I wish you good luck." Wylan smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, wait for me to come back." Uljeta restored his true form, flapped his wings, and flew towards the palace. Overlooking the capital from the air, it was the same as when he left, with no obvious changes. Landing in the palace, Uljeta pushed away the dragon maids who surrounded him and refused to change into those dresses. He wanted to meet his father in his current attire. "Your Highness." In front of the Kale's palace, 4 mid-level dragons of soul saluted Uljeta. Ignoring the guards, Uljeta went straight into the hall, which was still as deserted and terrifying as usual. "Father, you still know how to come back." "I can choose not to come back." "Then why do you want to come back?" "For the promise I can come back." Then Alaric, the king of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom, left the hall with his son. After communicating with each other, the 2 dragons untied the knot that had been there for many years. As time faded, Uljeta gradually forgot the conflict between himself and his father. "Father, I came back this time to ask you to build a teleportation array to connect to the kingdom of Ilia in the east." Uljeta looked at his father and told him the purpose of his trip back home. "I agreed." "Father, you..." "No, father, you said you agreed." Uljeta was stunned for a moment. He had prepared thousands of reasons to convince his father, but he didn't expect him to agree directly. "It's just a teleportation array." Alaric looked at his child's expression and replied with a smile, "Father, thank you on behalf of my friend." Uljeta showed an excited expression on his face and stood up to thank Alaric. "Your friend, find a time and bring him to me." "No problem, father," Uljeta said impatiently. Before leaving, Uljeta suddenly stopped. He almost forgot an important thing. "Father, the electorate of Safnia, the electorate of Cassandra, and the electorate of Orlet are very likely to have been controlled by the dragon worship. I will send someone to investigate." Alaric did not ask the reason. He firmly believed that Aljeta would not tell him this news for no reason. In comparison, the recent changes in these three areas just proved that there was a problem. Those dirty worms always plotted intrigues in dark corners. After bidding farewell to Aljeta, Alaric thought over and over again, and finally decided to wake up his sleeping father and let him go to these three electorate districts to investigate the situation. After all, his father was a legendary low-level silver dragon, and he could escape unscathed even when facing those bastards of the dragon worship. After returning to the manor, Aljeta happily told Wylan that his father agreed to build a teleportation array. Your father actually agreed so easily. Wylan couldn't believe his ears and asked in disbelief. Yes, my father agreed, Aljeta said again. Wylan sat on the sofa and felt like he was dreaming. He originally thought that he would have to go through countless hardships and obstacles to open up this trade route when he came to the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. Viren, my father wants to see you, Aljeta said. When? It may take a while after all, there is that thing. Take advantage of this time, let you the guide, take us to visit this art capital. Wylan said with a smile. Aljeta patted his chest and said, no problem. In the electoral district of Safnia, a legendary silver dragon transformed into a half-elf entered a town. The situation is a bit serious. Lyot muttered to himself. This town has less than 3,000 people, but half of the dragon creatures have their blood polluted. The high proportion makes Lyot feel frightened. In his opinion, except for a small number of dragon creatures that can be saved, most of the other dragon creatures are no longer savable. Sending them to see the dragon god is already the best choice. After leaving this small town, Lyot used the appearance of a half-elf to investigate the surrounding towns in detail. The closer you get to the center of the Safnia electorate, the higher the proportion of dragon-like creatures with polluted blood. As the center of the Safnia electorate, the city of Safnia has a population of 60,000. But in Lyot's opinion, these creatures are beyond saving. Hiding his figure, Lyot went straight to the castle of his junior. The body of the silver dragon was covered with black runes. Next to them, two members of the dragon worship cult stood beside the silver dragon, boldly discussing how to absorb Safnia's power to improve their own strength. Alas, the two heard the sigh, and before they could react, their hearts had been pierced, and they fell to the ground powerlessly. The stinking soul has no need to exist. Lyot grabbed the soul of the dragon worship cult member and used extreme ice to break it into soul fragments. Coming to the younger generation who had fallen into a deep sleep, Lyot forced a drop of blood from his body and merged it into the body of Safnia, a low-level silver dragon with soul. The blood with legendary power merged into Safnia's heart and began to exchange blood for her. Roar, the extreme pain made Safnia howl instinctively. The scream spread and echoed over the entire city, and it could not dissipate for a long time. Lyot suppressed the body next to Safnia with his mind, making it crawl on the ground and undergo an extremely painful blood exchange. The blood of this junior has been polluted. If I come 3 months later, I am afraid that I will be powerless to save the situation. I can only send Safnia to see the dragon god. 3 days later, Safnia lay on the ground, opened her eyes, and looked at Lyot in front of her with fatigue in her eyes. Grandpa Lyot, what's wrong with me? Have a good rest, leave it to me next. Starting from mid-October 9741 of the glorious calendar, the entire Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom entered full-scale martial law. Over the capital city of Sarnada, a silver dragon will fly over every once in a while. At the same time, the Moon Elf Kingdom, as an ally, also sealed its borders and began searching inside. Wylan, I really didn't expect that what you said is true. Argetta came to the hall and sat next to Wylan, feeling very emotional in her heart. Just discover the problem in advance and minimize the loss. Wylan replied with a smile. Argenta looked at her friend, hesitated for a while, and finally decided to show off. Wylan, I'm sorry, a third person found out about this. Your father guessed it. Wylan asked calmly, without getting angry. Hearing this, Argenta smiled bitterly and said, I really can't hide it from you. My father knows me too well. With my personality and ability to infer, it would be impossible for me to discover such extremely secret information. In addition, he is from Imana. I can infer some of the information obtained by the Elf Principality, and all the information I know comes from your inferences. Wylan asked calmly, what does your father think? He was very curious about how you knew these secret messages, but after I told him some stories about what happened to you, he kept silent and invited you to be a guest at Callus Palace in 3 days. Aljeta answered, I understand. I will go to the appointment in 3 days. Kyle sat aside and listened to the exchange between the two. He roughly concluded that the recent changes in the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom must be related to his master, but he was not interested in the reason. Wylan was wearing formal clothes and standing outside the palace gate, feeling a little nervous. This was the first time Varen had met a king since he came to this world. Aljeta looked at Wylan a little unnaturally and said gently, Wylan, my father is a very kind dragon. Although he always had a straight face in the past, he has changed a lot in the past 20 years. On both sides of the palace gate, 12 high-level silver dragon guards had their mouths twitching. Facing His Highness the Sixth Prince talking about His Majesty the King in public, they wished they could temporarily lose their hearing and vision. Fortunately, Argenta and Varen did not stay long before entering the palace. Nothing happens today, the gatekeeper said solemnly. Yes, General, the 12 dragon guards replied in a low voice. Entering the palace, the surrounding layout is very low-key, mainly gray and white. With the dragon clan's love for gold, they will never use it to decorate the palace. Otherwise, if it is used as decoration today, it will disappear without a trace tomorrow. Passing through 3 palace gates, the strength of the dragon guards at each palace gate increases step by step. After passing the last palace gate, Varen arrived at Callus Palace. I have met your highness. The 4 mid-level soul dragon guards bowed their heads and saluted. Varen looked at the aura emanating from the guards, which was not much weaker than Kyle's full firepower. Follow Aljeta and enter the Callus Palace, which symbolizes the supreme power center of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom. Father, Argenta leaned over and saluted, and stepped aside and handed over the court to his best friend. Seeing this scene, Varen took a few steps forward, put his right hand on his chest and bent down to salute. Viscount of the Prayer Star of the Kingdom of Ilia, Varen Akers has met His Majesty the King. You're welcome. A gentle force helped Wylan up. Thank you for your help. Although I don't know how to call you your true identity, you are now named Varen Akers. It is feasible for me to call you Varen. Alaric of the Silver Dragon Kingdom of Burke said with a smile, said softly, as you wish. Wylan still maintained the proper etiquette. Although he was a little confused about the king's attitude, there should be similar incidents in history, and the other party might infer something from his experience. Wylan, this is not the place to talk. We can go to the back and chat. Varen nodded and followed Alaric to the back of Callus Palace. Seeing this scene, Argenta also followed. In the rest area at the back of the palace, Alaric drove Argenta out and asked him to tell the servants to bring some pastries and wine. First of all, as a father, I am very grateful for your care of Argenta. Secondly, as a king, the information you provided saved my people from a tragic fate and saved millions of lives. Your Majesty, it doesn't have to be like this. Wylan stood up, shifted his position, and calmly accepted the thanks from a king, which he was still unable to do. Upon seeing this, Alaric shook his head and smiled, then invited Varen to sit down again and revealed the matter. In your country, do you have any restrictions on nobles owning the territories of other countries? Faced with Alaric's inquiry, Varen carefully recalled the contents of the Code of Nobles and immediately answered, there is no clear law in our country that stipulates that nobles are not allowed to own the territory of other countries. I intend to grant you the title of Dragon Knight of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom and demarcate a territory of 10,000 square kilometers in the electorate of Phineas as your fief. Are you willing? Hearing this, Varen was stunned for a moment and then hurriedly explained, Your Majesty the King, Aljeta and I are friends and have not signed a soul contract similar to that of the Dragon Knight. Between us, you own a red dragon mount and are a dragon knight. Yourself, am I right? Yes, Your Majesty. Wylan answered silently without any need to hide it. Perhaps the other party had already known this information the moment he stepped into the capital. Then, Wylan, are you willing to accept my title? Alaric asked again, his tone still so kind. Your Majesty, I am willing to accept the title of Dragon Knight. 3 months later, I will confer the title for you in the central square of the capital. Yes, Your Majesty. Wylan answered as a subordinate. Then the two began to chat about other topics. Not long after, Aljeta brought cakes and wine into the rest area, acting as a temporary servant to serve his father and Wylan. In the afternoon, Wylan left the Kale's palace, still a little dazed. 3 months later, he will have two legal identities, the Viscount of Kicksingling of the Kingdom of Ilia and the Dragon Knight of the Kingdom of Silver Dragon Burke. Thinking of this, Wylan couldn't help shaking his head, feeling that things were a bit magical. The Silver Dragon King seemed to be thanking him for his contribution, but it was more like an investment or a preemptive gesture of goodwill. "What's wrong? Since I came back from my trip, you've been a little absent-minded when talking to your father." Aljeta put his arm around Wylan's shoulders and asked curiously. Wylan did not hide the news that he was about to be canonized as a dragon knight. "What?" Aljeta shouted in surprise, his voice so loud that it seemed to spread throughout the castle. "Dragon knight." His eyes were as big as 2 copper bells, and his mouth was wide open. He didn't expect that such a shocking thing would happen when he was out for such a short time. After being surprised, Argenta suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, you are indeed my best friend. However, Dragon Knight Wellan, could you please call His Highness the Prince twice to listen? Your Highness Argenta, my subordinates have been feeling itchy recently. I wonder if you can give me some advice." "No need, I still like to hear you call me Algera," Algera said quickly. He couldn't defeat Wylan in close combat. As for fighting Wylan with his true body, he couldn't even afford to lose face. Back at her residence, Argenta couldn't wait to share the news with others. Except for Kyle, everyone else looked shocked. They didn't expect that their lord would become a dragon knight canonized by the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom when he went out. "Lord, how do you plan to manage the new territory?" Kyle came to Varen and asked. "If possible, I want Orlando to take over this new territory and give him autonomy to see what he can do." Varen did not hide anything and expressed his thoughts. Kyle is positive whether Orlando is up to the task. In terms of governance, the other party presided over the development at the age of 14 and successfully established the second town in Kicksing territory. Now he is in charge of Xiphon County and his governance is in an orderly manner. In terms of military affairs, he has proven his fighting ability and commanding ability in the war between the kingdom and the dwarves. "My lord, who are you planning to hand over to take over in Xiphon County?" "I am going to let Randolph take over the position of consul of West Wind County." Varen thought for a moment and gave the answer. "As for the army currently under Randolph's command, Gray will serve as the temporary commander. If he is not capable, he will continue replace. By the way, after Huey takes office, his code name will be temporarily sealed and he will be shown by his real name." Wylan turned to look at Kyle and said, "Follow your orders." Kyle replied respectfully. There are still 3 months left before the canonization of the Dragon Knight, and Varen is preparing to go to Isold's territory to retrieve the mutated white thorn flower mentioned in the Guidance of Fate. This plant has soul-soothing effects and should not be missed. However, according to normal time, the mutant white thorn flower appeared at some time last year. I don't know if it still exists at this time. Wylan, there is a straight line distance of 300 kilometers between the Central District and the Isold Electoral District. The actual distance is more than 700 kilometers. I will borrow a group of flying dragons from the Flying Dragon Legion to avoid traveling through mountains and rivers," Algera suggested. "The time will be set in 3 days. Just after finishing the business, we can visit the great rivers and mountains of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom." Wylan was somewhat looking forward to the difference between riding a flying dragon and controlling a giant dragon. With curiosity, time came to 3 days later in a blink of an eye. Located 30 kilometers outside the capital of Sarnada, Varen stepped off the carriage and came to the station of the Kali's Flying Dragon Legion. The Kali's Flying Dragon Legion is one of the 7 Flying Dragon Legions in the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom. It has 500 silver-level Frost Flying Dragon Knights, 300 gold-level Frost Flying Dragon Knights, and 2 gold-level Silver Dragons as commanders of the army. Its comprehensive strength ranked 4th, neither up nor down. On the training ground, 6 Frost Flying Dragons were crawling on the ground. "I have met His Highness." "Get up," Aljeta said with a majestic face. Making the 6 gold-level Frost Dragons stand on all fours, Varen was not surprised by this scene. In the division between giant beasts, flying dragons and silver wolves belong to the same level of creatures. Once they enter the gold level, they can use language to communicate. Those with 1 level lower blood concentration than the flying dragon are called giant lizards, and 1 level higher than the dragon bloodline are called dragons. As for the dragon beasts born between giant dragons, the offspring born between giant dragons and other creatures, are also regarded as a kind of sub-dragon in a sense. Frost-flying dragon receives the gift of a silver dragon, and its bloodline can be promoted and grow into an ice dragon. In the next 3 months, you will serve as the mounts of the 6 of them and obey their commands. We obey, the 6-headed frost-flying dragon replied respectfully in dragon language. Afterwards, Argenta asked everyone to choose a suitable mount. Wylan was the first one, and he went straight to the first frost dragon and stroked his appearance. It was cool and very comfortable. Seeing this, the others stepped forward to choose their mounts. Seraphina came to a frost-flying dragon and showed a little bit of the dragon's power. She was so scared that the other party lay on the ground, closed his eyes, and did not dare to move. Seeing this scene, Seraphina leaned into the other person's ear, used dragon language, and whispered, "Be obedient, or I will give you a lesson you will never forget in your life where the master cannot see it." "Don't worry, my lord. Please order Fulvel as you please." The frost-flying dragon said cautiously, for fear of angering the red dragon in front of him. Red dragons are often synonymous with cruelty. Who is the adult who can make the red dragon in front of her so cautious? This makes Fulwell feel a little curious, but she doesn't dare to show it. She still has hundreds of years left. I don't want to lose my life for no reason. Riding on the frost dragon, you feel the coolness of the ice, and it feels very comfortable. Set off, spreading its wings. The frost-flying dragon soared into the sky and quickly moved away from the ground. Thousands of meters above the ground, overlooking the area below, densely packed villages are dotted all over the ground. After a 3-hour flight, the frost-flying dragon stopped at a military fortress on the border of the Icehold region. Argenta has been waiting here for a long time. Compared to the flying speed of the frost wyvern druid, the giant dragon is undoubtedly faster. The border of the Icehold region is more than 600 kilometers long. Wylan doesn't know where the mutant white thorn flower is, so he can only search slowly along the long border. It's what he deserves. Wylan believes that he will find it. If he still can't find it after 3 months, he will have to give up looking for the mutant white thorn flower. The next morning, Wylan drove the frost dragon and began to search aimlessly along the border. Looking east from the sky, the endless jungle seems to have no borders. The misty forest, the oldest, largest and most mysterious forest in the Sinope subcontinent, covers an area of more than 60 million square kilometers and is home to hundreds of millions of creatures. Algera, you traveled through the misty forest more than 20 years ago. Have you ever been to the center? Wylan turned around and asked loudly. Algera shook his huge head and answered, "I walked around the edge. I dare not go deep into the misty forest. Even my grandfather, the legendary dragon, was not sure to cross the middle of the misty forest." Retracting his gaze, Wylan patted the frost dragon and asked it to fly down to search at low altitude. Some small tribes of monster clans scattered in the jungle felt the dragon's might and fled in fear. After searching for 2 months, and going back and forth twice on the border of the Icehold area, there was still no trace of the mutant white thorn flower. Perhaps it was taken away by someone destined to take it, as he guessed. "Master, do you want to search more?" Kyle asked softly. Wylan looked at the tired faces of the people, shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's find a place to buy some food first and relax." "Great," Lan said excitedly, and then immediately covered his mouth, carefully observing the expressions of the Lord and the Master. After finding that they were not angry, his uneasy heart calmed down. After buying some food from a small town, Wylan led everyone to a river valley in the misty forest. Algeta flew around, releasing the dragon's might recklessly, scaring the weak creatures to run away with their families and praying that the dragon would not chase him, and it would be better to chase other tribes. In less than 3 hours, this river valley of hundreds of kilometers was cleared. In the afternoon, Algeta caught a ferocious wolf and returned to the center of the valley. The ferocious wolf, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, fell heavily to the ground, causing the ground to shake slightly. "Do you want to eat the ferocious wolf's flesh and blood? Raw or cooked?" Wylan came to the frost dragon and asked with a smile. The 6 frost dragons looked around, and finally the strongest one stood up and replied respectfully, "My lord, raw is fine." Beside the ferocious wolf's corpse, Kyle looked at Wylan and nodded, stretched out his hand and gently stroked it, and the huge body was split into 2. The internal organs were removed, and half of the flesh and blood was thrown in front of the 6 frost dragons, allowing them to play freely. 3 strong frost dragons stepped forward to grab the frozen ferocious wolf's flesh and blood, and went to the other side of the lake to enjoy the hard-earned extraordinary flesh and blood. Beside the lake, gray, blue, and green have already set up camp, which is unique with the sunset. Seraphina temporarily acted as Kyle's fire-breathing dragon. As for Wylan and Algerta, they lay down on the rocking chair. "This is the life I want." Wylan put his hands on the back of his head, admired the sunset, and sighed. Algerta immediately echoed, "Me too, this is a happy and beautiful life." On the other side, after the 3 of them finished their work, they gathered together, took out the chess and cards, and had fun. "Gray, you can't do this." Blue opened his big watery eyes and looked at Gray, who was about to play a card, and said pitifully, "He, I want to do this." Gray smiled and played a card. Green followed closely and won the game. Looking at the 2 hateful guys in front of him, Blue was a little reluctant and took out 2 silver coins from his pocket and gave them to the 2 respectively. The 8 silver coins she had taken out before had been lost, and with these 2 silver coins she had lost a gold coin. "Lan, are you coming again?" "Come on, I'm sure I can win it back." Lan gritted his teeth and said, believing that he could win a round. Seeing this, Gray and Green smiled helplessly. Lan was addicted. Joining the gambling game was to help her quit gambling. 2 hours later, Lan touched her empty purse and wanted to cry without tears. She had lost all 6 gold coins. "Okay, don't gamble next time." Gray returned the 3 gold coins he won to Lan, touched her head, and warned her. Seeing this, Green smiled and returned the money to the other party. Among the 3, Lan was the youngest, so Gray and Green naturally treated her as a sister. Lan pushed the gold coin back, hesitated for a while, shook his head, and said, "Win is win, lose is lose, I won't regret it. But I won't gamble again in the future. And you can't get a penny from my pocket." Gray and Green smiled at each other and accepted the gold coins, just as a profound lesson for Lan. Although she was older and ranked 2nd, Gray and Green didn't care about it. Even Huen, who was far away in Kixing territory, only regarded Blue as his junior. Age was a flaw, and this was an unchangeable fact. "Let's eat." Hearing Kyle's words, Wylan and Algerta instantly sat up from their rocking chairs and sat down at the dining table. The other 3 quickly packed up the chess and cards and went to serve the dishes. Kyle cooked 26 delicious dishes based on the various parts of the fierce wolf, the ingredients purchased in the town, and the fresh fruits picked by Wylan from the inner space of the Druid's book. Looking at the delicious dishes, Wylan's saliva was almost flowing down. Algerta was the same. She couldn't wait to use magic to pour wine for everyone, and then picked up the knife and fork to prepare for the meal. Under the embellishment of green grass lights, everyone enjoyed the food while appreciating the scenery and relaxed their mood. After enjoying the delicious food, Wylan and Algerta came to the rocking chair and continued to lie down. Kyle flew to a towering tree, sat on the trunk, and thought about the problem. Blue, Gray, Green, and Seraphina played non-gambling games on the side and laughed happily. On the other side of the lake, after enjoying the flesh and blood of the golden intermediate fierce wolf, the 6 frost dragons lay on the ground, digesting the energy contained in the flesh and blood to strengthen their own strength. The beautiful night ended in everyone's joy. The next morning, Wylan set off to return to Sarnada, the capital of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom. "As for the mutant white thorn flower, I am lucky if I get it, and I will die if I lose it. Since I have tried my best to find it, I still can't find it, so there is no need to worry about it." Velen was very open-minded about this matter. He did not regret why he did not come to the kingdom of Silver Dragon Burke earlier. It was just his personality. On February 2, 9742 of the glorious calendar, in the central square of Sarnada, King Alaric of the kingdom of Silver Dragon Burke stood under the statue of the ancient Silver Dragon of Sarnada. 3 kilometers away from here, Velen was wearing the armor of Naz, legendary equipment made of the dragon scales shed by the legendary Silver Dragon, which shone brightly in the sun. He stood in front of the gate of Talia like a bright star, heroic and mighty. Seraphina, wearing red armor, stood behind Velen on the right, feeling uneasy. In front of them, 2,000 silver-level dragonmen, 800 gold-level dragonmen, and 200 soul-level dragonmen were neatly arranged on both sides of the avenue. Their armors were shining with gorgeous light, and they held the flag of the kingdom of Silver Dragon Burke with very serious expressions. The whole city was shocked by this grand scene. The roar resounded throughout the city, as if the earth was shaking. Wylan took a deep breath. His heart was filled with lofty ambitions. Seraphina showed her true form, spread her dragon wings, covered the sky, flew into the sky, flew around the capital Sarnata 3 times, and landed under the ancient silver dragon statue of Sarnata. After getting off Seraphina's back, Wylan came to King Alaric under the gaze of many silver dragons, knelt on one knee, and waited for the canonization. In the name of Alaric Sarnata, the kingdom of Silver Dragon Burke, I appoint you as the 24th Dragon Knight of the kingdom, the title of Zephyrus, and the Zephyrus area of the electorate of Phineas as your fiefdom. Velen half knelt on the ground, listening to Alaric read out the obligations and powers of the Dragon Knight. As a legitimate Dragon Knight of the kingdom of Silver Dragon Burke, when the kingdom encounters a crisis, it is necessary to participate in the war and defend the kingdom. In terms of power, you have the power to freely explore, legally employ all dragon creatures of the kingdom of Silver Dragon Burke, and have the power to freely pass in the allied kingdom of Moon Elves and the united kingdom of Orcs. Regarding the power and obligations, Alaric read out for 30 minutes, covering all aspects. After the reading, Alaric picked up the Nas helmet made of silver dragon scales and put it on Varen himself. Then he solemnly handed the flag and emblem representing Zephyrus to Varen, completing the last step of the enthronement ceremony. This flag has 9 red dragon scales printed on it, arranged in a circle, with a long sword in the middle and 2 silver-winged silver flowers on the left and right. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wylan bowed his head and answered respectfully. Zephyrus means the embrace of the west wind. From this moment on, Wylan will walk in the kingdom of Silver Dragon Burke as the Knight of Zephyrus, and can also be called the Knight of the West Wind. The participating silver dragons showed their dragon bodies and hovered over Sarnata. The scene of hundreds of dragons dancing together reminded the older residents of the grand occasion 80 years ago, and the young dragon creatures were in awe of the dragons in the sky. The melodious and ancient music began to be sung from the mouth of the dragon. The ceremony ended with the Song of Magnus. In the past 3,000 years of history, the kingdom of Silver Dragon Burke has enthroned a total of 23 Dragon Knights, 7 of whom are Allosaur Knights. On February 2, 9742 of the glorious calendar, Varen officially became the 24th Dragon Knight of the kingdom of Silver Dragon Burke and the 8th Dragon Knight. That night, a grand banquet was held in the palace square to celebrate the birth of the Knight of West Wind. Varen changed into the traditional costumes of the kingdom of Silver Dragon Burke and followed the king to meet with the lords of the electoral districts and the dragon creatures of high status in the kingdom. Although the area of the kingdom of Silver Dragon Burke is less than 5 million square kilometers, it has 23 legendary dragons and 11 legendary dragon creatures with silver dragon blood. According to the few words revealed by King Alaric, the entire kingdom of Silver Dragon Burke has more than 3-digit demoplanes, and the total area even exceeds the land area of the kingdom of Silver Dragon Burke in the real world. However, these are just Varen's speculations. The king did not admit it, so he would naturally keep this secret in his heart. At 12 o'clock in the evening, Varen came to Zephyrus Manor in the northern city of Sarnata, the capital. This manor, covering an area of 3,000 acres, including 30 dragon maids, 200 dragon guards and 12 frost dragons, all belong to Wylan, the Knight of the West Wind, from today on. Sir General Xantos, the Guard General of Zephyrus Manor, salutes you. A low-level gold dragon general knelt on one knee and answered respectfully. Then 200 silver-level dragon guards knelt in unison to salute Wylan. Amara, the maid leader of Zephyrus Manor, greets you. A mature-looking dragon maid stepped forward and bowed, with the strength of a high-level silver. The following 30 maids did the same, saluting respectfully with the same strength as the dragon guards. Finally, there were 12 frost dragons, crawling on the ground to express their respect. Due to their own strength, they could only use roars to express their most noble greetings. Wylan looked at this scene with a dazed look. After more than 20 years of development, Kixingaling had less than 600 silver-level subordinates. It must be said that having the blood of a dragon has great benefits, but it will also become a shackle for oneself in the future. Xantos Amara, Zephyrus Manor will be handed over to you too in the future. It was like that before, and it will remain so in the future, Wylan said with pretentious majesty. Yes, sir. Waving his hand to let them disperse, Wylan took off his complicated dress, washed up. went to sleep on the 8-meter-wide bed with the help of several dragon maids. As for Seraphina, under the guidance of this dragon maid, she went to another luxurious house to rest. The next morning, Wylan got up from the bed, and with the help of the dragon maid, he put on the white dress exclusively for dragon knights and prepared to meet King Alaric. Although he had become the West Wind Knight of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom, Wylan had not forgotten the real purpose of this trip. In the Kale's palace, a young man sat on the throne, while Alaric, the king, stood aside with a very respectful expression. "Alaric, those bugs of the dragon worship cult are still hiding in the dark. This time we may not find all of them. In the past few years, we have regularly sent people to patrol various areas. If you find any abnormal situation, notify us as soon as possible." The young man looked at his son and said in a deep voice, "I understand, father," Alaric replied respectfully. "Also, who are you going to let succeed the king in 30 years? The young man suddenly remembered something and turned his head to ask. "Phineas, he has governed Phineas very well over the years, and several of his fellow tribesmen around him admire him very much. I believe that handing the kingdom over to him is a clear choice." Alaric told his father the answer he had already thought of without hesitation. The young man supported his chin with his hand, leaned on the throne, and asked curiously, "Phineas, I remember that this kid likes to play badly the most. After so many years, he has become a praised silver dragon." "Father, time will change a lot of things," Alaric replied with a smile. "You are the king, you make the decision. Anyway, with us old guys suppressing, there will be no chaos in the kingdom." The young man waved his hand and said to his son, "By the way, father, I plan to put the teleportation array to the east, in the territory of the Knights of West Wind. Do you think? You are the king, you make the decision. I have something to do, so I will go back first." The young man stood up, opened the passage to his own half-plane, and got in. Looking at his neat old father, Alaric shook his head, not knowing what to say. Next, he needs to think about how to make Phineas willingly take over his position. It has been nearly 170 years since he succeeded the king of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom, and his 200-year term is about to end. When he thought of this, Alaric couldn't help but feel excited. "Your Majesty, the Knight of West Wind wants to see you." A soul and several dragon guards entered the hall, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully. Alaric sat on the throne and said majestically, "Please let the Knight of West Wind in." "Good morning, Your Majesty." Varin entered the palace of Callus and saluted Alaric. "Please get up." Afterwards, the two came to the rest area behind the palace. "Your Majesty, I came here today to discuss the teleportation formation with you." Wylan directly stated the purpose of his visit without any politeness. Alaric knew it well and replied, "I am going to place the teleportation array in your territory." The sudden answer made Wylan a little confused. He originally thought that the teleportation array would be placed near the capital of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom, but he did not expect that it would be placed directly within his own territory. This result was very surprising. "Your Majesty, this is a bit. The Kingdom of Silver Dragon Burke has been in existence for more than 4,000 years. It is basically in a closed state. It only has connections with the Moon Elf Kingdom and the United Orc Kingdom. Other than that, it has very few connections with its country. I will authorize the establishment of 2 coastal areas. The road along the border ends at Zephyrus territory." When the other party gave the conditions, Varin was not ambiguous and directly stated his own interests. "Your Majesty, 70% of the benefits generated by the teleportation array in the Zephyrus territory belong to the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom, and 100% 15% belongs to the territory of Zephyrus. 10% is used for road maintenance, and 5% belongs to Algeta. Are you willing to do so?" "Your Majesty, without the endorsement of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom, this trade will cease to exist." In Wylan's original plan, the teleportation array in the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom already belonged to the Silver Dragon, and the trade route was opened in exchange for a benefit transfer. But the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. First, King Alaric easily agreed to build the teleportation array, and then he became a dragon knight canonized by the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom, owning a territory of about 10,000 square kilometers. Just now, he learned that the teleportation array would be built on his territory, causing the complete collapse of Wylan's previous plan. Although he gave up most of the benefits, it was all worth it in exchange for the endorsement of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom. If you look at it from the perspective of the original plan, he simply won. The Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom will be responsible for all the construction costs of the teleportation array. At the same time, I will invite an elder who is proficient in space magic to be responsible for the construction of the teleportation array in Zephyrus's territory. Alaric thought for a while and said to Varen, in addition, I will ask a legendary silver dragon to guard this teleportation array to ensure safety. Your Majesty, thank you for your support. Wylin replied respectfully, however, I kindly ask to bear 15% of the construction cost of the teleportation array. Okay, Alaric responded. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'm happy that Argenta has a friend like you, if you don't mind. You can just call me Uncle in private, Alaric said in a very gentle tone. Uncle Alaric, I understand, Varen said with a smile. Kind words bring the relationship closer between the two parties. Before this exchange, Alaric would have been at best invested in Varen, but now, in addition to investing, Alaric admires the human young man in front of him more and more. If he hadn't heard that the young man already had a fiancée, he would have really wanted to bring his youngest daughter and Varen together and try to bring them closer, after more than 2 hours of cordial exchanges. Varen submitted his resignation to Alaric. Uncle Alaric, I'll take my leave first. Walk slowly. After sending Valen away, Alaric asked the guards to get a map and plan the trade route himself. After leaving the palace, Varen went to his previous residence and brought Kyle and the others to Zephyrus Manor. Lord, when will we set off to return home? About the beginning of next year, I plan to sort out my new territory before considering returning to the country. At this point, Wylin couldn't help but said angrily, on the way back, that liar who sold the fake map, I swear, he must definitely regret everything he has done. In so many years, it was the first time that Kyle saw his master so angry. It seems that deception is definitely a taboo in the heart of his master. During this period, I am going to take over Zephyrus territory first. You can stay in this manor for now. If you have time, you can go around and appreciate this city of art. I wish you good luck, Lord. Kyle sent his blessing. Early the next morning, Varen and Seraphina set off from the Zephyrus Manor to the Electorate of Phineas to receive their territory. The afternoon of the same day, one person and one dragon arrived at the city of Phineas in the Electorate of Phineas, a city with a population of 80,000 and an area of 300 square kilometers. After landing in the central square, several dragon guards came forward. Knight of the West Wind, Phineas City Guard General Jenan, expresses my highest respect to you. Lord Phineas is already waiting for you in the castle. Please follow me. A high-ranking gold dragon general put his right hand on his chest, lowered his head, and said respectfully. Several other draconian officers saluted to express their respect for the West Wind Knight. General Narn, nice to see you. Varen got off Seraphina and returned the greeting. Later, under the leadership of the defending general, Varen entered this simple castle. The architectural style of this castle is like a work of art made of ordinary paints and materials, exuding a unique artistic atmosphere. Perhaps it is only possible where the money-hungry silver dragon lives. However, Varen did not hate this architectural style, but rather appreciated this simple style. Entering the hall, a silver-haired elf appeared in front of him. His voice was clear and moving, like the sound of nature, intoxicating people. Knight of the West Wind, I am Phineas. Welcome to your arrival, the silver-haired elf said with a smile and elegance. Seeing this, Varen bowed slightly to show respect. Lord Phineas, it's a pleasure to meet you. At Phineas' invitation, Varen sat on the left side of the dining table. Seraphina sat next to Varen. When she looked at the silver-haired elf, her eyes were a little evasive. Due to racial differences, she was a little afraid in her heart. At the dinner, Varen and Phineas got along very well. They talked and laughed as if they were old friends for many years. Phineas told Varen many interesting stories. Varen also shared his adventures with Phineas, which made him listen with relish. For this mid-level silver dragon who likes to use the appearance of an elf to represent people, although he is more than 500 years old, his mentality is still very young. In addition, he likes to lie flat, so the two soon have common topics. Hahaha, Wylin. I wish I had met you hundreds of years earlier. Lord Phineas, I was not even born at that time. Wylin laughed and teased. No need to add an honorific title, just call me Phineas. After the teleportation array is opened, I will go to your territory to take a good look. Phineas put his arm around Wylin's shoulders and said kindly, Welcome to my territory as a guest. I will definitely not let you down. After careful consideration, Phineas suddenly said, "My friend, I want to recommend a talent to you." "I don't know what kind of talent he is," Wylan asked in a low voice. Phineas smiled and replied, "In the military field, I am a little underappreciated. Your territory is on the border and you need a suitable military commander, so I want to recommend him to you." "Thank you, Brother Phineas." Wellen showed gratitude. Didn't know whether this was the king's instruction or Phineas's private decision, or whether he really speculated with him and planned to help him with a talent. No matter what the purpose was, Wylan decided to accept it first. If it was just a simple recommendation of talent, then like Devonshire, he would take 10 years to observe and gradually accept the other party. If the other party really had other purposes, then he would arrange an idle position, which was equivalent to raising an idle person, and take care of Phineas's face on the surface. Anyway, it wouldn't cost much money and resources. Seeing this, Phineas was not vague. He waved his hand to call a guard and ordered, "Go and call Cyrus over." "Yes, sir." After a while, a red-haired young man entered the hall and bowed. "Velen, this is the talent I am going to recommend to you. His name is Cyrus, a young genius from the Tusk tribe. He's 28 years old this year and is already a mid-level silver. He is now an officer in the castle guard." Phineas introduced enthusiastically. "He is a handsome man. Thank you for the recommendation, Brother Phineas." Velen replied with a smile. "Ha, the banquet ends here tonight. I will take you to appreciate my treasures." Phineas invited enthusiastically. For a dragon, taking a stranger to appreciate his wealth is definitely the highest standard of welcome ceremony. Seeing this, Velen naturally accepted Phineas' invitation to get closer to the other party. In the evening, Velen and Phineas, supported by Xenophina, reluctantly parted and then went to their respective resting places. Back in the room, Velen lay on the bed, took a break for a while and gradually woke up. Seeing this, Seraphina leaned over to Wylan's ear and told him her guess. "Master, that red-haired dragon boy. Since I promised him, I have to train him well. You go back and rest first." Wylan looked at the magic lamp on the roof, touched Seraphina's head and said with a smile, "Yes, master." After Seraphina left, Wylan took the quilt, closed his eyes and began to rest. What Cyrus's true identity is, in fact, is not important. The key lies in his own decision. As for what he said just now, it is naturally for those dragons who want to hear it. The next morning, Wylan submitted his resignation to Phineas. "Cyrus, follow Wylan well in the future." "Yes, Lord Phineas." The red-haired young man bowed and saluted, said respectfully, and then stood behind Wylan. "It's getting late. I should leave too, Brother Phineas." "Let's talk next time." Wylan stepped forward to hug Phineas and then got on the carriage. Seraphina followed closely behind and stepped into the carriage. Cyrus turned into a coachman, driving the silver-horned horse to the Zephyrus territory in the southeast of the Fenner's electorate. In addition, Fenner's also sent 36 silver-horned knights, 300 silver-level dragon warriors, and 1,500 ordinary dragon creature soldiers to strengthen the momentum for Wylan. The 36 silver-horned knights held the flag of the Zephyrus Dragon Knight, which fluttered in the wind, looking solemn and majestic. 300 dragon warriors wearing silver-white armor were 4 in a row, with serious expressions, following the carriage. Along the avenue, other creatures retreated to the sides of the road to show their respect for the honorable dragon knights. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the team arrived at Parkup City, the central city of the Zephyrus territory. Outside the city, tens of thousands of residents, led by local officials, lined up on the street to respect the arrival of the new lord. "Great Knight Zephyrus, Archon Siren Zephyr of Parkup City, pays the highest respect to you." The middle-aged Archon knelt on the ground and saluted to Varen in the carriage. Under his leadership, tens of thousands of residents knelt on the ground, bowed their heads, and paid tribute to Varen. 36 silver-horned knights lined up in front of the carriage, with flags crossed, as neat as steel, solemn and respectful, and invited Varen to get off the carriage. After getting off the carriage, every time Varen took a step forward, 2 silver-horned knights raised the flags representing the identity of Zephyrus Dragon Knight in their hands. After walking 18 steps, Varen came to the middle-aged city lord and helped the Archon with the strength of the lower gold level up. At the same time, other residents who saluted stood up one after another, but lowered their heads and dared not look directly at Varen's figure. "In the name of Zephyrus, I swear to be the guardian of this land, to protect its safety and promote its prosperity." Varen swore word by word, His voice was not loud, but it rang through the ears of every citizen like a bell. After the oath ceremony, Varen officially accepted the territory of Zephyrus and became the only legal lord of this territory with an area of more than 10,000 square kilometers. Lord Knight of West Wind, we have completed our mission and hereby resign. A silver horn knight dismounted, came to Varen and saluted. Good luck to you. Varen sent them blessings. 36 silver horn knights climbed the walls of Parkup City, planted the flag representing Lord Zephyrus, completed the last step, and then led the army away. After watching the other party leave, Wylan asked Zillan to disband the welcoming team and go to the city lord's mansion to report to him at 7 p.m. Wylan brought Seraphina, and the two came to the city lord's mansion of Parkup City. My lord. The 4 guards saluted respectfully to express their respect. Wylan nodded and entered the city lord's mansion. Under the guidance of a guard, Wylan came to the office of Zillan Zephyr, the governor of Parkup City. It was very simple, the environment was very quiet, and it gave people a very comfortable feeling. After a simple visit, Wylan wandered around the city lord's mansion, visited other places, and got to know the way by the way, so that as the lord of this place, he would not be unfamiliar with his own city lord's mansion. At 7 p.m., Zillan Zephyr entered his study, saluted Wylan, and began to report on the situation of Zephyrus's territory. So the territory of Zephyrus is 11,326 square kilometers, with 1 city, 8 towns, 213 villages and tribes, and a population of about 48,000 people. Please review the specific population structure in detail. Zephyrus territory population structure. Zai Lun took out a document from his desk and placed it in front of Wylan for him to review, then stepped aside and waited for him to finish browsing before proceeding with the next report. How is the army? Wylan put down the file in his hand and asked. After hearing this, Zillan organized his words a little and reported. Zephyrus is located at the border of the Misty Forest. The military force is divided into 2 parts, the regular army and the unreserved army. The regular army has 2,000 troops led by me, with 10 high-level silver warriors, 30 mid-level silver warriors, 80 low-level silver warriors, 250 high-level bronze warriors, 560 mid-level bronze warriors, and the rest are low-level bronze warriors. As for the unreserved army, it is divided into 2 parts, and the lower limit of its soldiers' strength is the high-level apprentice. 1 part is composed of tribal warriors, with a strength of 500 people, and the extreme situation can reach 11,000 people. The other part is composed of young and middle-aged people in villages and towns. Under normal circumstances, the strength reaches 7,300 people, and under critical circumstances, the strength can reach 19,000 people. Listening to the report of Archon Zillan, Wylan was greatly shocked. He had never thought that the territory of Zephyrus, with a population of less than 50,000, could have a force of 30,000 under extreme circumstances. If the standing army is included, the total number is as high as 32,000. This means that in the entire territory of Zephyrus, only 18,000 people are below the high-level apprentice, a number that shocked Wylan. The creatures in the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom have more or less silver dragon blood. They either directly inherit the blood source, or indirectly obtain the silver dragon blood, or live around the dragon for a long time and are assimilated. But no matter what the situation is, their strength is very strong. Dragon people and dragon elves generally obtain silver dragon blood indirectly. Dragonized dog-headed people and dragonized goblins have lived in the area covered by the dragon domain for a long time, and have achieved racial evolution under the power of the dragon. In the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom, dragonized goblins and dragonized dog-headed people have a world of difference from their cousins. Not only are their appearances closer to humans, but even their height ratios are also approaching humans. It can be said that dragonized goblins and dragonized ogres are 2 different races from goblins and ogres. However, although the lower limit is high, each advancement is very difficult. Benefiting from the dragon bloodline, it is also trapped by the dragon bloodline. Below the soul level, the extraordinary path is easier than that of humans. Soul level and above, it is more than 10 times more difficult than that of humans. This report lasted until 10 o'clock in the evening. Wylin got detailed information about the territory of Zephyrus from the mouth of Archon Zillan. "Okay, go back and have a good rest." "My lord, I'll take my leave." Zillan saluted with his right hand on his chest and left his office. Wylin leaned back in his office chair, looking at the data from time to time, looking at the map from time to time, thinking about the positioning of the territory of Zephyrus. Before this, Wylin's positioning of this territory was only a teleportation array hub and economic area, and he would not invest too much in military strength. But now, after understanding the basic situation of this area, he has new ideas. With Zephyrus territory as the fulcrum and the name of the Knights of West Wind, it will be easy to form a dragonized biological army. Independent of Kixing territory, it has a strong military force. It must be said that this will be a good trump card. Within half a year, take over Zephyrus territory in full. The candidate for the commander of the dragonized biological army is naturally Orlando, the future chief steward of Zephyrus territory. In terms of training, the children of the tribes of Zephyrus territory can be considered, and the logistics can be handed over to Cyrus. As for ideological propaganda, you can wait. If there is no suitable candidate, go to Ulgeta for some dragon blood, and select a volunteer from the standing army of Kixing territory to act as the person in charge of this aspect. Until 12 o'clock in the evening, Wylin had a clear plan for Zephyrus territory, a teleportation array hub, economic area and a military area. The Creek tribe, the largest dragon tribe in Zephyrus territory, has 3,000 tribesmen living at the bottom of Creek Valley, responsible for guarding this place and preventing the creatures of the misty forest from passing through this place and entering the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom. Located in the central area of the valley, in a stone hall covering an area of 300 square meters, hundreds of dragon warriors sat on both sides, watching the priests and patriarchs sitting in the upper seats with respect in their eyes. The old priest stood up, holding the documents from the city of Phineas in his wrinkled hands, came to the center of the stone hall and gently put the documents into the water. The moment the documents entered the water, the paper emitted a faint light, as if it had life, and slowly merged into the water. The next moment, the ice rose, and a silver-haired elf image resembling Phineas appeared in front of everyone. Whether it was the patriarch and priest of the Creek tribe, or the ordinary dragon warriors, or even the air in the hall, they all solidified at this moment. They all knelt on their knees, saluted to Phineas, and listened to the content read out. On February 2, 9742 of the glorious calendar, the Zephyrus administrative area of the Phineas electorate was renamed the Zephyrus territory, the Zephyrus Dragon Knight territory. The tribesmen, freemen, and other creatures in the area automatically became the subjects of the Zephyrus Knights. In accordance with the order of His Majesty, King Alaric Sarnada of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom, Phineas Sarnada of the Phineas electorate read this order. Daus Crick, the patriarch of the Creek tribe, obeys the order of the Great Frost Feather. It was not until 10 minutes after the ice sculptures had dispersed that the dragons in the stone hall stood up. "Chief, what gifts do we need to prepare for Knight Zephyrus from our Creek tribe?" A high-ranking silver dragon warrior sitting at the first seat on the east side looked at the chief and asked respectfully. "For Knight Zephyrus, our Creek tribe should give the highest respect." The chief of the Creek tribe, Daus Creek, looked around and said in a deep voice, "I am going to offer the Creek tribe's pearl to show our tribe's respect for Knight Zephyrus." "We agree." Hundreds of silver-ranked dragon warriors bowed their heads and answered loudly without any objection. Among the many dragons present, only the priest looked a little lonely. There are 3 so-called Creek tribe pearls. One is the triangular rainbow deer in the mist forest, one is the ice stone in the dragon cave, and one is his granddaughter Zephyra. However, they must be respectful to the superiors, especially the dragon knights appointed by His Majesty the King, otherwise it would be disrespectful. For the next month, Wylin stayed in Parkup City and did not go anywhere. Originally, he was going to inspect other places in Zephyrus territory the next day, but was stopped by Archon Siren. After learning the specific reasons, Wylin decided to wait patiently out of respect for local customs and culture, although he was also looking forward to what gifts these free people, gathering places and tribes would prepare. On March 15, 9742 of the glorious calendar, All the tribal chiefs and leaders of the free people gathering places in Zephyrus territory brought rich gifts to Parkup City to present gifts to Wylan as a sign of respect. In the city lord's mansion, Wylan sat on the upper seat with a dignified look on his face, waiting for the tribal chiefs and leaders of the free people gathering places to meet him.